Alrighty. 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 We go to live. Turn that on. What's up? Hello, everyone. Hello. 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 How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing? My day's been pretty decent so far. Pretty decent. I slept on my neck a little bit weird, and now it's like it feels kind of weird. I also on TikTok moved back to like the old background. I don't think the background behind me was better than the old background. We'll try this for today and see how it goes. Get back to the old background on TikTok. What drink do you have today? I just have water. I just have water. What's up, everyone? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It will help get it out to more people. What's up, everyone joining in? We're going to start getting some debates here up in a bit. But we're just going to chill before we get some people up here. We're going to chill before we get some people up here. Do give it a second, everybody. Do give it a second, everyone, for everyone to join up. What's up, Courtney? How you doing? What's up, Jess? Thank you, thank you. Run, Trump is behind you. Or an orange man is behind you. Donald J. Trump. I was thinking Donald Trump has taken felon to the next level. Now, since he has this Elon and Trump breakup, he's like F Elon. He doesn't like him anymore. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. Yeah, crazy stuff has been happening. Crazy stuff has been happening. Absolutely diabolical. There's a person who might want to debate. Oh, I can't even invite them. They're like, you're still around begging. That's funny. That's funny. That Piers interview didn't go well. All right, we're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. I can never hear you on here. I should have everything. Yeah, everything should be fine. I do have pretty good. I should have louder audio. Absolutely, absolutely, John. You see, Dean got up to 22K viewers today. Yeah, Dean's account is just like on a different level. Kate, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're gonna get some debates up here in a second. We're gonna get some people up here and get the debates going, everyone. But do just give it a minute for people to join up. Hear me loud and clear. Yeah, I know it is fine on TikTok. It always is fine on TikTok. We're gonna start getting some debates up here very, very soon. Before we get on to the debates, though, I just want to say, the stuff that I've seen from, the ICE raids in LA, it's just incredibly upsetting. I just want to say, like, there's so much shit going on right now. I feel like in the media, and it's just really, honestly, like, I feel like taking a toll on my mental. Like, I actually genuinely think it's like there's something wild going on every single day, and it's like the videos that I've seen. I saw a video yesterday of a reporter just getting shot with a rubber bullet. Like the guy just like literally just like points at them and just like shoots, literally, and like it's clearly intentional. It was obviously intentional, and like there's so many people now that I've seen that clip, multiple times, and I'm seeing that and I'm like, why is that even allowed? Like that's clearly intentional. That's so fucking insane. Um, it's honestly devastating. I mean, I don't know how people can like look at that and be like, that's justified. I've seen way too many people say that. It's really sad. It's really sad. We're gonna get some debates up here right now. I just wanted to say that, along with like everything, I've seen, especially I haven't heard any updates. I think that I think that Greta is still detained, like still like held by the Israeli government. I think that's diabolical. So I haven't seen any updates. If anyone at any point in this live gets any update on that, make sure to let me know. I just wanted to say that before as well, so that people do know, because I want to be able to know. 'Cause I made sure to look before to see if I could find anything, and I couldn't find anything on that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, what's up, man? I'm 18, going on 19.
Okay. What's your birth year?
Oh, 2006, August.
2006 August. Okay. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him. I mean, support's kind of strong, but
If
I
you could
don't
go
regret
back in
my vote.
time, would you still vote for him?
Um, I probably would. I would say that.
You probably would.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay. So why so?
Well, so I don't know. He's not really executing it as well right now, but I do have hope. His whole like he wants to bring back stuff to America. I think that's pretty good. I mean, Kamala did do that
Kamala.
infrastructure thing. She was good on that. Miss Harris, I'll just say that. I'm bad with words, but Trump's trying to bring back infrastructure. I know Kamala already did that, right? That
Kamala.
was the Chips and Science Act, something like that, right? Or
Chips and Science Act was meant to like bring back American like manufacturing, domestic manufacturing,
yeah, I thought
like
they were both
specializing in
pretty
chip
good on that.
production. And then the infrastructure bill invests in plenty of different like types of infrastructure, roads and bridges, getting lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water, investing in EV infrastructure for like the modern era, right? We're investing in getting high speed broadband to rural communities, right? There's plenty of things for the infrastructure bill that were great. There are plenty of things we can point to for Kamala Harris. Now, could you mention anything you like of Donald Trump's?
Right. So his whole idea with he wants to bring back stuff to America, so he wants to produce stuff that's gonna slowly bring down the labor. I know it's kind of sloppy though. I think he should have did it like a way different way. Just shooting those taxes on the imports. I think that was kind of sloppy. But I do have hope. I think he can execute it given time.
So
So
you think that Donald
yeah,
Trump, you
that
think
whole
Donald
thing.
Trump's tariff policy is disastrous? You think that's bad?
Yeah, I think it was he should have handled it way better.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
Okay. That's the economy. Is there any policy that you like of his?
Policy that I liked. I mean, I heard the Big Beautiful Bill is pretty good, but I know it's kind. It doesn't it raise? I think it raises tax. I don't know. I need to look in more to the bills. I'm not that
Yeah,
educated, man.
the bottom
I kind
eighty
of want to
percent of the
talk to you.
country would see a tax increase net, a net tax increase. The top 20% would see a tax decrease disproportionately for the top 1%. The lower the income you make, the disproportionately higher level of taxes that you'll have.
Oh, okay. All right, I see.
And also,
Oh,
it
did he
cuts
do that last time?
Medicaid and it cuts food stamps as well.
Oh, Medicaid. Oh, I didn't know all that. Oh, that.
880 billion over the next 10 years from Medicaid, and then 300 billion from food stamps.
Oh, that's why Elon was blasting, bro, like that. Damn. Damn. Ugh. Damn. I don't know what to say about that. I disagree. That's really bad. Um. So what would Miss Harris have done better? Well, like,
Yeah.
what do you think?
Yeah, so she was advocating for a $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, 3,600 through them being 5 years old, 3,000 through them being 18, right? She was also advocating for a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just people who are on Medicare. She was advocating to get rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes to like stimulate the building of new houses in places where people want to live.
Oh, so she's giving people money to buy houses. Wouldn't that increase the prices of houses? What's that?
Specifically for new houses, but that's actually purposeful to then incentivize the building of houses in places where people want to live. Because if you increase the price specifically for a particular good, that then incentivizes suppliers to produce more of that good.
Mm, okay, I see. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I guess you could say Miss Harris was better. I really thought they were both pretty good. So, but I just did Trump because I know Harris had like a lot of previous experience California, all that stuff. But Trump was the president also. So I don't know. I thought they were both pretty good, but you're making it sound like she was way better. So I might have to revoke my support. I guess you could.
Yeah, and I mean, have you heard the like all the other bad things about Donald Trump and the policies that he supports? It also, based upon your profile picture, it doesn't seem like you're maybe pro-life. Probably against
Bro,
his policy on that, right?
well, I think we should have pro-choice, but I do think it's morally wrong. I just have my name because it's a band, but I do think it's morally wrong. I do think we should have the choice for women though, because
You know what I think is morally wrong? I think it's morally wrong that it is the case that in this country, right, because of the fact that Donald Trump put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, it has led to people in this country having a restricted access to abortion in certain states and the strict abortion laws leading to people, right, being harmed. Right, explicitly examples, right, like with Adriana Smith specifically, where they are brain dead, and it is the case that their family, against their will, right, is being has to keep them on life support because it is the case that the fetus is past the point, right, of 6 weeks, right. So this because it's past the point of 6 weeks, and the abortion legislation is so incredibly strict without room for exception. It is the case that an example like this occurs where she has been literally on life support when brain dead against the family's will, right, for many months or multiple months at this point. And it is the case that the fetus, right, also has fluid on the brain, so it likely will have, right, negative impacts in terms of its health, right, and possibly might not even survive alongside of all these other conditions. So because of how strict the abortion laws are, because it's been left up to the states, it's leading to like people being harmed, families being harmed, great victims not having access to abortion, and plenty of states around the United States, because it is the case that their strict abortion laws in their state, that you can't just tell someone, to be like, move. You can't just like tell them to like they have to go to a different area just so that they can have the right to choose, right, what's
mm,
best for them. And
all right.
that's why like Donald Trump's abortion legislation is so incredibly harmful to people.
Yeah, I didn't know it. I do think the access to SA victim stuff like that should be implanted. Medical reasons also. I didn't know that was. I thought I heard him talk about how he think there should be exceptions. Was that just not implemented in the bill, or because I saw him talking about that?
One second before, I do just want to say thank you everyone for joining in for the Dean Raid. Thank you so much, everyone. Can we get some W's for the Dean Raid in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can you repeat what you just said?
Right. I saw like an ad of him talking about how there should like an interview. It was a segment where he talked about how there should be the right to choose for like SA victims, stuff like that, in the medical reasons. That just wasn't implemented in the bill. That's what you're saying, basically?
No, what I'm saying is that Donald Trump explicitly, within his first administration, put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade. I'm giving another example of something that Donald Trump has done that goes against the beliefs that you have in terms of what you think people should have a right to do, right? If you believe in like freedom, right, which I think is a fundamental tenet of what this country is based on.
Well, I mean, that's not how I exactly feel. I think that, I mean, freedom, yeah, but I do think abortion. Most of the time, I don't say most. I think I don't know the percentage, but I think there's cases where it is morally wrong. You're just kind of like a wasting a potential human life. You know what I'm saying? But I do think there should be a right to choose because I ain't gonna pay child support. It's extortion. You know what I'm talking about? But I don't know.
Well, that shouldn't be the only reason, right? That just because you don't want to pay child support, right?
I
Right? It
mean,
should be because you want to like respect people's bodily autonomy and their rights. You don't want people to be harmed.
you
You
could
want
say
people
that.
who have been assaulted, right, to be able to get access to bodily autonomy. That's incredibly important, right? Those would be like good reasons to bring up. I don't think it's a good reason just to explicitly be like, here, this is how it specifically would just like affect like me as a man.
Yeah, I am. Well, I'm saying how it affects me as I'm not a woman. So I think I feel like I have a biased perspective on it. Maybe I can't really understand what a woman body goes to for pregnancy. I know it's kind of painful. So
Very,
I
very,
mean
very,
it's a
very
long process.
painful.
You're
Yeah.
feeding for two people. So I mean them having to carry that. You could say that's it's morally wrong to remove that choice for them.
Yeah, it is. It is absolutely morally wrong to remove that choice. So, given that you do believe that to be true, and it is the case that it's very painful for people to have to go to, obviously you'd be like, legally they should have access to it, right? And that would go against what Donald Trump's advocated for by leaving it up to the states, which has led to that right being infringed upon.
Yeah. I know. I knew about. I knew. I didn't know like remove the essay. But I know it was a state to state thing, and where you could get an abortion and not. But you could say that. I guess I would be morally against it.
All right. All right. And so do you regret maybe voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, you could talk to someone else. I have a question before I leave though. So I hear you and Dean be saying based. Are y'all like Lil B fans or something? Where y'all get that from? Y'all
Uh,
know who Lil B is.
I don't know. I think it's just been in like the debate community like for a long time here on TikTok.
Oh, he invented that word. Lil B the bass guy. He a rapper and
I
shit. So
I, I don't even know who that is, to be honest with you.
he's an inventor. All right, you have a good day, man. Thank you for
Okay.
educating me and all that. I'll look into it.
Okay, for sure. One thing before you go is I would recommend I stream this on YouTube. You should go back on YouTube and you should watch back this debate, and it might make you like rethink certain points and stuff like that. It's always good to like watch back the VOD.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Peace out. Stay based, man. Stay based.
Okay, okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get on to the next person. Thank you everyone for coming through. I really appreciate it. Everyone for joining in from Dean's Live. Seriously, really appreciate it. And W Dean for the raid. Jay, thank you so much for the $102. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Jay in the comment section right now? Active participant in the major protest happening right now in Santa Fe this week. And in no short measure, I owe both you and Dean for the help in turning my sense of helpfulness to a sense of empowerment. I've done the same for Dean. Can we get some W's for Jay right now in the comment section right now? And also for getting involved. Absolutely. Anyone who's getting involved, peacefully protesting, obviously peacefully, we think that's incredibly important. Getting involved in your community in the way in which you see to be effective, right? Towards getting like people to go out there and do stuff, all right, going out and doing stuff, right, is incredibly important. Everyone doesn't doesn't have to protest in the same type of way, but if you find the way in which you see to be protesting that meets right what you're willing to do, right, given that like you see like an end to it, you see like a purpose in it, I am in 100% in support of that. Let's fucking go. I'm so fucking happy that I could like incentivize you to like go out and like do that. That's like literally like the point of this is to like get people to get involved, to go out and do stuff. And I'm so happy to see that like I'm able to like get people to go out there and do stuff. Like I really appreciate that, seriously, from the bottom of my heart. Let's get this next version up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Yeah, thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18.
What's your birth year?
My birth year is 2005.
Okay. And you said you're how old?
I am turning 19.
You're turning 19?
So 18 going on 19.
Wouldn't you be... Isn't that wrong? I think that's wrong. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, everyone. Let's get this next person up here.
Well, we've got Mr. Slur Police over here. Mr. Slur Monitor.
Hello?
We've got the Guardian of the Slurs.
Okay. Do you want to debate? Hello? How old are you?
Why do you monitor slurs, bro? You're not in control of what is a
Mustache,
slur
thank
or
you.
not.
Are you okay? How old are you?
18. You didn't answer my question.
What state do you live in?
You didn't answer my question.
Okay. I'm guessing this guy's a troll. This is a person from like probably from Piers Morgan's stream, where they didn't understand that like right? We can say that it's wrong to say slurs, right? So like he thinks that like I'm insane for saying that it's wrong to say the R slur, right? That's gonna be the position that he's gonna hold to, and like that's a crazy view. You think by slur monitor he just means that like I think it's wrong to say the R slur? Like yeah, of course I think that's wrong. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
You
But
what's your
Cookie
birth
King
year?
longs you.
Okay, it's a troll. It's a troll. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Yo, Dustin with $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Dustin in the comment section for Dean? Got his paycheck from me yesterday because say this isn't a job. You guys work hard for your money. Thank you so much, Dustin. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Dustin in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Dustin. Seriously, W's for Dustin in the comment section right now. That is fucking crazy. Thank you so much. W's for Dustin. W's for Dustin. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. Actually, I have some other. Oh wait, hello. Okay, it didn't cut out. Oh, it's not cutting them off for some reason. Therese, thank you so much for the $5. Said please read out loud. The Swedish Prime Minister has remained silent. Oh my gosh, since the kidnapping. Later, after posting anti-immigration content. That's actually crazy. The foreign ministry told an Instagram post advising people to stop calling emergency lines, saying no help will be given to the Madeline crew. For more info on how to help, follow at Gaza Freedom Flotilla on Instagram. Yes. Base message. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lizzie, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate everything you and Dee are doing. It's giving me hope for everyone in this country. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. W Lizzie in the chat. Ashley, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Lovey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, Lovey. Make sure to message me and remind me at the end of today. You could just message this for sure. I think I've messaged other people and talked to people in the Discord. But I'd love to be able to talk sometime. Maddie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I have actually never set that up. But yes, Lovey, make sure to. All right. Let's get someone up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. But yeah, Maddie, I do need to set that up. I forgot to do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
Okay. How old are you? Sorry.
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
10/5/2006.
Okay. All right. So why do you support Trump?
I just have a question. I just want to know if you can, if I could talk about this. I just support Trump, but I want to talk about gun violence. If I can talk about that.
Is it like the reason why you support Trump?
Yeah, because I feel like I don't like. I'm not super educated on all of his policies. I'm not gonna act like I am. I did vote for him. But yeah, main reason, not main reason, but one of the reasons is like gun violence and stuff, and you know how he preserves those rights versus like Kamala and stuff.
Kamala. Yeah. So how so?
Well, honestly, I think the left's view on gun violence, I feel like they take the wrong approach to it because a lot of the time their answer to it is just kind of banning most high power rifles, stuff like that. But I don't know. I want to know what your view is on it, and if you really think, because I honestly think it's a mental health problem, and I really don't think it's the guns. I don't know if you agree on that, but
Okay. Well, so do you think that there are basic common sense gun control legislation that you can engage in that can reduce the likelihood of like guns harming people? Because I think
100%.
I think that when we reduce it down to saying that it's just people, right? You're forgetting that certain types of guns or weapons, right? right, are going to be like things that we don't think people should have either. That it's also like both things. It could be people and guns simultaneously. And I think that when people just try to look at it as either one or the other, that then creates like an incomplete analysis. And Love Only, thank you so much. Appreciate the subscription on TikTok. Thank you so much.
I see what you're saying, but I think there's definitely fundamental gun background checks that need to be enforced for sure. But I think what they did in certain states is like they violate Constitution all the time. Like in New York, you couldn't even get a carry permit if you wanted to unless you went through years and years and years of waiting, which was overturned in, I believe, 2 years ago. So I feel like there's certain and it was obviously blocked by left and stuff like that for many years. So I think there's certain definitely aspects you could take, but I feel like banning AR-15s and certain guns like that aren't really going to change mass shootings because pre the 2000s there were maybe 500 incidents or less total throughout from the 1800s to the 1800s to 1999, and there's been 1,300 and just.
Could I clarify real quick? What is
Sure.
Kamala Harris going to do to restrict your guns?
Well, I remember. Well, it wasn't just her; it was Biden as well, and they wanted to restrict a lot of banning a lot of AR-15s. I recall seeing a clip of her, a little bit of her saying that.
For the 2024 election, that wasn't like actually like a thing.
You mean one of her main talking points?
You're referencing her in the 2020 election. And also, I don't
Okay,
think
understood,
I
okay.
don't even think you need an AR. I don't think there's an argument for that. Like
No, I see what you're saying, but I just feel like there's a lot of. I think that's not the. I don't think it's a reason. Either way, I think it's a constitutional right to have whatever you
okay.
want.
How do you feel about Donald Trump calling for a termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution?
Concerning guns or just in general?
Well, that does have an effect on guns, right? Because it is the case that if you call for a termination of all the rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, that would include the Second Amendment, correct?
It would. He said that.
Yeah.
Are you? I mean, I'm not gonna. I'm sure you're right with your facts, but I'm surprised. I'm surprised. Because I'm assuming he'd be strong on the Second Amendment.
Yeah, you would assume that, but it seems like that if he's willing to throw away the Second Amendment and stuff like that because he thinks that he won an election that he had no evidence that he won.
But when did he want to call for that? Was that for this election or was that for
This was the
2020?
prior one.
Okay, understood. Well, yeah, no, I think it's probably wasn't something he was actually going to do. A lot of politicians just lie for to get voted in and stuff like that.
Okay. Well, then why are you willing to say that that's true in
I
that
just think
circumstance?
I just think Trump is better of the two evils. Sorry, not two evils. I don't really think he's that bad.
You don't think he's that bad?
No, I really don't. And I think his abortion policy is pretty solid too, honestly.
Really? So in terms of his abortion legislation, what about it do you think that's solid?
I don't know if I think I heard this. Is his similar to Nevada's? Is his thought similar to Nevada's abortion stance right now? I think it was where it was a certain amount of weeks.
No, his abortion view is that you should leave it up to the states. And that has incredibly harmful implications because of how
Right.
strict certain states' abortion laws have been. If you were just heard me recently, I just spoke about this with, I think, the prior guest specifically, right? And I would love to go further into this because it is the case that I think it's incredibly important to acknowledge because the harmful implications of Donald Trump's abortion legislation mean that women in certain states have a restricted access to abortion, even in instances in which they've been sexually assaulted, right?
Right. No, I definitely disagree with that. I think in cases of rape and stuff like that, it definitely should be voided. I don't agree with leaving it up to the states because, like you said, there's definitely some states that are very, very strict on it, and certain cases. But I think the states should be able to decide for themselves that they can see that certain cases of like either harming the mother or rape that would obviously allow for an abortion. I don't see why states wouldn't see that and wouldn't make that a part of their whatever their own abortion laws and wouldn't make exemptions.
The reality is that if you leave it up to the states, these types of strict abortion laws inevitably occur. And like that's why it's
Mm.
so harmful to do that, and why you need federal right protections for these certain rights, like specifically existed prior through Roe versus Wade. So I mean that would be like a big reason to be against Donald Trump, wouldn't it?
For the leaving it up to the states, you're saying?
Yeah, yeah. Because I mean, we could talk about the fact that there are implications in terms of people not having access to it in the context of situations where they've been sexually assaulted, where they can die, right? Where there are
Yeah,
family,
yeah.
like
I
where
100% agree. What was Kamala's
Kamala.
or Kamala's what was her view on it? I understand that she was probably not leaving it up to states, but what was her abortion? How many weeks in was she thinking? Like was she allowing for abort? Like what was her stance on that?
The Roe versus Wade, which says it's federally protected up until viability, and after viability, it's left up to the states.
Viability is how close until 9 months?
It's around 22 through 26 weeks.
Okay. Um, I honestly think that's like a little long. No, wouldn't you agree? You think 20? What is your stance on that? I
I
honestly
think
think
that's
14
totally I
weeks.
think that's totally fine, because I think that's like significantly better than every other abortion legislation. I think it's better to give people access and make it legal than it is to restrict in most circumstances.
Do you think it's morally correct for abortions past 26 weeks?
Do I think it's morally correct? At that point, it would be an induction of labor. But in terms of like, there is another example that I would like to bring up in terms of implications, right, of Donald Trump's abortion legislation that I think is incredibly relevant as well. For example, in the context of Georgia, how strict Georgia's abortion legislation is, where it says specifically after the point of 6 weeks, it is the case that you can't get an abortion. So in certain circumstances in Georgia, with Adriana Smith, for example, it is the case that they are brain dead, and their family, against the will of the family, has had to keep them specifically on life support, even though the fetus specifically, right, has fluid on the brain, right, and likely might possibly die or have negative implications to its quality of life and health, right? But alongside the fact that this was against the will of the family.
Mm.
That's incredibly invasive. That's incredibly dehumanizing to use Adriana Smith, right, against the will of her family, right, and against her own consent, right, and obligations, or not obligation, and against her own consent, right? That isn't that incredibly insane? That's an implication. That's inhumane. That's an implication of Donald Trump's abortion legislation, and I don't think that's acceptable by any means. Do you think that's acceptable?
No, no, I think it's a good scenario of where it's definitely doesn't work out in favor. I think there's a scenario for every law that obviously has negative effects. I don't think every law is perfect. For sure, I can see what you're saying. Um, I just think sometimes I just think the 20 weeks is too long. I feel like after 14 it should be shut off, for 10. Honestly, it should be not allowed anymore. But I see how leaving it up to the
You,
states
you,
could be a
you think you
problem.
think
But
after 10 weeks that it shouldn't be allowed?
yeah,
Why? Why
because if it's
specifically 10 weeks?
um, I think it's more of a like a safeguard in case of like rape and such like that, in case they haven't decided whether they want to keep the child or not.
Okay, well then
Um,
I'll ask you the question. Why is it the case that it's valuable prior to the point, right, of 10 weeks, or not valuable prior to the point of 10 weeks, but it is valuable after the point of 10 weeks?
As you're saying, like obviously I'm a Catholic, so I think honestly it's not really something that's good, even if you are a rape victim. But obviously, if you're very young and you can't care for a child, then it's definitely like you can't be forced to bear that. Um, I honestly think it should be more like 4 weeks, but I feel like 10 is like for the whole country, like to agree with that. I feel like 10 is fair.
Why? You're not really giving a reason why, like
Well,
inequality.
the reason
4 weeks? Like,
why
what's the
10
point of
versus
4?
4. Well, I think like they need a certain time. You can't expect the person to get raped and then go the next day to get an abortion. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, okay? So you're saying 4 weeks someone has to only has in order to be able to get access to an abortion. You're saying after 4 weeks it should be illegal. So say a woman gets an abortion at 5 weeks. You're saying that they should go to prison for that?
No, I just don't think it should be legal to get an abortion. I think it should be allowed.
What? I'm confused. You don't think it
So
should
I
be
think I think
legal
it should have been denied at the hospital or wherever you're getting the abortion at.
if they do it themselves?
Oh, what if they do it themselves?
Yeah.
No, then I think that would be murder.
So they should go to prison?
Sure.
That's incredibly sick. For them to go to prison for at 4 weeks? 4 weeks, really? What's valuable about it?
Well, first of all, you're not even humanely. You're killing your own child somehow. How would you even do that by yourself? What are the ways? I don't know.
Restate that.
What would be the way to what would be the way to kill your child? Like by yourself. Like how would you do that?
Wait,
To give yourself. You just said you said if they kill it themselves.
wait, you want me to give you the process of how, like, you understand that someone can have, like, that could be, like, maybe it is the case that they drank too much, right? And it is the case that induced an abortion, right? Like people I mean, you can actually, I would just tell you to read the chat. That's a good example. How about you read? Oh, he left. Okay, all right. I'm like, that would probably be effective to read the chat. All right, let's go. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone, make sure to tap that screen. If you're on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It helps get that out, get the live out to more people. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everyone. Let's go on to the next person real quick. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Alrighty, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19. 19.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
September.
Okay. And do you
Oh.
support Trump?
Yeah, I do support Trump to an extent. Like, I believe that he's closer to my ideals than Kamala Harris will ever be.
Kamala?
Yeah, Kamala.
Okay, why so?
So, in terms of immigration, that's the issue that is like most important to me. I believe that he would take it more serious compared to Kamala, but I don't believe that he would go to the extent that I want. But it's at least closer because I want all immigrants, illegal immigrants, to be deported like immediately, and I want the visas to be closed to be more stricter.
Okay, so you want visas to be stricter, so you want people to not be able to get access to the country as quickly. You think that people who are in the country look at guest reposts. Are you trolling?
No, I'm not a troll at all, not even the slightest. But I just like wanted to have a conversation about immigration. So for the stricter immigration aspect of it, I just believe that for the low income people or the people who are coming here with low things to offer, like no college, no high school diploma or whatever, they are not in the best interest of America, and they would be more likely to use government
So you're
aid and
saying
resources.
if it is the case that you don't have a high school diploma, then you shouldn't be allowed in the country?
Not necessarily that you should not be allowed in the country, but it's just like not in the best interest of the general American public for people who have less things to offer to be
Oh
put
wait,
on the side for less.
literally wait, why do you have a repost of Nick Fuentes?
It was a joke. It's like mocking him, calling him gay. So it's not really like serious.
So then you think homophobia is okay?
Well, it's kind of a joke.
Okay. Like what? Like, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. All right, let's go on to the next person. Do you tap the screen? Do you share the live, everyone?
So much and that
Yeah,
I
what's up?
hate
How old are you?
Donald Trump and I think he should kill himself.
Okay. I don't know if that's something you can say on TikTok live. Thank you so much. Appreciate the journal. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Wow, the chat. Oh my gosh. Jeez. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Sorry, it's taking a second to get people up here, everyone. I do apologize. All right. Everyone on TikTok, do tap the screen. Do share the live, everyone. Sorry, I keep saying that. I need to stop saying that. I'm so sorry. I just have such a muscle memory to do that. What's wrong with me? By the way, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App.
I'm afraid.
Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Tessa, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. Don't worry about that at all. Thank you so much, Tessa. I really appreciate it. Nicole, thank you so much. Appreciate the dollar. Thank you. All right, let me go to the next individual. I'm in your guest box. I want to tell you about what I said about Greta, bring attention about the ice in Puerto Rico. Yes, absolutely, Nicole. Now tell me what your account is. I'll actually bring you up, and you can do that real quick. Absolutely. All right. Absolutely, go for it. Especially while I'm going to get it up. I guess that'd be the perfect.
Hey,
perfect
can
thing
you
to
hear
do.
me?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you hear about what Trump had to say about Greta, by the way?
I actually have not yet. So you'll be
I have
informing
the
this.
clip. Do you want me to play the clip for you?
Yes, go for it.
I'm gonna play just the first few seconds and let me know if you can hear it properly.
For sure.
Do you have a message for Greta Thunberg?
Can you hear it?
Yes,
Cool.
yes.
And did she come up on your call with the Prime Minister today?
Well, she's a strange person. She's a young, angry person. I don't know if it's real anger. It's hard to believe, actually. But I saw what happened. She's certainly different. Anger management. I think she has to go to an anger management class.
Do you
That's
think she
my
was
primary recommendation for her.
was she kidnapped by Israel, as she says? Was she kidnapped?
I find it. I think Israel has enough problems without kidnapping Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, that's what he had to say about that.
I'm like, what?
Exactly.
That is the most ridiculous, like explanation of Greta at all. Like that is insane. That like what? Bro needs to look into a mirror. I'm sorry. Like
For real.
He's so insane for that.
And the other thing that I wanted to bring up is about ICE, who they're currently in Puerto Rico. And I don't know if you knew there's a law that they passed in Puerto Rico in 2013. I believe it's called Law 97, which allows undocumented immigrants to get like a provisional permit to be able to drive in the island. And they ICE got that information from the Department of Transportation, and they're using that to get their address, to get to their homes, and be able to get them and deport them. So I know a lot of people like know what's happening like in the mainland, but I just wanted to like, as you know, Puerto Rico is a U.S. territory, and I wanted to bring that up that it's also happening.
Oh, thank you so much for bringing attention to that. I seriously really appreciate that. Seriously, thank you so much.
If I see anything else popping up about the Greta thing and Trump, if he says anything else, I'll make sure to let you know.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
All right. You have a good day, Parker.
You as well. You as well.
Bye.
Everybody, W's for Nikki in the comment section right now. W's for Nikki in the comment section right now. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 1 second, sorry.
Do you support Trump?
I love you so much. Thank you for what you do.
Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. And what month?
September.
All
Do I
right,
not
for sure.
sound 20?
So why do you support
That's-
Trump?
I support Trump because majority of the left holds absurd values that I can't necessarily agree with, and
Well-
so I think the people that they support are inherently absurd as well.
Okay. Like, what absurd values and what
Atheism,
and how is
determinism.
atheism and determinism?
Yeah, they kind of hold absurd values. Whoa, Parker! Did I strike a little?
No, it's just that atheism and determinism are not entailed at all by being democratic. Like, Kamala Harris is Christian, right?
Well, I can also have a brain and look up a study that says the majority of the left is atheist, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, so you saying that like a majority of people on the left are atheist, right, doesn't change anything? I'm confused. Are you saying that you disagree with Kamala Harris because of like the people who support her? So then why don't you disagree with Donald Trump because the KKK supports him?
Okay, how about this? So you have a brain, right? So if people hold absurd values, right? Like absurd people in general, just kind of the way you talk about Donald Trump's supporters and whatnot, you think they're absurd, right? Okay, so I think majority of the Democratic Party, the majority of the Democratic supporters are absurd. Ergo, I can make the determination if I don't want to support whoever they're supporting.
Okay. Do you think that a majority of people who are actually, how do you grant that? Are you just saying that because
How do I grant that?
Do you think a majority of, so you're saying because a majority of what's it called, people who are Democratic are what's up? What are you laughing
Nothing,
at?
sorry. My toe. No, my toe hurts. My bad. Keep going.
Okay. What is the
I stubbed
executive
my toe. My
description?
bad.
Okay, for sure. So you're saying a majority of people who are Democratic are atheists, therefore, like, you don't want to support the candidate they support? Like, that's just so fucking cringe, bro.
How's that wrong? Tell me how that's wrong.
Yeah, okay, so because, one, right, you're forcing me into a conversation where we have to talk about atheism when the live is specifically
I'm not
about
forcing you
supporting
at
Donald
all.
Trump. But I will actually defend atheism because I am a fucking atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist. What's wrong with
Wait,
atheism?
really? Wait, you're what? Wait, run that back. You're an agnostic what?
Agnostic atheist.
Kind of self-contradictory, but whatever. Okay,
How is
we'll
that
go with it.
contradictory? Atheism.
Majority of atheism believes that they reject God as a whole, but you're kind of saying you're a compatibilist when it comes to God, which is just kind of weird. Just call yourself a compatibilist.
Well, I'm a compatibilist in terms of free will, but like if you want to reference specifically my beliefs in terms of being agnostic atheist, that just means that
The term
I don't
compatibilism
know.
doesn't have to be
Hold on,
directly related to
I understand.
determinism.
I understand. But we were referencing that earlier, so I thought to bring that up. Can I please finish my statement? Agnostic simply just means that I don't know what is the cause, right, of existence, and then atheist just means I don't believe in a god. That's all it means. So those two are
So if
compatible.
you don't know the cause of existence, then why are you making the determination that God can't be the one who causes it?
Well, I could say that the specific Abrahamic notions of God, right, are not, but I just say that I don't believe. Atheism to me
That's
means
not.
atheism to me means that I don't believe that a God exists. Not that I don't believe it's possible for any notion of a God to exist. It's possible for a deist notion of God to exist.
Yeah, so you're copping out, right?
What? I don't know what you mean by a cop out.
You're
Acknowledging reality?
So no, I mean it's kind of just being like super PR trained when it comes to religion. I mean, I guess you could do that, just not choose anything and just kind of be the middle person that everybody can right?
When you say PR trained, do you mean that I've had conversations specifically about this topic and I know specifically what to say?
To make yourself the most neutral party, yeah.
Okay, well, because I'm neutral specifically on the position doesn't
make yourself
make me
neutral.
invalid. So you
No,
said
you make yourself
do
neutral.
I have an absurd position?
Yeah, you do.
How is it absurd to not believe that God exists?
Because your moralic compass is based off whatever people like most.
Morals has nothing to do with your belief of whether or not a God exists. Are you referencing you're saying because I've
Sorry, your belief system. My bad.
What belief system are you referencing?
Your belief system is only entailed by whatever the majority of the people that support you agree with.
No, it's not.
Yeah, that's why you choose what is called an agnostic atheist, because your own term is self-contradictory, because you think atheism entails that you reject that there is even a God, and then agnostic means you don't know the serving purpose of why, if there is one, or why there's not one. So in that same context of what you're saying right now, because most philosophers agree with this, is that you're being self-contradictory, and whenever you say that you're agnostic atheist, it is the stupidest sentence to ever exist.
No, it's not, because I just explained to you how I was using the terms, right? I was specifically using the term agnostic to mean that I don't know what led to the existence that we live in right now. And I was using
Parker.
atheist to refer to the fact that, right, I don't believe in the existence of a God. Now, please explain to me under this particular depiction, right, how it's absurd to believe that you, or not to believe that God exists.
How it's absurd
Yeah.
that a God doesn't exist.
No, just to not believe in a God, God's existence. Are you saying that it is not absurd to believe in a God? So any depiction of a God, right, would be not absurd to believe in? So people who believe...
Not inherently, but I think like the majority of choices that are made after that are kind of like a byproduct of stupid decisions.
So then even people who do believe in God don't necessarily hold a depiction of God specifically that is the accurate depiction of God. I mean, you can reference your own views. You don't believe every denomination of Christianity is true. You don't believe every other religion is true. So this idea specifically, well, I mean, it depends on the view that you hold. I was assuming that you were Christian. Am I wrong?
I mean, guess. I don't know. Cool.
So I am correct. So the point that I'm making is that you believe so many other denominations are wrong. You believe so many other religions are wrong. So this idea here specifically that you just believe atheism is absurd, and that's specifically why you support, right, Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, is ridiculous.
Who said
especially because Donald
Trump,
Okay, well then I'll ask you this question. Do you think that denominations can be true simultaneously, even if they have contradictory positions?
Yes.
You just said contradictions can be true sometimes?
So no, subjective contradiction. So just because like someone adheres to, well, you can smile all you want, buddy, but the whole premise of
subjective contradictions. What do you mean?
Yeah, if you would let me explain, are you going to let me explain, Parker?
Yeah, I'm letting you explain.
Okay, great. So yeah, so Christianity as a whole has a bunch of subsects of different doctrines that are followed by different sets of denominations. So you have like Lutheran, Catholic, your Orthodox Christian, Catholicism, and the majority of them prescribe to different doctrines that are subjectively internalized inside of the Bible, making them different. So just because that one or two different doctrines, right, have self-contradictions, the contradictions can be inherently subjective, therefore not objectively contradictory.
But the point that I'm saying is that you think that all of the other ones have to be false because they contradict your depiction specifically.
Yeah, you're assuming that, but that's wrong.
Well, you have to believe that.
No, I mean, you could force me and you could say that, Parker, but like, no, that's not how it works.
Really? Do you think that logical contradictions can be true?
Okay, all right, let me ask you a question then. So do you think,
I would love an answer to my question.
Well, I mean, I kind of reject the premise of your question because it's absurd, but I mean, if you want me to go into that, fine.
You love that word, don't you?
Yeah, because you're absurd.
Appreciate you. Tell me what's wrong.
With the question or with what I want to say?
With anything that I've said.
The fact that you're cornering me into a question that it is just like, it's like the same hypotheticals that you give to random people that kind of like are absurd and not like based in reality.
Did you just learn that word?
No, I really like it.
Thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's actually incredibly true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. And then also, I just saw this. I didn't see this earlier. Zach, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for the God of the Bible is logically inconsistent, cannot exist as described. It's demonstrable within Genesis. It cannot exist as described. That's very true. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Zach. Give me some W's for Zach in the comment section right now. Ugh. So, like, again, you'd like to say specifically that, like, all of these positions are absurd just for atheists, but then you also must think it's, like, ridiculous and absurd to believe something contradictory. Am I right?
Just because, no, that's kind of like a unfalsifiable claim. Just because something's contradictory doesn't mean I don't have to necessarily not like it.
Do you think contradictions can exist?
Yeah, of course, man. That's not what I'm
Okay, so what is the flaw with a squared circle existing?
A squared circle existing?
Yeah. Do you think that's possible?
A squared circle existing? Yeah.
Yeah, like to clarify, what do we mean by a square? What do we mean by a circle? A square has 4 corners, right? A circle has 0 corners. How could it have 4 corners and 0 corners simultaneously?
You can draw a circle with a bunch of squares. Parker?
No, a squared circle in of itself, meaning that it would have 4 sides, or 4 corners and 0 corners simultaneously, which is clearly not
You see how like
possible.
you granted a unfalsifiable claim? Like
Wait,
just
no,
because
no, I
just because
showed you what
I
I
answered
showed you
your
a
question.
contradiction. I showed you a
No,
contradiction.
I
I show you.
answered your question. You literally said, "How can there be a squared circle?" And I literally just told you you could draw a circle with a bunch of squares. Tell me how that's wrong.
Okay. When we're specifically saying a squared circle, what we're saying is that you would then be able to have 4 corners and 0 corners simultaneously, which is clearly contradictory. That's like saying 4 is equal to 0, because 4 is clearly not equal to 0. So if
So you
I
just
mean,
want to throw out nuanced thinking whenever it comes to these types of situations?
what do you mean nuanced thinking?
Well, I mean, like just because you think, all right. So if you find something contradictory whenever it comes to abortion, right, and then you hold those same values, right? You think contradictions are bad, 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 bad. But if you find a contradiction with abortion in your own moral set of beliefs, then what do?
I go to a different standard?
Right. So you come to a different conclusion based on the nuanced information that is given to you. So just because I could say that the other like denominations of Christianity have inherent contradictions, right? I can also use nuanced thinking, right? Like the basis and the core beliefs of each denomination adhere to Christianity's moral compass. So therefore, I can still support it even though it has internal contradictions.
I don't think it was very smart for you to say that you still support it even though it has internal contradictions, because you agree that contradictions cannot exist.
Well,
For
no, I said
for
contradictions can exist.
that's essentially like saying 4 can equal 0. No, it can't. That's not how it
So
works.
so
That's
so
not how that's
Parker,
not how numbers work, right?
Parker, Parker.
You can't say something exists and doesn't exist simultaneously in the same sense of the terms. That's
I just
nonsense.
said they exist. Why are you like strawmanning me?
Well, no, you're saying that you said that contradictions can exist, and you said you believe in
Yes.
something that's logically contradictory, which is incredibly ridiculous because it is the case that you're saying, right? Something can be true and
Whoa,
false.
whoa, whoa.
So
So
you're
you
saying the
say in
same thing
everyday
can be
life?
true and false simultaneously.
So in everyday life, Parker, you go out through life, right? You go through life like you walk down the street, you go through the bodega, you go buy yourself a bagel, but even though the bagel is bad for you, it contradicts what your body needs, and you still buy the bagel? Are you a dum
Contradicts?
dum?
I don't know what you mean by contradicts there.
So okay, so say you go buy a bagel at a bodega, okay, and you go inside there, right? And you buy the bagel, okay, and it has trans fats in it. Okay, trans fats are bad for your body, right, Parker? Can you agree?
That's not what a contradict.
Well, I'm not done. I'm not done.
Let me
No, no, no,
explain
no,
to
no,
you.
no, 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 no,
Let
no.
me explain to you what a
You okay?
contradiction is.
No, I'm not
A
done. Like
contra-
you want to? Okay,
That's
bro.
okay.
Interrupt. Keep going.
It's okay, Bob the Builder. A contradiction
Keep
is
interrupting, bro.
a contradiction is just that A doesn't equal A. That's all a contradiction is.
I agree, but if you let me finish, I would show you why it's an important factor inside the situation.
All right, go
Okay,
ahead.
Parker, do you think that trans fats are bad for you?
I don't know.
Did you
I
like
actually
not go to science class in your 12th grade
I
classroom?
genuinely don't know, but there's probably some small
Okay,
amount of it that's
yeah,
okay.
okay, yeah. So trans fats are inherently bad for you. All right, they block
You mean that you can't have any level of it? Like you can't even have a small little bit of it?
Oh my God, you're really gonna make me go through the gutter with this one. Okay, so this morning you ate a bunch of trans fats, and this lunch.
Can you build an argument for me, Bob the Builder?
Yeah, I'm building it for you. If you keep interrupting, I mean, I would be more than likely to give you one. But if this is what you
Just
kind of
making
do,
sure that it
you
has a
filibuster and
strong
steamroll the conversation
foundation.
to get your way to make like your entire audience believe whatever you're saying. It's so funny to me.
I was just making sure that it had a strong foundation, Bob.
Okay, so this morning, right? You go eat and you had a bunch of trans fats, all right? And this lunch, you go eat and you had a bunch of trans fats, all right? And this now you're at dinner time and you go inside of the bodega to go buy a bagel, and this bagel has a bunch of trans fats, okay? And you go buy that bagel and you eat it. Is that not contradictory to what you believe in, that a bunch of trans fats for you are bad?
That would be hypocritical.
Right. That would be contradiction. Come
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
To what you believe in.
Well, you
but you're
don't
still buying the
you
bodega.
don't necessarily believe. It doesn't necessarily mean that you believe in a contradiction. It just means you're being hypocritical. There's a little bit of a distinction. Sometimes there can be a distinction between being hypocritical and believing in a contradiction.
Correct. So that's the distinction that I make whenever it comes to Christianity.
But you
Thank
acknowledge that you believe in a contradiction.
The majority of the time I believe that I like live in a contradiction. Whenever I
I'll
think
give you an
like, I
example.
wanna have
Can I
fish
give you
today,
an
or
can
if
I give
wanna
you
have a freaking apple?
can
or
I
if
give you an
wanna have, like,
example of hypocrisy that doesn't necessarily entail contradiction? Right? You can say that it's wrong to lie and then you lie. That's an example of hypocrisy, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you are believing in something that's contradictory. Because
Do you think it's better
when
to
you
lie sometimes than tell the truth?
in certain circumstances it would make sense. I'm not
Okay, so
I
there
don't
you
hold the
go.
position that lying is wrong in every scenario. I never made the claim there. So there's no
Okay.
contradiction there.
Yes, because you're using nuanced thinking in gray area situations where it comes to your
It's just
different
that I'm a particularist
determinations.
when it comes to morals.
Yeah, because you choose to do like the most neutral party, so you can prescribe like a bunch of your followers to make you believe in that you're like a decent human being. Like your entire belief system is set on whatever the public agrees with you. You're literally a walking robot that prescribes to a bunch of like false advertisement from whatever like it sucks for me to like look at you because you're like an intelligent human being. I can tell, right? But like you prescribe to this notion that you have to like push out all this doctrine that only a set amount of people follow because that's whatever they agree with, just so you can succumb to like a bunch of people following you. Like it's just it's kind of nasty like to say like, oh, you're agnostic atheist, even though that is self-contradictory in itself. You know this, Parker. Like you literally know this.
I described to you how it wasn't self-contradictory, and I can explain it to you for a third time if you would like. But no, I don't just hold the beliefs I do specifically because people, right, in my audience hold them. I held these beliefs, and then people formed an audience around my beliefs.
And now you guys flip-flop
Right,
on your
like
beliefs.
I'm serious, like genuinely, like I've had these beliefs already. Right, it's not like I had like a bunch of people before I had these beliefs. I was an atheist on lives, debating people with like significantly less people in
3
my
years
life,
ago, I remember.
multiple years ago with like significantly less people in my life.
Yeah,
I did not have thousands of people in my life back then talking about these types of topics. So this idea here that I specifically just have these views specifically because it is the case that I just had an audience is incredibly ridiculous given that
That's
I held
exactly
these
why I
beliefs
said
prior
it.
to that
Because
point.
3 years ago, you were just an atheist, not an agnostic atheist. You rejected the premise of God as a whole. But then 3 years later, whenever you start getting a following, all of a sudden now you're becoming an agnostic atheist. You flip-flopped on your
I
beliefs
was
just
an
like a freaking
agnostic,
coin.
by the way, I was an agnostic atheist then as well.
No, you weren't.
Yes,
I
I
have
was.
clips of you. I have clips of you. I have clips of you, Parker. I don't even know
Of
why
me
you're
saying that I'm just agnostic?
No, that you're just atheist.
Yeah, either of those are compatible.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. I'm an
So
agnostic.
there's no distinction between agnostic atheist and then an atheist?
Well, an agnostic atheist is a type of atheist.
Just answer the question. Is there a distinction between the two?
Yeah, because they're a type of atheist.
Yeah, like I said, you flip-flopped on your beliefs, right? Just because you made it, okay, there's distinctive.
I'm both an agnostic and an atheist.
Yeah, you weren't then, man. You were just a hardcore atheist.
I was both an agnostic and an
atheist. The most
atheist.
evil thing to walk the face of the planet.
I was
and then
both.
now whenever
How about this? How about this? I believe Christianity is false.
That's the better way to say it. Like I don't know.
I already
like,
said that earlier in the conversation. I said that I don't believe Abrahamic religions are true. I think they're false.
That's I don't know. A majority of the atheists hold absurd views. That's all I can
and
really say.
is that still your okay? So do you want to have a conversation? Maybe do you want to tell me specifically what Donald Trump's policies that you like are?
Parts of the big beautiful bill. I like his tariffs. I don't necessarily agree.
Wait, can you tell me what in the big beautiful bill that you like?
I like the idea of it. I think it needs to be revised a couple times, but it's you know that's what happens with every bill. But
Ed, thank you for the $10. Can you tell me one aspect of the bill that you like? Like I genuinely just want to know like a specific aspect of the bill that you like.
no tax on tips. I mean, it has to be revised. I know that like a majority of it's not necessarily like coming into like agreement with everybody thinking like the no tax on tips only happened with cash. I think it should be revised.
It's only $25,000. It's only cash, and it is the case that people already, when it comes to cash, aren't reporting it. So it's not even actually going to be a tax cut for a lot of people.
Yeah, that's
Jennifer,
a lie.
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Fresh into college, going into waiting just so I can make money, so I can pay off the $650 per semester I had to pay. Going in, yes, they do. They definitely have to, especially if it's like a well-known chain food restaurant, which is the majority of people that are working in as waiters. They do have to put that on like paper, and they do have to see how much cash tips that they get in. So yes, that is a big thing because I would have
That's very common. That's very common.
Yeah, 25% of my tips being stricken.
Zach, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Zach, thank you for the $50 for agnostic/gnostic refers to what you claim to know. Theist/atheist speaks to what you believe. An agnostic atheist doesn't claim to know or believe.
Yeah, but you reject the premise of God. That doesn't make sense.
No, I reject the Christian notion of God.
Okay.
I
So then
reject
you're not a
the
true
Abrahamic
agnostic atheist.
religions.
For the love of God, Parker, you are not an agnostic atheist. You just reject the Christian God because you hate Christians.
This guy doesn't know how to listen. I'm explaining. At the very beginning, I said agnostic means I don't know what led to our existence. That's what agnostic means. Okay? That doesn't mean I'm agnostic specifically on the Christian God's existence. I'm
Parker, type in
agnostic and
agnostic.
typical.
Type in agnostic.
James,
Type
think
in
of it
definition of
$2.
agnostic.
Dude, I
I
don't.
literally want you type
Definition.
in the definition of agnostic.
Oh my god, I'm telling you how I'm using the term.
Well, I mean, yeah, but words have meanings, and meanings are kind of like, you know.
Well, like I don't think this has a univocal meaning.
Dude, your subjective internalization of everything is just absurd. This is literally why I don't agree
My
with
subjective internalization, you're saying nothing.
your subjective internalization of a singular word called agnostic, and you're going to try to change and skew the definition to fit your meaning is absolutely absurd.
I'm telling you how I'm using the term. That's all it is. Language, that's how language works. Do you not know how that's how language works?
Yeah, and that's how litigators work. You would make a great lawyer.
And you wouldn't.
And I wouldn't?
Yeah.
I
Push the cap.
definitely would make a great lawyer, Parker. I'm sorry, but against you, I definitely would.
You can keep telling yourself that.
I can keep telling myself.
That seems pretty absurd to me.
I think you're just mad because like a Christian who actually has like half a brain can talk to you about these things, and you still have to like concede on the fact that like of the definition.
Positive.
Of
thank you for the
agnostic.
10. Thank you for the 10 cash app. Thank you so much, Lucas. Thank you for $2. You want me to like question your Christian views right now? Let's do it. Ariana, thank you so much for the $2. How about this? How about this? You're so egotistical. It's unbelievable. Let's have this conversation.
We're running.
I'll ask you a
man.
basic question. Do you think slavery is always wrong?
Modern day times, yeah.
Only in the modern day?
Only in the modern day.
You don't think slavery was wrong before the modern day?
Are you referencing Leviticus when they talk about like slave owners?
I'm just asking, can you say that all points throughout history slavery was wrong? Can you say that? Because I think that's a very easy statement to be able to make. But
oh yeah, 100%. Subjectively, yes.
Subjectively.
Yeah.
But you think that you're wrong.
Do I think that I'm wrong? Yeah.
So you think you're wrong in believing that slavery has always been wrong?
I think slavery is wrong, and I also think that I'm like wrong.
Wait, to clarify, you think that you are wrong in believing that slavery is always wrong?
No, I don't think no.
Because do you think it's objectively correct or okay to engage in slavery in the past under the specific conditions that Leviticus? Oh, it depends on the context.
It depends on the context. I mean, like,
you
okay.
see what I mean? You see what I mean?
Parker,
like now, I think.
Let me. Well, I mean, you could question my beliefs, but here, let me question yours.
Go ahead.
Parker, would you violate a woman's bodily autonomy just so you could save the rest of the planet?
Would I violate a woman's bodily autonomy to save the entire planet?
Yeah, say like the planet was going to explode, but you have to violate a singular woman's bodily autonomy to the most grotesque manner that you could possibly think of. Would you do it?
No.
You wouldn't do it?
No.
So you're just going to let the entire planet blow up?
Yeah.
I guess that's not absurd. My bad. I mean, just let him. Do
you want me to like give you a
Parker, you just told me that you would explode the entire planet just because
wait, in that hypothetical, I didn't explode anything.
No,
I just chose not to do a morally wrong action.
Okay, the cause, right? The cause of the entire like a planet.
What is the? I'm confused. What the point of your? My hypothetical relates to your actual views. Your hypothetical is irrelevant.
Your moral beliefs, like what?
What?
Explain how they're different.
Well, I'll explain, because it is the case that you have particular specific moral descriptions of what you support, particularly enlisted in the Bible, right? Nothing that you're particularly bringing up is comparing to any specific written down things, right? Or things that have been established.
Right, Parker, because you have your own nuanced thinking, and it kind of like adjusts to whatever you believe in on a particular
I think you do too, because you think that slavery is wrong, you think that genocide is wrong, but God commands both of those things to be totally okay in the context of the Bible. God says in 1 Samuel 15:3 he commands Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek, right? And in Leviticus 25:44-46, God says you can own people. In Leviticus 25:44-46, God says you can own people as property and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life, so long as they come from the nations around you and they are not an Israelite.
Yeah, you can spurg and recite all you want. But
okay, so you're just gonna literally slur on my stream. You're gonna get kicked from my stream.
I said,
what happened to love thy neighbor? What happened to love thy neighbor? Don't do that. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How's it going, Parker?
How old are you?
I am 35.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So why so?
So, well, okay. If you think of the world like a big server, more or less, and let's say the United States is its own PvP server, it's got its own rules and things like that, right? Well, you look at, like, for example, anybody who comes here can just go ahead and claim citizenship on birth for their kids. That's like breaking. That's just
Hold up, 1 second, real quick. I just need to clarify with the chat. By the way, he did use a slur. It's a slur that starts with the letter S. It's an ableist slur specifically. It is. There's no reason he should be saying that. Like, genuinely, there is no reason. And I think it's important to acknowledge that that was a slur. Anyone can go back and go into the YouTube and watch it back. It's not okay to say that. And I just want to clarify with people. I'm not kicking him off because I think that, like, he beat me or something like that. It's yeah. So go back and watch on YouTube. It starts with an S and ends with a G. If you want to go look it up, but go ahead.
What did I say wrong? Sorry.
No, it wasn't you. It was the last person.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah. So, but if you think of everything like a PvP server, and it's got its rules and whatnot, well, they're basically bypassing the rules, and so, like, birthright on citizenship for children, just come here and whatnot, or just have a kid here. They shouldn't have that because they are bypassing the rules of the server. If you think of the world as a giant server and the United States being a PvP server, which, I mean, if you look at Asmongold, he says that a lot. I really like Asmongold. And so I kind of draw on a lot of things that he says. But, I definitely think that we had an invasion of our country. It's very evident.
Okay, so can I respond to this real quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So in terms of this, are you saying that you want people to be deported who are in the country
absolutely.
Undocumented, even in circumstances in which they haven't committed, right, a violent crime or a bad crime?
Yes, it doesn't matter. They came here illegally, and even the people, even people who migrated here and did it the right way, they would want them gone. So you have to look at it like that. Oh, and by the way, earlier, you said that the whole thing about God. I was listening.
Before we move on to that, can I please respond to that? So specifically in terms of this, right? You think that anyone should be deported who's an undocumented immigrant in the country? Do you think someone who was brought here when they were a kid, right, and it is the case that they are older now and they are in, like, above 18, do you think that they should be deported, given that they're still undocumented, and it is the case that they were brought to this country when they were a kid?
Yes, because, well, and I'll say why. Because, see, I had a friend who literally married another friend of mine who was undocumented, but he went through the proper channels as a teenager, getting the right things. He actually worked in trying to get it done.
I'm saying they were brought over as an infant.
Right, and that's exactly what happened with him. But he actually went ahead and took the time to get himself documented, went through the proper process while he was here, even though he didn't just sit and do nothing.
Can I ask you a question? So it is the case that he specifically, right, in this circumstance, the individual circumstance that I'm providing you, right, in this circumstance, has no clue, right, who his parents are anymore, because his parents haven't been involved in his life, and he's been raised by someone else. So he doesn't know what country he's from. What country do you deport him to?
Well, here's the thing. So if he would have to be taken care of by somebody, and somebody would, if they are not lazy, would go ahead and get him the proper documentation, or her the proper documentation. And if they don't do that, then I'm sorry, but anywhere. I mean, what did Trump say? He said that we will give you $1,000 and a plane ticket anywhere you want to go as long as it's not here. I think that's that's right on point. So, and by the way, about the whole thing, just briefly.
What do you mean by lazy?
Well, okay, if you've been sitting in this country, I don't know, doing other things and not focusing on getting citizenship when you are able to think and you're smart enough to figure it out. If you haven't done it, then that's your own fault.
Okay, so again, so where should they be deported?
Anywhere they want to go.
Anywhere they want to go?
Yeah, who cares? We'll dump them off wherever they want to go. We don't.
But
You
they
know.
but they don't know, they don't have any other country they grew up in. They've
Okay,
only
well,
ever
where-
known the
where
United
would they
States.
like to go? Hey, it can be an adventure. We're like pick
It
one.
can be an adventure. Do you have no humanity?
I do, but
It doesn't sound like it.
there's plenty of other nice countries in the world.
Yeah, and,
Just-
ones that they didn't grow up in. They don't know anyone there. They don't have documents in those countries. What do you expect they do in those countries?
Start over.
So okay, so if that country does the same thing to them and deports them back to the United States, what do you do?
Well, they can't bring them here. So
Okay, so then what would happen to them?
I don't know. I mean, like here's the thing, right?
Are you Christian?
Yes.
You're
I am.
totally okay as a Christian with that happening?
Yeah. God said to respect the land of the governments that they are in, and those laws do apply.
Okay,
And
so,
you
so,
have-
so to clarify, you wouldn't let someone who violates any law into the country. Okay, well then I'll ask you this question. Why would you let someone who violates the law become president?
Well, I had my objections to that, but here's the thing: I wanted somebody to do something about it, and he was willing to do something, and
But he's a criminal. So if you have this original principle that where you don't let criminals in the country, why do you let them in the Oval Office?
Right. Well, that's because they were willing to. Somebody was willing to go ahead and do something that I wanted them to do, and so
you're willing to support a criminal in the Oval Office so long as that they do what you want them to do.
Yeah.
Gary, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate
Think
it.
of it as a means to an end. Literally, sometimes we have to have people that we don't like, we don't agree with.
I have a question. Would you support Donald Trump or Hitler with Donald Trump's policy?
Donald Trump would be much better because obviously we saw.
No. Let me clarify the question again. Would you prefer Kamala Harris or Hitler with Donald Trump's policy?
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, Hitler did get KO'd, so I mean, the wrong was righted, and so I mean, I don't know. That would be a really hard one to decide because one.
What the fuck? There's no conversation to be had with that guy. That guy's fucking crazy. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, they shouldn't believe in mass deportation. That guy is like actually fucking crazy. I'm sorry if you can't tell, right? A very obvious thing, like you wouldn't support Hitler. Well, then there's no conversation to be had with you. Genuinely, like after I asked that question, I don't know what I could say to this guy. He's a cult member. He totally is a cult member. That's not a genuine actor there. That's a cult member. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Amanda, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Amanda. Vay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Glory, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Rose, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Adam, thank you for the $1. Catherine, thank you so much for the $5. Yes, Santana, you can. Absolutely. All right, let me go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo,
Hey,
what's up? How old
Parker.
are you?
How's it going, man? 37 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why so?
How's it going, man? I saw that Pierce Morgan thing. You held your ground.
Thanks.
Yeah, respect that.
For sure. Yeah, so why do you support Trump?
Overall, I think he's doing a decent job. Now, there are obviously things I don't like that he's doing, but overall, I think he's doing a fantastic job. And again, the American people, voted, and unfortunately,
Oh, I'm
we
so,
have to.
I'm sorry. Before you do, I have to thank someone. I actually didn't even see this. I really apologize. This
I'm
was
sorry about that. My bad, dude.
25 minutes ago. Jordan, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Jordan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Jordan. I really appreciate it. Holy shit. I'm so sorry. I didn't even see that. Thank you for the $25 from a fellow agnostic atheist. Thank you so much, Jordan. Let's get some W's for Jordan in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. As well as Gary, thank you for the $10. Thank you. But yeah, go ahead. About
Yeah,
the
congrats on earning that, dude. That's pretty cool.
have I talked to you before?
Yeah, me, you, and Dean. Hey, what did Dean do with that $500?
I actually don't know what $500 you're referencing, but
Dean got $500 from a random dude named Danny or something. One time.
I actually don't know. But like I am gonna go someone to someone that I haven't talked to you, but I appreciate you coming up. And
Fair enough. All right.
you can go
Take
back
care
in
of
the
yourself,
box
man.
if I can't find someone. You can stay there, but I probably will because there's a lot of guests. But I appreciate you coming up.
All right, brother. Take care.
All right, let's go on to the next person real quick, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are simply just looking for some debates, everyone. All right, let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Meow.
All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I actually wanted to come up to share some news on a couple bills I read recently. Is that all right?
I'm sorry. I do appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. I am just looking for some debates right now. I really do appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. I am just looking for some debates right now. Also, there was like an echo as well. So there was that as well. But yo, what's up? How old are you? I do appreciate
I'm
you.
62.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
But I agree with the other guy. There's some things he does and some things he doesn't do that I don't like. But my first question is would these people, if they were to go over to another
Before you
country
do, I just have a question.
illegally?
Is it possible you could turn off the TV real quick?
Oh, my TV?
Yeah.
Yeah, hang on.
Appreciate you.
Hang on. I didn't realize it was interfering. Hang on a second. You said turn it off or turn it down?
I just turned
Hang
it
on.
off.
Oh, where'd it go? Oh, hang on here. Oh, wrong button. Oh, turn the remote around, right? Okay, here we go. Okay, now you can hear me. Can you hear me better?
Yeah. What's up? What's up?
Okay. Yes, I voted for Trump. I agree with some things he's doing and a lot of things I don't agree with. And don't say that if I don't agree with Hitler, all that either. Hitler and Trump are two different people. Hitler killed people. Trump's not killing people.
Well,
all Trump's trying to do is make the country better by deporting immigrants that are not supposed to be here legally and trying to, it's like California. California has the largest unemployment rate in the country. Why? Because most of the jobs there are held by immigrants. So how would that make you feel if your mom and dad lost their jobs to immigrants that were not properly to be here, and they lost their job to them because they can pay them lower pay?
Can I respond to this real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
These are ridiculous
I'm all
points. One, California doesn't have the highest unemployment rate in the country. That's just you just
Okay,
totally totally
I
made that up.
misread it then.
Also, most jobs in California are not held by immigrants. That was just also made up. And then also like
Okay.
you don't like lose jobs to immigrants. Immigrants create jobs along
How do
with
they
fulfill
how do
jobs.
they how do they create jobs?
Yes, because they actually increase demand for services within the economy, right? So it
Okay,
actually incentivizes businesses
so
to
you
hire
go
more people.
okay, so you go out to a farm where you see say 500 immigrants picking lettuce. How does that improve
Well, I don't think you should.
jobs?
I don't think you should just refer to people as like immigrants as like people who just engage in a certain type of industry. I think that
Okay.
immigrants engage in many different industries. I don't think that you could specify specifically just one industry. And how does that specifically benefit the economy? Right? Every job benefits the economy, as it is the case specifically that it provides more profit specifically than it takes from it. So it's just judged specifically based upon profit. So clearly, if it is the case that people are being hired to engage in that particular type of behavior within the economy, it's likely that it's a profitable particular behavior. So oftentimes, if there is a job for it, that's actually evidence specifically that it's beneficial for the economy. Does it make sense?
Yes, it does. I will agree with you on that. I'm not here to I'm here to debate, but I'm not here to argue. I'm not here to be called a sadist. I'm not here to call you an atheist. I'm not I'm not the type of person that does that. I just agree and disagree on what's going on. It's like me and my wife were supposed to go on vacation. We want to go to Missouri. But with this Juneteenth thing that's coming up this weekend, who can go anywhere?
Oh, what do you mean? Who can go anywhere?
Like, do me and my wife want to go to, say, if we were planning on going to California for a vacation? Would we want to go to California with what's all going on there right now? No, we wouldn't. Because
Wait, I'm sorry.
because oh no, go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
Why? What's
Why
wrong
what?
with what's wrong with California?
No,
And
I'm
what's
talking about
wrong
what's
with
going on now.
Juneteenth?
I'm talking about what's going on now. The protests is what I'm talking about. That's all I'm talking about is the protests. California's a good state. It's just who would want to go to a state where
Well, I
the
live
people
in
are
California.
the people are upset. The citizens are upset with what's going on with their state. But what gets me is why are they willing to destroy their city over it?
Hold up. LA is not being destroyed. I live in LA. Okay.
No,
I just want to say
you
one thing
you
to
know
as it
you
relates
know
to
what
this.
I'm
To
you know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about all the destruction that's going on, burning
yeah,
cars,
I
destroying stores.
I disagree. I disagree with any violence specifically in terms of the protests. I agree with peaceful protests specifically. But you also have
Okay,
to.
so why?
I
Isn't it
also want
okay?
you. Please let me address this.
Okay, sorry. Go
I
ahead.
also you
Go
want
ahead.
to address this specifically like the ICE raids where they're ripping people out of like their communities and families, right? Specifically, federal border
Okay,
agents.
I don't agree with that.
Federal border agents are going into communities in which they're unwanted to go into. We don't want federal agents going to these communities. Right, the governor's indicated this. Local law enforcement has indicated this. Right, they don't have jurisdiction over that because federal border agents can just go in. Right now, they're sending in the Marines. Okay, this is insane.
I
This
disagree
is
with that.
it's deplorable what Donald Trump is doing. Realistically, it's
Right,
deplorable.
I will agree with that. They should not be bringing the military in and all that. The cops should be taking care of it. But it seems that the cops were starting to back off and letting the protesters take over.
Well, because it was peaceful. Because seriously, it was peaceful.
Okay.
Have you seen the video recently where it was the case that like there was like a particular person who shot a media person who was just literally speaking, like the news reporter just speaking,
Wasn't
and
that a
they
girl
literally
that got-
specifically aimed at them and shot.
Was it a lady that got shot?
Yes.
I think I seen something about it. I try not to watch a lot of it because it's what word am I looking for? It's depressing. It's depressing that our world is going through this.
But I just want to be clear. Like it's a news reporter, and they specifically intentionally shot them.
Who did? The military?
I think it was either ICE or someone. I knew it was a federal agent. I can say that.
Okay. Was it the one where she got shot with a rubber bullet?
Yes.
Was it that one or was it that one?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I seen it. And no, I don't agree with that. That should not have happened. But how are they? Well, I guess yeah, you're right about that. That shouldn't happen. She was a news reporter. But I just don't understand
Yeah,
if
that,
you're going to
that's like
protest.
totally unacceptable. I think that we can establish that, right?
Right, right. Like I said, I'll agree with you on a lot of stuff, and some stuff I won't agree on.
Okay, so where we did agree there. Let's go back.
Okay, go ahead.
What was your issue with Juneteenth?
Um, I'm not real quite sure what Juneteenth is for, isn't it? I don't want to say anything wrong to where it comes out a slur or anything like that, because I don't do that. Juneteenth is to celebrate people coming in, right? Isn't that what Juneteenth is?
So
Explain to me what Juneteenth is. Maybe I'm thinking of it wrong.
yeah, so to my understanding, and I also like I would love to bring up like one of my friends specifically, right, to explain this in a manner which would be obviously better than me, but like I'm pretty sure it's specifically relating to like slavery, like the abolition of slavery, right? It's specifically an
Okay.
important day specifically for Black history, right, in this
Yes,
country.
I agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that. But okay, I was on the right track for Juneteenth, but maybe I was thinking of something else. But what I was listening to a debate today on here, and it was for women, Jenny something, and I was listening to a lady that was talking about she's in Missouri, and she's talking about getting her signs ready and getting her masks ready, and all of her friends are getting all their masks ready and their signs ready because they're going to do this big protest in Branson, Missouri this weekend. Well, that's where we were supposed to go this weekend. Now we're like, these people are ruining everybody's where they want to go. You know, I mean, by the protests. If it's a protest that's calm and collective, I don't mind it. But if it's one where they're going to start throwing rocks like they're doing, destroying businesses, looting, burning cars.
What the fuck do you mean by these people in terms of this? So again, like
I'm talking about protesters. That's
yeah,
who I mean.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly insane for you to be like I also like in terms of this, like, just in general, like for you to like make outrage about protesters specifically engaging violently while voting for a candidate that explicitly, right, pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. You're talking about overwhelmingly peaceful protests right now, and you're
talking about
not
the Capitol?
acknowledging a candidate that intentionally pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers, right? This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do. By the way, I just want to be very clear. This has nothing to do with Democratic leadership at all. This has nothing to do with Kamala Harris. This has nothing to do specifically, right, with Democrats in general. We can specifically disagree with engaging in violence in the context of protests, while also acknowledging the point of the protest in the first place, what is incredibly important, and that most people were peaceful.
Okay,
right?
My question
protesting
would be,
human rights violations, protesting people being dragged out of their communities, right? Those types of things are important things to protest. So obviously we want to incentivize people to be able to peacefully protest. And also, by the way, for it to be specifically designated, especially in LA, that like it's not rightful for people to be protesting, right? Especially within areas, right? When it was predominantly peaceful, right? I think is unbelievable and ridiculous. And I think that you should be able to acknowledge that as well, that like this is about suppressing protest and people's freedom of speech.
Like I said, I agree with you on most of it. There's just some things I don't agree with that's going on, like the protesters. Like I said, I don't care if they're calm, peaceful, and everything, but I don't understand why you've got to start throwing rocks at the cops, trying to hurt the cops, when all they're trying to do is their job. Okay. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Can you acknowledge what I just said?
And then I will let you go. I will let you go do the good job that you're doing here because I enjoy listening to you. If you was an ICE, say you worked for the ICE, okay? Would you do your job? Would you do what they're doing if that is your job to do? Would you do it?
What?
Okay, so why would you be an ICE then?
What?
Let me ask you that like everybody else does. If you worked for ICE, okay? ICE, the ones that are deporting everybody, and you were called to do what they're doing, and you knew that your job that you did You were supposed to do deport people. I'm not a great debater, so excuse me. I mean, I can see the way you're looking and all that, which is kind of rude
Olivia,
because
thanks for your share.
I'm not a very intelligent person, and I'm not going to knock you or anything, but you treat me like I don't know what I'm talking about. That's what I don't get about these debates. You can tell everybody what you know, but somebody comes on here and tries to tell you what they know. We're wrong because you guys always come up with.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you're expecting in a debate for me to be like, you're right. Like,
No. I don't expect that. I don't expect that. But I don't expect to be treated like I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't do that to you.
Well,
You see what I'm saying?
well, like, I mean, on certain things, I'm definitely gonna think that you don't know what you're talking about if you don't
Right. There
know
might
what you're
be. There
talking
might
about.
there might be. I'm not saying I'm not the smartest person, like I said. But I'm not one that's going to go out and destroy my city because my protest isn't going the way it's supposed to.
Sure.
And that's what's happening. And that's what's happening in LA a little bit. They're not getting what they want. So let's throw rocks at the cops. Let's injure
Wait. I
people.
just want you to
Let's
be. I
block
just want
off
to
a
be clear.
highway. No, let me finish. Let me finish first because I've let you finish. Block off highways, destroy cars, make it so people can't go where they got to go. All because your protests are not going the way you want it to go. So we'll just destroy our city in our protests, and maybe that'll get us what we want. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Craig, question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you don't like that the protesters are quote unquote
Destroying
turning
their
violent?
city.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
it shouldn't be violent.
But you also said that you don't like that they're blocking the roadway.
Yeah, the highway. What's the
Okay,
big thing
so
about
cool,
blocking a
got it.
highway? People have got to get back and forth
So
to work.
yeah, you're absolutely right. What's the premise of a protest? Like, how do you gauge a successful protest?
You're asking the wrong person. I wouldn't have the
Sure,
faintest idea how to
no
do a
worries.
protest.
I'll tell you, a protest is to engage in a certain set of action that forces a necessary change, right?
Right.
And I can understand your point of view, like on violence. No one is calling for any violence, but if you talk about like blocking the roadways, I mean blocking people way to get back and forth to work, you slow down the actual flow of an area. You slow down the economic flow of an area. You cause people to engage with the thing that you're protesting for, right? It has a point. But Craig, I really want to put it to you like this. Two things. One, um, the protests only turned violent, as you would say, when ICE started to harass people, use military tactics, and then snatch up people's family members, people, neighbors, people's friends. Fred, you seem like a good guy. What if someone came, some random person in a mask showed up at your neighbor's house and just grabbed them? Like you wouldn't want to protect your neighbor?
I would. I would want to
Okay.
protect my neighbor, but I would want to know what that neighbor did first to cause it.
So you're telling me that if a group of guys just showed up into your neighborhood and just start grabbing a bunch of people that you've known for 10, 20 years, you would just say, "Hey, tell me
Okay,
what they did first."
that's different. That's different. I know
How is
what
it
ICE
different, Craig?
is. I know what ICE does. Now, if you're talking about just five guys walking around and just grabbing people, hell yeah, I'd get involved.
But so how do you know who they are? Because they're wearing masks. They're not showing any type of badges or identification. They're just showing
They've
up and
got
saying, "Hey, I'm ICE," and then they're
okay,
grabbing people.
okay. I'll agree with you on that. I will agree with you on that one. Like I said, I'm not a hard person to get along with. I agree with stuff. I don't agree with stuff. I just think what's going on, it's I can agree it's gotten worse since Trump's been president. I will agree with that. There's been times I've sat down and went, I wish I wouldn't even have voted for him because this shit should not be going on. But then I felt the same way when Biden was in there.
Can you tell me one thing that happened under Joe Biden that escalated to the same level that has escalated
I'm not.
so
I'm,
far
I'm not
under
saying
Trump?
everything. No,
No, no,
that's
well,
not what
just
I'm saying.
just listen to the question for a second. Can you
Okay, go
tell
ahead.
me one thing that escalated under Joe Biden the way this has escalated under Donald Trump, or the first time how the BLM protests escalated under Donald Trump?
Okay, your first for Biden. No, I can't read. I don't know anything that's gone wrong with what he's done because technically, to me, he started it when he said, "Okay, immigrants, just come over, just cross. Who
But
cares?
that
We
that
don't
didn't
care who
happen,
comes."
Craig.
Let me finish, please. Who
But you're
cares who
saying
comes
something's
over?
not true, friend. That's not true.
MS 13. They're all over here.
Yeah,
Is it
that's not
okay for them
true.
to be here doing what they're doing, raping and killing our people?
Wait, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I'm
correct.
sorry. So you thinking specifically undocumented immigrants are more likely to commit these sorts of crimes is actually very wrong. Did you know that undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crimes or drug crimes? So this idea that you assume that there's a lot of MS-13 in association specifically with undocumented immigrants
Oh,
is an
Jesus.
incredibly wrong thing to assume, especially because it is the case that again, undocumented immigrants are
I
multiple
don't
times less
assume it.
likely
It's
to
just
commit
what I'm
violent
reading.
crime, drug crime, and property crime in the United States comparative to natural born U.S. citizens.
It's kind of like it's kind of like you. I'm sitting here and I'm watching you read stuff. Okay,
What do you mean?
are you reading anything?
No. I'm
Oh, okay.
literally
It
I'm
just like you
looking at
must be.
my I'm literally
You're looking
looking
at a
at
screen.
I'm looking at myself, or obviously there's
Oh,
the
okay. Well,
chat.
it just looks like when you're talking back, it looks like you're reading something. Is what it looks like. I'm
This
not
is my
gonna.
camera. Here are my two
Oh, okay.
monitors. I have
Okay.
my two
That's what it is.
monitors. So TikTok
Sorry
is
about that.
so I'm just letting you know. TikTok's on this screen,
Okay.
what I'm actually looking at right now. So I'm looking
Okay.
at myself on TikTok.
Okay.
I also have on this screen me on Streamlabs, and I have my notes right where I like specifically write things
Oh,
down
okay.
so that
I'm
I
sorry.
know and I can
I
remember what you
apologize.
said, so I don't have to cut you off as much.
Oh, okay. I apologize.
That's okay.
I was wrong. I was wrong for doing that.
I'll
And
just say this really quick, Craig.
yeah, go ahead.
The reason why I brought up that question specifically is
Mm-hmm.
because Donald Trump is someone who has continued to escalate situations. This is the
Yes,
second
I
time you
agree
can
with you on that.
directly, right. So the thing
But there ain't
is,
nothing I can
Donald
do
Trump,
about it.
it is, it is. You know what you can do, Craig? You can
What?
protest. You can use your
Well,
voice, you can
technically,
use your privilege, you can
I'd have to
actually
do it on.
stand up for,
I'd have to do it on the phone because number one, I'm a disabled vet. Number two, I can't walk.
yeah,
I'm in a
yeah,
wheelchair, so it's kind of hard for me to
Craig,
get out and do that. I
Craig,
wouldn't do it anyway in a wheelchair
Craig, thank you
in
for
case
your
it turned
service.
violent.
Thank
Pardon
you
me?
for your service. Thank you
Oh,
for
you're
your
welcome.
service. And
You're
and
welcome.
even more than that, you can still do that. Literally, maybe about 45 minutes ago, I just got off a call. It was a virtual call for the No Kings protest, which I'm gonna actually be involved in. Right. And so there's other ways that you can get involved beyond just physically getting out and being there. But Craig, if you
Okay.
actually like you see what's happening, and this is just the start, right? I mean, this is the start to what's
Oh,
happening to a country that you actually
I'm
defended.
I'm
Like you,
afraid I'm afraid it's going to be there's going to be a civil war is what I'm afraid there's going to be. Is what it's going to turn into.
Okay, well what do you mean specifically, right, about there being a civil war? What makes you think that? Because this is
Just
not
the way,
indicative of a civil war at
just the
all.
way it's the way our country's being run. Or run.
Wait,
I'm not
wait,
just talking about Trump. I'm talking about everybody. The
if
way
you
everybody's doing everything now.
okay, so let's
It's
address this.
it's
I brought this point up earlier, and I don't think you accurately addressed this. You say it's such
okay.
an
Go ahead.
issue specifically for specifically like violence to happen at protests, but you voted for a
Mhm.
guy who literally pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. Right?
Okay,
Doesn't
and I'll
that
say
sound a
this.
little bit
I'll say this.
hypocritical?
I made a mistake, and there ain't nothing I can do about it. All I can do is protest. My protesting ain't going to do nothing
Wait to
because he's
clarify.
not going to listen.
Oh,
He's not going to listen to me.
wait, do you regret voting for Donald Trump?
Say that one more time.
Do you regret voting for Donald Trump?
At this particular time and moment, yes, I do.
Would you have voted
hey,
otherwise if you could go back in time?
I probably would have.
I'm actually really
hey,
happy to hear that.
If I would have known, or if I could have seen in the future what he was going to do, hell no, I wouldn't have voted him in for president. I would have voted for Harrison.
Okay. Cool. Hey, Craig, real quick,
Yeah.
why is the chat asking me to explain to you what Juneteenth is? Do you know what Juneteenth is?
Oh yeah,
I'm not sure.
he asked earlier and was asking. Yeah.
That's why I wasn't really making any accusations about it and all that, because I'm really not quite sure what it is. I know it has to do with, like he said, slavery. I thought it had to do with immigrants coming over and their freedom and all that.
No.
Okay, see,
Yeah,
I
no,
was misinformed about it.
Juneteenth is the representation of when all Black people actually were free from slavery, because even after the Emancipation Proclamation, even after the Civil War,
Right.
even after the Confederacy won, Black people were still slaves. It
Okay.
took longer before the slaves were released in Texas. And so once the slaves were released in Texas, Juneteenth marks that actual anniversary. It is basically the 4th of July for Black people. We celebrate our independence, we celebrate our freedom, we celebrate our heritage. It's a really big deal. That's Juneteenth.
Okay. Thank you for explaining that. That's all I need. I was misinformed about it. You know,
Yeah,
like I
of
said,
course.
I'm willing to accept that I'm misinformed. I don't know a lot about it or anything. That's why I really didn't push the issue about that. I
Yeah.
didn't want to say anything wrong.
Well, no worries. Listen, Craig, I would say, maybe dig a little bit more into it. And actually, I'll kind of spill the tea here since I'm hanging out with Parker. On Juneteenth is in, I think, in less than 2 weeks now. Anyway, Juneteenth is coming up soon. The weekend after Juneteenth, I'm gonna have a special Juneteenth brunch with my creator panel, where I specifically have certain Black creators talking about Juneteenth, the celebration, what that means. Craig, give me a follow, and you can actually check out that panel, and you can learn more.
Okay,
So
I
it's a
will.
lot to it.
All right, hang on a second. Nope. Okay, I will. I'll follow you,
Yeah.
and I will
All
let
right.
you two go. And I will let you two go. And there's no hard feelings toward neither of you. I like to debate. I like to talk, and I actually learned something.
Hey Craig, I'm really happy to see that you changed your mind. Appreciate you, man.
All right, thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Craig.
That was great.
Parker.
That was great.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro.
Of course. That was great. I love to see conversations like that. I love to
It
see
it
like
you know
end
what
like that.
it was completely opposite than the other guy who was just, I don't know if I can say Shitler isn't worse. Like, what are we talking about?
That was crazy. That's why I kick people off like that and then move on to better conversations right there.
Yeah. All right, I'll be listening. I'll see you later.
Of course. Good to see you. Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Everyone, make sure to follow Santana if you haven't already. Make sure to follow Santana if you haven't already. Santana does lives all the time. Make sure to go watch Santana's lives. Make sure to. We love Santana here. We love Santana. He's a really good friend of mine. Good friend of mine. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Sid, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you so much for Sid on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get the next person up here. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream for the 2,300 people almost. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes real quick, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, do tap the screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Absolutely, I do.
What's your birth year?
Mostly for conservative policies.
What's your birth year?
2006, August.
Okay. Oh, why do you support Trump?
Mostly for socially conservative policies.
Like which ones?
Such as abortion and maybe homosexual like rights and
what
things. Like
wait, what state do you live in, by
standards. Boston, Massachusetts.
Okay, can you name 3 cities within Massachusetts?
3 cities. Well, Boston, Springfield, Orlando.
Okay, come on. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up, pal to you? Hello? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We were just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Bjorn.
Hello?
Hi.
How old are you?
43.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him.
Okay. Why do you still support him?
I think he's doing a great job. I mean, he's over there. I used to live off the 101. He's doing a great job. I think he's making it safer.
How is he making things safer?
He's not gonna let, I don't know, businesses break laws. He's not gonna let just anybody come over the border. You know, anybody could come from any part of the world through Mexico. So that was a problem.
I have a question. So do you think he's making it safer by engaging in ICE raids and, tear gassing, American citizens and shooting, right, Australian news reporters?
Oh yeah, I saw that one. Well, I mean, Trump didn't pew pew that reporter. That was like
Right, but
clearly not Trump
that's
that
people specifically that came
pointed at her.
that's
And
specifically people who came because of Donald Trump. That's one. In terms of this, two, as we relate to this, right? What the fuck? These are people that are being stripped from their communities, right? From their families. People that they've been around for decades, and you're totally okay with that. You're totally okay with people being stripped from their communities, and like that's just crazy to me.
oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I mean,
Is that seriously? You think that makes us safer? How does it make us safer
well,
to
I
rip
mean,
people
we
out of their
can't.
communities?
We just have to enforce laws, dude. There has to be laws.
Okay, if you wanted to enforce laws in the very first place, why did you vote for a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th? Right? What happened to that? Because that seems like a lot of violation of the law that you were willing to be okay with in order to be able to get to this position in the very first place.
Well, the guy with the bear mace is the lead singer of Iced Earth, and that's the first concert I ever went to. So I absolutely support him pardoning that dude.
I'm talking about people who assaulted police officers.
Yeah, he's the one that assaulted the police officer at the Capitol with the bear mace.
I'm sorry.
He's
Are
the
you?
lead singer of Iced Earth.
There's no way. Are you because you went to a concert? You're okay with him just assaulting a police officer after you
Donald
just
Trump said he's a
after
super
you just come.
patriot.
Wait, I thought you were trying to make that.
Nothing you if you're a super patriot, what you do, if you're protecting the president, then it's not illegal. He was protecting his president.
Trump wasn't there.
Yeah, but still, he was like defending his honor.
Okay. So if he went and shot a bunch of people, quote unquote, defending Trump's honor, would that have been okay?
I don't know. That's up to
You
Trump,
don't
I
you
guess,
don't
to make
know?
that
Okay,
call.
you're trolling. There's no way you're real.
It's up to Trump.
I don't
It's up to
believe you're
Trump
real.
at the end of the
Please
day.
tell me you're not real so that I can like restore
Whatever
my.
he says, I'll support.
Can you please just like tell me you're faking it and tell me you're trolling so I can restore my faith in humanity?
I'm sorry. I really, really love Trump. I love him, dude. I love him.
If Trump told you to like slaughter a 5-year-old, would you do it?
Like what? Like a 5-year-old dog? A 5-year-old?
The fact that you asked the question, a 5-year-old kid.
Dang, dude. Am I a soldier with a outfit on, or like, cause that be happening?
I
If I was in the military, then I guess
hope
I'd
you're
have
not.
to do
I
it.
really, Please
If
tell.
I was in the military,
Please tell
I'd
me.
have
Please
one
tell me
for
you're not
sure.
real. Please tell me you're not real. Please tell me you're not real. Please tell me you're not real. Please, 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 please. I'm serious. Please tell me you're not real. Please tell me you're trolling.
Dude, they had to do these things
Please,
overseas already in the
I'm serious.
military.
I'm serious. Please, like if you're actually trolling
I'm
right now,
serious.
like
We were still
I
in
actually
war
need you
with
to
Obama
wait.
as
Okay,
president.
okay. You're
So
not.
people did under
Okay,
his
hold up,
regime.
please, please. Just I need you to restore my faith in humanity. Please.
I don't even judge soldiers. Like I don't.
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. I really hope she was trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you? The fact that they did not, if they were, even if they were trolling, that they didn't break out of like characters like crazy. I think those things are insane things to say. Those are just actually fucking crazy. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much again. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I didn't mean to come up.
Oh,
I
for
don't know
sure.
what I did. I must have hit something.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Abigail, thank you so much for the $1. Appreciate it. Madeline, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for the Galaxy. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Raven. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Sarah, thank you for the $2. Thank you. You know, I might have to get even more elevated to be able to deal with this. You know what I mean? Sarah said I'm not elevated enough to deal with this. I also agree with that statement. By the way, everyone, if you're on TikTok, make sure to follow me if you have not already. We're back on the main account. I'm glad to be back. Glad to be back on the main account. If you're on TikTok, I would also recommend to go over to YouTube. Subscribe on YouTube. Been posting a lot more there. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support
Here,
Trump?
can you give me like 2 seconds?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And what's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
December.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
I think probably if I had to say anything, the economy. I think he does really good with the economy compared to Harris.
Okay. How so?
Well, so when I was pretty young when Trump was first in office, but I remember all my family telling me how good he was. Like they would always talk about how gas prices were so low. And then as soon as Biden took over, it seemed like almost instantly he just crashed the economy and was just not doing a good job. And I did not want that back in office.
Okay. So can you tell me what the Biden-Harris administration did specifically to cause that?
I think they mishandled COVID-19, and I don't think that they pushed out a vaccine fast enough. And I think that when they did push out the vaccine, it wasn't as good as they were saying.
How did the Biden-Harris administration mishandle COVID-19? And by the way, I'm pretty sure the COVID-19 vaccine came prior to the point in which they even got in office.
What do you mean?
I'm pretty sure it came like right before they got in office, right? Or at least that it was already set on track to be there because it was already in testing.
Well, I just don't think that they should have put it out as fast as they did because
What? You think it? Oh, you think that they should have given it out slower?
honestly, I don't think they should have given it out at all. I don't trust the vaccine.
Okay. What reason do you have to believe that? Because I have a 25 plus page bibliography in my bio filled with peer reviewed evidence from medical professionals around the entire world that indicate that the vaccines are safe and effective, specifically just the COVID vaccine. So
Well,
go
the
ahead.
medical
Matt,
professionals
thank
are
you
the
for the $5. Thank you, Matt. What's up?
they're the ones making the vaccine, so obviously they're gonna say it's good.
No, not the medical professionals that made the vaccines are not the ones that were specifically going through all the
They all
studies.
work together. You
No,
know what
no,
they do.
no, they don't.
Well, we can agree to disagree.
You're denying reality.
I don't think so.
Yes, you
But
are. You
let-
literally,
let-
you like actually are. Like
okay.
again,
Well, we're getting away from the topic. We were
the
talking.
bibliography in my bio literally proves you wrong. Like genuinely.
Well, I'll go read it later.
Okay. Well, I don't think you actually will. Sean, by the way, how old are you?
Okay. Oh, hey, Sean. Are we 2v1ing?
Yeah, Sean, how old are you?
17.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. That's very unfortunate.
Come
Yeah.
on, bro.
Yeah. So, I'm confused. Do you like Trump doing Operation Warp Speed?
Yeah, I think it's good.
Do you know what Operation Warp Speed is?
I think it's one of his policies that he's rolling out.
Which one? What is it?
Operation Warp Speed.
Yeah.
Here, give me a second. What did you say it was called?
Operation Warp Speed.
Okay, my computer's not turning on, but I don't know. Can you tell me what it is? Oh, is that a journal? Trust me, bro.
Yeah. So Operation Warp Speed.
Bro, that's a good one.
Was actually specifically the policy that Donald Trump supported to fast track the vaccines. Okay. So why did you say you knew what it was, and you
That's what
say
I
it was
meant.
being implemented, but you had no clue what it was. You were so confident too.
Well, I thought my computer would turn on and I could look it up, but it wasn't working.
I appreciate the honesty. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was wrong. You got me. Or I wasn't wrong, but I didn't know.
But like, why would you lie about it and say that you knew about it when you didn't know about it and you had to look it up? Why wouldn't you just be like, oh, I don't know, I can look it up?
I just said, you just asked if it was good, and I said yeah. And because if I know that Trump did it, so obviously it's probably good.
Yeah, so and you think him fast tracking the COVID vaccine was good?
I'd have to look more into it, but if he did it, I mean.
No, I'm serious. He absolutely did do it.
I know. I'm saying if Trump did it, then probably.
That's like one of the most rare Trump W's is literally the Operation Warp Speed. That's it. That's like the only fucking thing he did that was good. Like one of the only fucking things ever.
Are we forgetting about his tariffs?
The tariffs are horrible. What is a tariff?
It's when you tax imports.
Okay, it's a tax on imports. Okay. Oh, who pays the tariff?
China. Why are you laughing?
No. China does not pay the tariff. Who pays the tariff? It's the American importer who's importing the product. The American business passes that down to the American consumer because it's cost to push.
Bro, you're coping. Trump literally said it. You can go on it, look at his speeches. He's talking about the tariffs and telling us what he's going to do.
And okay, so you think China pays the tariff? What reason do you have to believe that?
Trump literally said it.
Trump is an idiot.
Bro, no, he's not. He's literally a billionaire. You can't be a billionaire if you're an idiot. How do you think he made this money?
He inherited $400 million accounting for inflation from his dad.
I thought it was $1
Keon,
million.
thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
W.
I got you.
Did you say you were going to get elevated for this debate? Is that true? I heard you say that before I joined.
Yeah, in order to deal with you. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20 for the blinker checkpoint.
You want to do it together? I get better at debating when I got my Benjamin. Oh, is that why you're off camera? Bro, you don't gotta hide. I won't judge you.
Bro, you're like 18, aren't you? What are you talking about, bro? I'm 23. It's actually legal for me to do it? Jesus Christ, what the hell? Like, bro, what? Let's go on to the next person. Yes, it did blink. Harrison, you send me money every day to just like be a hater. What's the point, Harrison? Like genuinely. Do you like actually love me, Harrison? I feel like you like me. I feel like you actually like me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yo, can you hear me?
Do you support Trump?
Well, I'd like to talk to you about abortion, like specifically.
Okay. He's not even responding to me. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Also, like literally not even showing up on my screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, I don't know why it's doing this now. I can't like I literally super weird. I'll do it from my phone. Oh, no, I can see it now. Heather, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Yo,
Thank
hello.
you. Of course, Heather, I really appreciate it. Murray, thank you for the $1. Thank you. Absolutely. I have plenty of times and I will keep mentioning on the stream. We just did so. I'm pretty sure at the last guest, I would make sure to go check back on my YouTube stream. That is the best place you can get more information about that. And I did speak about it multiple times. I think it's important too. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
07.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Really? When you were 17? Really? Unfortunate. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
You support Trump?
Not really, but I'd like to ask something about.
We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
That'd be me.
How old are you?
How old am I? I am 35.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, why so?
Well, let's see. I don't want to see American citizens burning down cities like they're doing right now. So I do agree with that. I mean, listen, if you want to go with the Marine Code, let's just say foreign and domestic. So
I just want to clarify. The reason why it is the case that protests are happening is in response to Donald Trump's incredibly authoritarian policy, right? And sending ICE into communities to rip people away from their families, right? And from their communities.
Yeah. Okay, but do you not believe in your? How did you say you was again?
How old am I? 23.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm 35. So let me agree to this. Let's make America great again and say, let's let Americans have those jobs. We need America to have more jobs.
Okay, you understand that like undocumented immigrants being in the country doesn't take away from jobs that you specifically get as well. As does like me being in America, it doesn't take away from you getting a job. Every single one of us grows the economy. We add not only supply but also demand. It's it's multifaceted. You can't just act like only one influence on the economy is going to happen specifically from immigration. There are plenty of influences because we're talking about people who have plenty of influences. As me and you have plenty of influences on an economy.
Yes, I understand 100%. But let's just say, okay, like I said, let's just say this. Let's just say once you keep an open border policy like the Biden did, okay. Once that overfloods itself, there's not gonna be no more American jobs. Let's just say, okay, if that happens, and then we get 30 million people in this United States, where's the Americans gonna have the jobs at then? Where would the jobs be at once that happens? Can you answer that?
Where the job's going to be? So again, in terms of this, if you're talking about, let's think about it this way. In terms of people coming into the economy, right? Not
Yes.
only do they also fulfill like labor requirements, specifically like they go to work and they fulfill job requirements, but they also demand things. So they demand things from the grocery store, things that they buy at like in their daily lives, like everyone else, which also creates demand within the economy, which then creates a higher demand for our overall economy and creates more jobs. So more jobs will exist in the economy because of the existence of a new person in the economy.
Yes. So why can't they do that in their own economy? Let's just say, if they're from Mexico, Venezuela, why can't they do that in their own economy?
Wait, are you
Because
saying?
America is great, right? America's great. Land of the free, home
Wait,
of the brave.
do you disagree with like immigration as a concept in general? Are you saying that like you
I'm
disagree with
not.
someone immigrating to the country?
No, I do not. If you
Well,
come here legally,
okay, wait. So then, how is it any different than you saying that to someone who did go through the legal process? I think that applies to them
okay,
applies to legal and
have you ever been to France?
no.
Okay, so you know what you got to do? You go to France. You got to have everything in a line, in order. You got to have your passport. You got to have everything in order to go over there just to spend a week. So is it not fair the same way when you come to America to have everything in order when we want to go?
It's more than just that. Specifically, to be able to get
No,
into the
it's not
country
more than
legally,
that.
it is.
Where you go with that?
It is because it is the case that it takes on average years to get into this country, right?
Okay,
If it was the case that it was just that you need the ability to be able to fly to the country specifically by having the set right
Okay,
abilities to be
so
able
there
to,
you go.
well then plenty of people who fly to this country who overstayed visas under your view, who are undocumented immigrants, right, who are not in the country legally, right? You think that they should be deported, but is the case that they also meet the prior requirements of like they had all of the set of criteria to fly here.
So let me ask you something. I'm a certified electrician. I'm a lot of things, right? Okay. So let me ask you something. One thing. If I fly to France and but I'm only supposed to be there a week. Let's say I'm only supposed to be there a week, and I come back and I want to stay there. I want to stay there permanently. What should I have to do to stay there permanently? What should I have to do to stay there permanently and work? Because I want to be there, and I'm gonna say, you know what? I like this country. I like being here.
How about this? Let's just clarify this. At least
No,
we
you
should...
wanted a debate. You got one.
Okay.
You just got it from someone a little older than you. Instead of bringing these little 18, 19-year-old boys up and saying, okay, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. They really don't. So if I want to go to France, let's just say I want to go over there, and I like it there.
I think the 18-year-olds are more coherent than you.
Well, you're not okay, because I'm asking you a question. I said if I want to go to France,
I'm serious. I'm genuinely serious. Like the 18-year-old I had on, like genuinely, like could engage more with points than what you've done here so far.
Okay, I'll let you give me some more points and I'll answer them. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's address this. So anyone who's in the country who has not committed a violent crime or a bad crime, why shouldn't they be allowed to like have legal citizenship?
So you said if they didn't commit a bad crime,
yeah,
they
a bad crime or a violent crime, then they shouldn't be kicked out of the country.
Now hold on, say that one more time because your speaker's coming over. I'm not literally hearing you. You're breaking up a little bit, but go ahead and do it one more time. Give me one more on that.
Any undocumented immigrant that's in the country that hasn't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, right, should not be deported and instead should be given a pathway to citizenship that's quick, that gives them citizenship access without having to leave the country.
Should they? That is a very big possibility. Yes. Okay. When you ask me that should be something that should be looked at. Say, okay, you're not here doing something wrong. You're here putting your work boots on, going to work every day, and you're paying taxes. You might be paying, you might have 10,000 illegals paying taxes.
Don't call people that. Call people undocumented immigrants. I just want to say this.
Undocumented, okay, undocumented. You might say you have 10,000 here, and they're paying taxes to the United States government.
So
you are right about
so
So
if that's something you're considering, then here's my point: is that ICE is going into communities in LA and places around the United States, and they are ripping people out of communities who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. People who should not be kicked out of the country, right?
Okay. Well, I just asked you that earlier, though. I just said if I go over states and work, and I have to have the same documentation they do to stay there and work. I mean, you have to have it. You can't just say, okay, because I get a visa going for a week. I can stay there. I'm an electrician. I'm gonna stay here and work, but it don't work that way. In their country, it works the same way. I have to have the same documentation to legally stay. I mean, that's common sense.
So incentivize people to go through the legal process for people who are in the country by giving people a pathway to citizenship where they don't have to leave the country, where people are actually incentivized to do so. Right? This process right now that Donald Trump's trying to go through, specifically by like forcefully ripping people out of communities that they've been in for a while, right? That is not at all a humane process.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying. On one part, it's not humane. Well, now is humane what they're doing in LA right now, throwing rocks at people's windows and protesting the way they are and doing the
I
way.
disagree with any violence, and that especially includes the federal
Well, thank
agents
you,
that are
because I
engaging,
disagree with it too.
and that especially includes the federal agents that are purposefully shooting, right? For example, an Australian news reporter, right, or other protesters there specifically, right, literally just for peacefully protesting. Okay, so why don't we talk about the violence also from the federal agents?
Now hold on now. You're saying peacefully protesting. If you have watched these videos, they're not peace. They are setting cars on fire. They are throwing rocks.
I'm sorry. Most videos specifically are not people engaging violently. Most is peaceful.
Okay.
Most
Well, what are?
most protests are peaceful.
Okay, let's bring up January the 6th then, because I'm a Trump supporter, so we're bringing up January the 6th. So what was that protest? What would you say about that protest? What was wrong with it, in your opinion?
What was wrong with the January 6th? Well, no, what's wrong with that is
Yes.
that Donald Trump literally got people to go to the Capitol, right, explicitly, because it is the case that he said that he won the election with no evidence to indicate that he won, right? Also, it was the case that he pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. So those are incredibly problematic things.
I got you on that, but Donald Trump also did put out a tweet that day saying, "Please lay back and lay off." Did you not read that tweet? He told them people,
And he also said fight like hell. Also you pick and choose specifically when you want to take him seriously and when you don't. When he said he wants to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, you don't take that seriously. But when it comes to this specifically, when he says engage peacefully, then that is it. When he said when he told the Proud Boys specifically to stand by, right? What about that?
Well, okay, yeah, I did read. I have read what you read on that, and stand by. I mean, but when stand by means peacefully stand by. I mean, that'd be saying peacefully stand. Don't do nothing rude and individually. Just stand by and let's see what happens. Right. So can you argue? I mean, you said you like to debate. I'm debating you. Like I said, you're a younger man than me. I love to debate somebody younger. I'm 35. You're how old? 23.
23, yeah.
Don't you say?
I'm 23, but I just what does standby typically mean? It typically means await future orders, right?
Stop until you get an order. Yes, until you get an order to do something. I mean that's standby.
Is he the one ordering them?
Was it? Because you can't even prove that point yourself. You can't say he's the one ordering them. I can't say that.
What does standby imply?
We just went through that.
It implies he's the one ordering. It implies that he made it. It's an order. Just to clarify, it's an order.
But did he ever make that comply though? Did he ever make that comply after standby?
Hold up. I want to finish this conversation real quick. I just want to say thank you real quick to Annie. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Annie. Thank you so much. MAGA, insane humor as defense mechanism. Maybe. Thank you so much, Annie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Also, I have other people that I want to be able to get to real quick. Lilith, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much on Venmo. Heather, again, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Maybe I do. Vincent, thank you so much for the $1. Caroline, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And then let me make sure I get to everything on YouTube Super Chat, and then we'll get back into the debates real quick. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree is in the bio, everyone. And then Josh, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For anyone in Europe can travel to France freely. Yes, to leave the United States to fly to France, we need to get a visa. Hell, my sister got tonsils removed in France while on vacation for $0. Rockin', thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And I'm caught up. Go ahead. Continue. What were you saying?
What was I saying?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go on another topic, okay? So, do you agree with people in California holding a flag that is not American and saying, I support this because, do you agree with that? Or do you say, no, I'm an American, I do not agree with that, and it's not a very peaceful riot. Let's not call it a riot. Let's just call it like you said, it's just a natural.
Do I stand with the peaceful protesters? Absolutely.
Okay, it is protesting. It is protesting. But do you agree with them holding non-American
Withholding,
flag?
yes, absolutely. What?
Okay, so why would you?
Hold up. Okay, hello? Oh, hello? Are you there? You're muted, that's why. Sorry, my microphone unplugged. I apologize. Wait,
You're right.
do you have an issue with other flags being flown in the United States?
No, I do not. If you're in the United States and you're here legally, you can fly any flag you want. But what the problem is, what I'm saying is, if you're here illegally flying it, would that not be a? Let me ask you something. Would you consider moving to Mexico?
What do you mean by illegally flying it?
Would you consider moving to Mexico yourself?
I'm staying wherever my girlfriend is going to be.
Okay. So is your Mexican?
If my girlfriend wanted to move to Mexico, I probably would. Yeah.
So is she Latino?
Yes. My girlfriend is a Mexican American.
Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. But you just said, hold on, she's Mexican American, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're agreeing with her on what point? Or say what? Okay, here's your point. You're agreeing with her on what point of that? Then is she saying, I'm American, but yes, I am Latino at the same time, and I'm agreeing with both sides? Or what are you saying exactly?
What do you mean? What do you mean you agree with both sides? What are you talking about? I'm confused. What you're saying.
What are you applying when you say?
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think Ukrainian Americans exist?
What is it?
Do you think Ukrainian Americans exist? Americans that are Americans that have Ukrainian heritage.
I mean, no. I mean, I'm sorry, no. I mean, you either have American or you want to be in Ukraine. I mean, that's your choice. If you want to be an American, it's your choice.
What about Irish Americans?
Okay, Irish American. Your choice again. If you want to be Irish, you can be Irish. If you want to be American, you can be American.
Okay, so Irish Americans don't exist either.
Yeah, I didn't say they don't exist. I said that everybody exists. I mean, I don't care who you are or what race you are.
I'm just saying that the terminology isn't a thing to you, right?
No, your terminology is wrong too. You're saying nope. You're asking me who exists. Okay, everybody exists. We all exist. We're all human. But what side where do you reside at? Do you reside here in America, or do you reside where you just said Irish America? Do you reside in Mexico, America? Wherever you want to reside at is your choice. That's going to be your choice. That's not.
I'm just really confused how you don't understand this concept. Like how you can't understand that someone can be like an Irish American or a Ukrainian American. Like how can you not understand that concept?
You look at my last name. Look at my last name. Look at my last name. It's Witt. And my actual last name's Witten. It's from Germany. So
can someone be a German American?
Yes. I mean, how could you not? How could you not be a German American? Listen, I'm American because I was born American. My family comes from German because their last name's Witt. It's shortened down to Witt.
Let's have this conversation real quick. Hold up. So then what's the issue with understanding that, you can be an Irish American, you can be Ukrainian American, you can be a Mexican American?
There's no issue in that. I'm not saying that, but listen, when I say what flag do you hold? What problem? Okay, like I just said, you just asked me the same damn question.
Wait. Would you have an issue with a Ukrainian refugee in America holding a Ukrainian flag?
Say that again.
Would you have an issue with a Ukrainian refugee in America holding a Ukrainian flag?
With the war going on right now, no, because that just you're not gonna get me though. But you're not listening. Listen.
What free speech? Free speech? Hello? What do you mean?
Yeah, that's free speech. But you're not getting my point when I just said. When I just literally told you.
What's the issue with the Ukrainian flag? What about a German flag?
The issue is you're not in America. If you live in America, you support America. If you don't,
Wait.
then
Is it okay to do a German flag?
no, it's not because
No.
I just told you. If we live in America, I support America. That's where I
So
live.
the only flag that you can fly is an American flag.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What
They
about
are
what?
people.
Okay. So do you
They
agree?
are so many.
I have a
They
question.
are.
Do you agree? Do you think that people should be able to fly a Confederate flag?
If they want, if they're from the South, they want to fly. That's up to them. I mean, that's a Southern thing.
I just don't believe people are real. I don't understand, dude. What is going on? What is happening on my stream today? What is going on? We are like 2.5 hours into my stream, chat. Today's been unhinged. It's been unhinged. It's actually been unhinged. What is going on? Has it been like this all day for everyone, chat? Like for other lives that you've seen, or is it just me? Is it just me? Is it just Parker's stream today? Is it just Parker's stream today? What is going on? Rodney, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If Trump would remove ICE in the military, these protests would dissipate. It's Trump that's causing it, for real. Dean said yes, it's been like that all day. Wow, that's actually diabolical. Christian, thank you for the $1. Danica, thank you so much for the $5 for check out Cody's following list. I'm actually not surprised that I got a message about that. I didn't see that until now. Lila, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. The box act's so weird. Sometimes. Yo, what's up, Howdy? I might just pull people up from the chat.
31.
Yeah. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Do you support him?
I mean, yeah, I have for years and years.
Do you still support him
It's
today?
getting hard.
Harrison, you're obsessed with my lives, Harrison. By the way, I can't hear you, Vince. So
Can you hear me
do you
now?
still support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I guess somewhat. It's kind of weaning. I just kind of.
Here's my question then: if you could go back in time and you had to vote again, who would you vote for?
Oh, I mean, I don't. I guess Trump. I guess. I mean,
Why so?
so I guess so. Maybe my perspective is just changing on politics altogether, but before I felt pretty confident that, he was somebody to change something. Maybe it's just a vibes, the more I hear all the Trump supporters that have been coming on, makes me feel less and less confident. But I felt like, at least it was a shake up to the system, from like 2016 on, like it's something different. Things are changing. At least he's not what we've always had. And maybe once people get in power, they become what we've always had. But and maybe that's not even true because he seems even crazier now. But before it was like, I guess how do you get out of your head like Biden was obviously mentally declining, all the
Biden did have cognitive decline, so did Trump. And also, if we were to compare the cognitive decline of the candidates, Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, clearly Donald Trump had more cognitive decline. So, I mean, if you actually cared about cognitive decline, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. Hannah, thank you for the $5. Caitlin, thank you so much for the 5 Canadian. Thank you so much. That's crazy.
I guess it's more of like a overall, like maybe this is just something that I've had that's like it's but like I always had a feeling of like maybe it's just what I've been exposed to, but like trying to articulate it. Yeah, I had all this time waiting, but I hadn't thought how to say it. But like there was people were lying, like Hillary was untrustworthy, right? Back then. That's at least what was in my head at the time. I'm
Donald
like,
Trump
all
has
right, so
30,000 confirmed lies in his first administration. If you want to talk about lying, how we talk about that, or like how about him lying about the results of the 2020 election?
yeah, I really can't defend that. Like I said, this is like a low information kind of vibes. I'm assuming this is how a lot of people feel about this, but it's like there's a problem with the system, and he's outside the system, and that's something that we're going to rally behind because we're not happy with the system. So fighting against that narrative, and then like untwisting that in your brain when you have no time to actually look into all of these things, just kind of having a vibe, you know? I don't, it's hard to,
Okay. Okay. You just have like a vibe. Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
You don't have
I
time to
would
look
say
anything.
that's
You
what
just have a
most,
vibe.
I would say that's what 95% of voters
Is
have,
that what it's
is
like for you?
just a vibe. Yeah, that's what I would say. It's not something that we all look into actively. And I guess I would like to have a couple sticking points of information
So just a vibe. So just to
that you
clarify,
could nail down.
so to clarify, you think having just a vibe is enough to vote for someone? Like, what do you think? What do you think this is like supporting sports teams?
No,
You think it's like supporting an
you know
NFL
what?
team?
I would say it is akin to that, sadly, because, I know you spend a lot of time looking at all this stuff. Like this is your
Wendy,
job,
thank you for the description.
basically.
Thank you, Wendy. Yeah.
But for a lot of us, our job has nothing to do with politics and looking into all this stuff. And we all just absorb other people's information, and it's all narrowed down to some
Yeah.
little tiny thing. Like,
So like here, I got you. How about you think a little bit more critically? That's what I'm trying to get you to do here. This is the point of these lives, right? Is to get you to be like, take this normal vibe based mentality, right, and just turn it into a mentality where you have to critically think and question your belief system, so that you don't have these particular politicians getting in office because people don't want to critically think about the things that are happening right now. Appreciate that, mustache. Like, critical thinking
right.
is
Well, yeah.
incredibly important. Research is incredibly important. If you're not willing to engage in any research or critical thinking, well, then yeah, you're going to believe in insane things. You're going to believe in conspiracy theories and things that have no evidence, right? And that's going to be very prevalent within your entire ideology. And you're going to be very susceptible to people like Donald Trump telling you everything that you want to hear and lying to you and conning you. And that's exactly what he's done. He said that he was going to stop the Russia-Ukraine war day one. Did that happen? Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Colette, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Right. Yeah. I guess, yeah, like after watching what has happened, like, there's like a cognitive dissonance that I've felt that's like, I felt very confident about him before. And maybe that's based off of my own life circumstances when he was first in office. I'm an electrician, just like that crazy guy you just had on. And my life got significantly better while he was in office. And maybe I associated that with him, but now it's like it seems like a totally different person that's in office. And when I listen to him talk, it just feels different. And I'm trying to, like, when I see it says, do you support Donald Trump? Yeah, I mean, I have, and I have, and I have.
But do you now is the real question. If you could go back in time, would you still have voted for him? Is the real question.
Right.
Do you
Like,
still
yeah,
have
right
that
now,
level of support?
probably not. No, like it feels Right. So I guess I don't have much of a debate with you, but I do have like a,
So you wouldn't have voted for Donald
I
Trump. Who?
am one of those people that you would have debated like a year, 2 year. Well, I don't even know because 2020 seemed kind of crazy to me, but
Yeah.
say 2020, I would have debated you hard as hell. Like I was all Trump all the time, and I just kind of haven't followed politics as much, and I'm just listening to you talk to all these other people
It's just being
and
like
everybody that
open to these
supports.
ideas. That's the point. It's just being open to these ideas, being able to critically think, not just basing it upon just like whatever's a vibe. Because originally, just basing it upon whatever's a vibe, yeah, you might end up on a team that's clearly not in support of your actual true values, given that you thought about it.
Right. So how do you overcome like everybody around me, I would say, is a Trump supporter, and I have been for a long time, and I'm probably like I'm not as much as I used to be because I see what's happening, but how do you like w- I don't even know how to like piece this together, but how do you overcome all these biases that you've had for years and try and articulate them to other people that have all the same biases as you? Because I hear people talking now, like at work, like I'm a construction electrician, right? I'm a union electrician. It's funny because that's like supposed to be democratic, but it's super, you know all right wing. And when I hear people talking about stuff now, and it sounds kind of crazy, like what I hear people saying, and I don't even know where to begin to be like, oh, that does sound crazy, but I don't-
Okay. Yeah.
like I
So
said, I'm
like
an
here,
amateur.
it's pretty simple. Pretty simple answer. Research and critical thinking. Genuinely.
Right.
Everything's gonna everything
Yeah.
everything else. There's gonna be niche things. More things you can go into specific to each of those things. But the basis of everything is just research and critical thinking, self reflection, things like that, on your own belief system. Don't just accept things because you feel like it. Because you feel like it is not a good standard for like truth, especially when we're talking about right. Like things that have occurred, descriptive claims about reality.
So do you have a couple good sticking points that would help people like me or people that are even like further right of me that would be like, hey, just so you know, he did do this crazy thing. Like I've tried to talk to somebody that's like super far gone, like goes to rallies and like does all this stuff, but it almost feels like I'm sacrificing a relationship if I'm going, like, hey man, yeah, I don't, I'm not really that into Trump anymore. You know,
Well, like you should
I'm
have
trying to
relationships
like,
where you can have those types of conversations. Doesn't
right.
doesn't that sound incredibly divisive that you can't believe otherwise? That sounds like a cult. Like if you genuinely think about it, like the fact that you can't show any type of dissent without it possibly threatening the relationship, right? And and,
Right.
and,
Yeah,
and we're
yeah,
not
for
talking we're
sure.
not we're talking about something that's like non we're talking about something that's like it's not like you're you criticizing your beliefs is harmful. You criticizing your beliefs is incredibly good, right?
Right. And I do that, but I am surrounded by like my whole family, like I said, I'm a construction worker, it's very, I'm guessing you haven't been on a construction site, but it's very, very red. And yeah, like I guess it was disingenuous to like jump in here and be like, yeah, I'm a full-on Trump supporter, like,
Well,
but I have been for a super long time.
so I will get you here.
And
I would recommend to keep watching my lives. Like I still think there's a lot to grow from the position that you have right now in terms of your belief system, right? Especially to like maintain, right, like a long term, engagement with these types of topics in a meaningful and a positive way. Because like I obviously think that like that like you're open to that. So I think that I think you should like watch the lives. I think that's the best thing for you right now. So.
right. So how would I how do I do that to people around me? How do I like put them on this? Like it just happened to me by accident. I accidentally listened to somebody that made sense that didn't sound super right. And like I heard some other point of views that was like, oh, holy shit, yeah, he is doing all that shit. Obviously, I don't think that's really critical thinking, and it's still me listening to somebody, but at least it like kind of it was it didn't feel as like dissonant in my head. Like I wasn't like, you know, I, it just felt better. And as let me just stop talking. Yeah, yeah. If you have any like sticking point, okay, so just for example,
All right, I am gonna
trans
go.
prison people in jail,
Here,
trans prison sex changes. What is the best fucking knockback to that?
what?
People in prison, trans people in prison are getting sex changes. That is actually a huge sticking point, right? And it sounded like such a crazy thing to me. Like,
What?
why is that a issue?
Yeah. What's the issue? That people get sex changes.
Yes, exactly. But
Like in
yeah,
terms
if you put yourself into
like
the
okay,
perspective,
let me clarify the terminology. I don't like the terminology because I don't think it's very clear, and I just use it. I don't think I like the
true, fair.
terminology. Right, we're talking about, you're saying people getting gender reassignment surgery. That's what you're
Yeah,
referencing.
sorry. Right. Yes. That actually was a huge sticking point in the election, at least on a construction site. You hear, oh my God, all these prisoners are getting, I'm sorry, gender reassignment surgery,
Yeah.
right? And that was an unhinged, crazy thing that these insane leftists are doing. And to me, in
Let's.
my head, I was like, how many people are actually doing that? Like, it didn't seem important, right? But how do you actually like articulate to someone, hey, that's not real. That's not something you need to care about. Like, how do you articulate that to somebody that is in the mindset of like, that is super important and I'm going to vote based on that? How do you change somebody's mind on that?
Yeah.
Because I was never that big about it, but I heard it a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so how do you change someone from being bigoted is essentially the question. There's not a one size fits all for changing every single person, right? What's going to be convincing to the person you're talking to, right, in terms of this perspective might be not, but might be not convincing to the other bigot you have a conversation with. That's why it's
Right.
important that you have these conversations, that you listen to these lives, because it gives you examples of so many different conversations in the route in which it can go, right? Where it can give something that's applicable to your own daily life that you can use, right, in your own family situations. Are there circumstances where you can't convince someone, where they're so ingrained into their bigotry or into their lack of critical thought where they're not like willing to change their mind? Yes, that does exist. That does happen. It genuinely does. But right, if you apply these different types of arguments, apply different types of things that you think could be convincing to someone, right, you can change their mind over time, as you've changed your mind, as I've changed my mind. People can grow and change their mind given new information, right? Sometimes they have to hear it in different ways in which, right, you wouldn't have thought prior, right? And there's no
Right.
one size fits all with everyone. But
Right.
there are
Yeah.
things
Okay.
that generally do like convince people, and there are things that generally convince others, but sometimes they're not convincing to everyone, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I know I've been on here for a while, but
All right,
yeah.
I appreciate you
Okay.
coming up. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. You do support him. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, Zoe's Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. Also, make sure to like the stream on YouTube. Annie, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube super chat. Thank you. Make sure to like the stream on YouTube. I think we have about 1,000 likes almost on YouTube. Let's try to get to 1,000 real quick, everyone, for the 2,300 people on YouTube. And if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Mallory, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, what month?
October.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I believe he aligns with my values more than the left.
Okay, how so?
I think as a white man, he Since I'm a white man too, he represents my views on border more. I
Wait,
mean,
why do you say as a white man? That's so fucking cringe. What are you, a
because
groiper? You had to specify that you're white, dude.
I mean, I am white. I think that's very relevant with identity politics.
What was the point of that? I mean, Donald Trump is orange, so I'm confused.
Okay, well, whatever. I mean, you can say whatever you want, but I mean, I vote.
I mean,
I
do you see him in his mugshot, dude?
Yeah, it's a spray tan, bro. So I mean, I'm just saying he represents my view. I mean, more. I mean, he could probably be more strict, but
So
overall,
why'd you start the live as like as a white man? Like, please explain it. I genuinely want to hear.
because I think it's relevant to
Why?
my views.
Why?
Because I mean, what do you mean? It's my race. It's my gender, and I think that's connected.
Why is that connected to your values? In terms of being white.
Because I value my race.
What do you mean?
Because I like being white, and I think
You're not like wait. What do you mean you like being white? You're not just like indifferent to it?
I mean, I think it's worth being proud of.
Oh, so you're proud to be white? Why? You just happen to be white. Are you proud to have like a certain eye color or like what a certain way that your fingers look or something? Like, dude, that's just a certain aspect of you as a person, right? That what you didn't choose anything. What is to be proud of?
Why black people can be proud of themselves. I mean, Asian people can be proud of themselves. Hispanic, you see that all the time. Black pride, Asian pride.
Yeah, you're talking specifically people who have shared culture, and the fact that there specifically is like marginalization. There isn't marginalization because you're white, right? So there is no specific like culture or anything that you'd specifically be able to relate to with anyone else who's white that would make it relevant to any of these types of arguments, right?
Wait, I mean, that's what I mean. I mean, white people are on their way to become a minority, I think. Like,
what, you think white people are in the United States are a minority of people in this country?
By 2040, yeah, 2040s.
Do you think that's like a white genocide or something? You fucking weirdo.
I mean, you can call it a genocide, but this is our country, right?
Really
white
cringe.
people.
What do you mean it's your country? No, it's not white people's country. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Why? White people found this country.
You just advocated for an ethno state. You said it's white people's country. That's fucking disgusting.
What, Israel as an ethno state? Most people support Israel.
Yeah, and that's bad. I think that's bad. I think ethno states are bad.
I think we can agree on that.
You gave an example of an ethno state that's bad. Yeah, get off my. This is like actually disgusting. Like genuinely is advocating for a white ethno state. Like genuinely, that's so fucking disgusting. Get off my live. What a weirdo. Like seriously, what the fuck, dude? What is going on today? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello. I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump, like mainly because of his policies.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, what month?
11th of August.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Mainly because of his like economic policy.
I actually don't believe I don't believe you're old enough. I'm sorry. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, can you hear me?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2003.
And
Today's
you're
my
how old?
birthday. Yeah, I'm 22 now.
Okay, nice. Why do you support Trump?
Okay, so I'm actually open to having my mind changed. So I want a civil debate. Can we touch up on?
Oh, I forgot to say happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you.
My brain just didn't even think. I'm sorry. That's crazy.
No, you're good,
Go
bro.
for it.
It's fine. I kind of want to touch up on some of the stuff you were saying earlier about immigration. Is that fine?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what's your issue with what Trump is doing with ICE as far as like immigration? Like, what's your issue?
What's my issue with ICE? That ICE is going into communities and stripping people from their families who should not be deported, who should not be stripped away from their families and communities, especially
Okay.
without due
Well,
process.
Well, I have a follow-up question. You do realize that Trump is having lower daily deportation rates than
Deportation.
both Biden and Obama did. So where was the outlash when they were deporting at higher rates than Trump was?
You're wait. So where are you getting this data from? One, two, and then as it relates to this, you're disproportionately the deportation specifically is people who are not committing violent crimes or bad crimes. But
Well,
please provide the, and then also
well,
and
because
then
I
also
researched
and then
it.
also due process is also important.
So Trump is
And also
on
the
a daily.
process in which they're doing so, because like they're literally going and just kidnapping people. Like seriously.
Okay. Well, I'm not, and I'll admit that like I'm not as educated on the way that Biden, for instance, had gone about it, but he averaged around 700 deportations a day, and you can look up how many that he did in his full term. And Trump
By the way,
right now,
I just want to be clear. I'm not saying I agree with every single person that was deported under the Biden-Harris administration, but I definitely do think that it's better comparative to Donald Trump, especially one because deportations right are going through a context of actual due process, right? And secondly, like it's not as harmful as we see here in terms of the types of ways in which it's implemented, right? And it is the case that we can reference specifically, right, that it's not as much disproportionately non-violent
okay.
individuals.
Can I tell you kind of a perspective from Trump supporters as far as how Trump is doing his immigration? Is a lot of Trump supporters are actually upset because they're like, why is Trump getting such low numbers? Because their big thing for putting him into office, like his main driving force in this campaign, was dealing with immigration, or what do you call? You don't want me to say illegal immigrants, but people that are here undocumented. Okay, there you go. Undocumented. That was like kind of the main driving force of his campaign. So a lot of Trump supporters were like, okay, we're only getting like 600 a day average here. That was kind of like the drive of your campaign. What's going on there? But you look more into it, and they said that primarily they're targeting the dangerous individuals. But I'm just kind of wondering
that's not
why.
even what's happening.
Okay, and I might be wrong, so I'm here to learn. You know, I'm not gonna sit here and. But I mean, he's really not getting that high of numbers, and then I'm just kind of wondering. You were saying like, okay, well, I might not agree with what Biden when he was doing it, but he was deporting at higher numbers, and we don't see the media coverage on him pointing him as like we don't see
you're not addressing. There's a different process, and specifically in how it was occurred, right? Also, there was a different flow of people coming to the country, so oftentimes what you're referencing is like again, right, at a different point in time, right? Whereas Donald Trump's going into communities, right, and stripping people of those communities, right, rather than it just being based upon the process of someone trying to come into the country and it being limited, and also due process. Like I've said a million times, right? Like, do you just keep forgetting me saying that almost?
Okay, well, can you break down to me how it was different in Biden's approach versus what Trump is doing, and why there's more an evil intention in what Trump is doing?
Have you
versus
heard anything that I've said so far?
Well, can you touch up on what you
I'm
mean?
just asking, have you heard anything that I've said so far?
I'm not trying to get like personal.
No,
you know what I mean?
I'm not asking anything personal. Have you heard anything that I've said so far?
Are you talking about previously or like in this conversation with me?
In the conversation with me right now.
Okay, you're saying due process.
What else?
Okay, then can you further elaborate?
You weren't listening, were you?
Well, I was more so trying to get my point out, so and then we can go from there. Do you know what I mean? Because I mean, I'm not like a debater. You know, I hopped on this with no preparation, and I'm kind of like, do you know what I mean? Okay. I'm not experienced, so can we just go off of now?
Or we're going based on things that you chose to bring up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. This is something you chose to bring up.
All right.
So do you understand where I'm bring up what you were saying? Do you want to bring up what you were saying? You said you wanted to say what you wanted to say real quick.
No, I had already said it. And then I was asking you what the difference between Biden's process versus Trump specifically that would make it less evil than what Trump's doing because he had higher numbers of deportation.
Yeah, one it's at a different point during the process. For Biden specifically, there was more people coming to the country because of economic insecurity that existed specifically at that time. So it's at a different point in the process, right? Specifically. Also, do you know what due process is? Let's just clarify real quick.
I know what it means in a general sense, but not applied in the context of immigration. So can you explain? Can you educate me on that?
Yeah, so there are certain rules set up for law enforcement and for the court system specifically that give everyone who's in this country, right, a right to due process, right? Every single person. It's not just specific to United States citizens, it's everyone. And there has to be a court process to determine specifically like what happens for an individual, right? And if there's not a court process to determine specifically like what happens for a particular individual, whether or not they are rightfully specifically like in the country, well, then it is the case that they were not given a right of due process, that they are like literally legally and granted or legally granted by the Constitution.
So they would be legally granted to that even if they were undocumented?
Yeah. Yes. A Constitution guarantees everyone who's on in the country, right, due process. Push the club victory.
Even if they're undocumented? That doesn't seem right.
Well, that's what the Constitution was. That's what it does. If you disagree with aspects of the Constitution, well, then you can say you disagree with it. But that's the Constitution. That's what it ingrains. And that's an ingrained aspect of the Constitution.
Okay. I guess I'm just so, but in Biden's method of deportation, how did he implement due process in his way of deporting people versus Trump not doing it? Like, I guess I'm failing.
Trump is trying to circumvent the court system specifically through executive actions and by using specific laws on the books that he thinks if he interprets in a specific way, that he can just like through executive action like be able to get people out of the country quicker without going through the court system.
Okay.
Because he thinks going through the court system will take too long.
All right. I mean, it's something that I'm definitely trying to look into more, especially because I feel like more of the issue with illegal immigration is more so with like the asylum seeking process is kind of like messed up and all that. But
so then why did Donald Trump call for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have like helped the asylum process? Rosen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you, Rosen.
Well, he did it because he wanted immigration to be a staple of his campaign. So he did it for selfish reason. And I can acknowledge that. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say every politician is perfect because you know what I mean, right? But
okay. So
yeah, I don't know.
Is there anything else you wanted to talk about or go over?
No, I mean, that's fine. I prefer Trump out of the two, but there's a lot of things I disagree with Trump about. So, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm just a ride or die partisan guy. And I'm pretty much in the middle on a lot of topics. So,
what leans you towards Trump? Because clearly, like the like immigration policy, clearly he's not upholding that, huh?
Well, no. So yeah. If I had to think, I mean, this is just a lot, bro. I'm not like a debater, so for me to just, I think I agree with him more on certain social issues. I think that's kind of what politics is kind of dumbed down to for a lot of reasons. Like,
what social issues?
I mean, it's tough because I'm kind of back and forth on it too, but abortion's a big one. I mean, it's so like cliche, but the whole like women, the whole sports thing and all that. I don't know.
Okay, can you name one single trans person, right, in women's sports?
No, I mean I can't. But so that's
then
the
why
thing,
is it an issue for you?
Because I mean, I hear the arguments of the other side advocating for it. So
Did you know that there are literally more sexual assault allegations from different women against Donald Trump than there are trans athletes in the NCAA?
Yeah, but even the fact that there's more than one.
Okay. So you understand that especially after multiple years of HRT and you're not going through a male puberty, it is the case that like the biological advantages that you're specifically referencing that exist, right, that create an unfair biological advantage don't exist. They simply just like don't, right? So this
Yeah,
narrative
and
that you're
I heard
creating,
you talk.
one,
Sorry.
isn't actually like based in any evidence.
I mean, and I heard you talk about this on Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
But I'm just not sure I agree, because if, let's say you were to get someone like let me think of a freak athlete. You know what I mean? Like if you were to grab someone like LeBron James and he were to go through HRT, do you think that even with HRT done at the appropriate level that you would instruct would be valuable for them to still participate in women's sports? Do you think somebody like LeBron James wouldn't have an advantage despite that?
You understand that like you could give specific examples where it is the case that like you might not think that something like that would be the case, but we can give you examples where after multiple years of HRT, it is the case that we see huge distinctions, right? Like for example, right, we can see the distinction between people, right, prior, for example, with Leah Thomas, right? Leah Thomas, prior to the point of the usage of HRT, right, was performing what's it called, better in men's leagues, right, comparative to how she's performing in women's leagues.
Okay. I don't know. I just don't know if I buy it, because, and I don't want to come across as transphobic, but when it comes about sports, I just think that there's certain things that men have an advantage of. And if it was something like UFC, I wouldn't want to see, even with HRT, somebody that was a biological male fighting a woman. That just wouldn't feel right to me. I mean,
Wait, so again, after multiple years of HRT, right, it is the case that these particular unfair biological advantages don't exist, right? So if you could give me a specific example where you would be like you don't think that you'd be okay with it in that specific example, well then how are you to say that comparative to the person that agrees to the match? Like they're both consenting adults. You know that in order to engage in fighting, right? That's like a consenting match, right? Hello? Push the paper crane.
sorry, my low battery popped up. I mean, if you're gonna talk about something like a fight, then maybe they would agree to that. But I'm sure that they don't even handle who they're potentially going to be matched up with. But if we're talking about something like basketball, I mean, you don't really agree to that. Do you know what I mean?
Okay, you still have yet to give any examples. Also, in terms of basketball, you have yet to provide any good evidence that specifically after multiple years of HRT and or not going through a male puberty,
Okay, what about
that
average
any of those
height?
particular unfair biological advantages are prevalent insofar as that it would be like unfair for trans women to be in
Would you
women's basketball
concede
leagues.
that? Would you concede that there's a difference in average height between sex?
Wait, being taller isn't. Wait, there are for most athletes, right? They are taller specifically when it relates to basketball, comparative to the average person. So
Okay,
already comparative to the average person, they have a biological advantage of being taller.
Okay, but in general, is there a difference in height between the sexes?
Yes, generally, slightly.
So there would be more likely to be like a 6'8" biological male versus a female.
Wait, I'm confused how you're using height as a relevant difference, as that doesn't make it unfair.
Well, because what if there's an influx of transitioning biological males that were all 6'8"? Then there would be this.
Wait, then why can't you tell me any of their names?
Well, I'm just giving you a hypothetical because these are boundaries that you guys are pushing to open as far as involved in women's sports. So this could be something that could genuinely happen. Isn't that something to talk about?
Wait, I'm confused. I'm confused that like where all the trans people are going to come from. Trans people have been competing for years, right? This idea that like trans people are going to pop up out of existence, right, that didn't exist prior, right, and are going to be competing, right, at this degree, in which is going to be so unfair, right, that doesn't currently exist now. It's just ridiculous because trans people exist now, have
Well, I
existed.
mean, it's still new, isn't it?
Trans people are not new.
Yeah, but as far as like the talk of them in different sports is new, right? Somewhat new.
Because of people like Donald Trump that explicitly don't want to have conversations about their own economic policy, so they try to get the bigotry of people against the trans people to scapegoat trans people as the problem rather than to address the real problem as Donald Trump. Trans people are not a problem. Trans people shouldn't be this problem that
I agree
that
they're not a
Republicans are
problem.
making, right? And it is the case that like it is horribly disgusting that Republicans are doing this to distract away, right, from their horrible and destructive economic policy, right? Because they're trying to scapegoat and identify, right, immigrants and trans people, right, as a unifying cause, which is actually a tenet of fascism within the 14 points of fascism.
Okay, and as I said, like I'm not going to agree with everything on the Republican side, but we were on the talk of social issues, so that has nothing to do with the economic issues. I'm not trying to distract from that or anything. I'm not trying to do like any snaky tactics here. I'm just trying to have a conversation about concerns that I have. Do you know what I mean? Do you know where I'm coming from?
Okay. So like, give me the motivations for why you vote for Donald Trump, because I don't think that's a good reason at all to vote for Donald Trump, and you brought it up as a reason to vote for Donald Trump that you thought was good.
Well, I mean, I was just talking about different social issues, and then that was one that you wanted to expand on, but
Yeah, I'm asking what specific social issues motivate you to support Donald Trump, are so convincing to you that you're going to overlook him being held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, right? Him specifically saying you would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, bragging about walking into the changing rooms of girls who miss CMSA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, right? Those disgusting aspects of his character.
I mean, you're just gonna like dump all this stuff on me when I'm trying to talk about policies and stuff, and
Really?
then
Can you name a single Trump policy?
all right, bro, I'm just ready. You're gonna put me in a clip.
That's kind of embarrassing.
You're just like bouncing up around these different topics.
That's actually embarrassing. The fact that you knew
I
you
mean,
just got
obviously I
wait
can
the
name
fact that
different
you wait
policies.
the fact that you just knew that you just got clipped is gonna make the clip do better. I hope you know that.
All right, bro. I can name different policies, like
Name
obviously
a single policy.
what he did with the tariffs.
No, name a specific policy. What specific tariff are you referencing? Do you like the
I don't
tariffs
know.
in general?
I can name like his
Can you tell me what a tariff is?
yeah, it's a tax on imported items.
And who pays that tax?
The consumer.
Oh, so you want consumers to have higher taxes?
Bro, look, you're coming at me like I'm not a debater, and like your chat's going crazy, and I know you're gonna clip me and try to embarrass me.
Do you
but
want
I'm not a debater.
do you want consumers to have higher taxes? Then why'd you join a debate
Look,
live?
real quick, because I came on here to learn. I told you what my incentive was when I joined.
I understand, right? If you wanted to learn, well, then you have to
I think
be.
I think
then you
you're
have to
kind
be
of immoral in what you're doing here.
Oh, sure.
Because you like to dunk on people and make them feel like shit. I came on here and I was respectful.
I'm sorry. I'm engaging respectfully. I'm simply just giving you a scenario to question your belief system. I'm not coming after you in any crazy way.
Okay. Well, you asked me like what my favorite policy was, and I told you that like I'm on like the fence about whether I even support Trump or not. I'm not a debater, and it's not even that like
But I'm not asking you to be a debater. I'm asking you specific questions about your view, and that is
okay,
in
yeah.
the context
And
of
that's
a
fine.
debate.
That's fine. Like we were on one topic, and then I was like a deer in headlights.
I understand.
Once each.
But like if I ask
Okay.
you say that you wanted to talk about policy to distract away from me bringing up the very evil things about his character, well then I'm going to ask you what specific policy. If you can't mention a specific policy, well then there's going to be an issue, of course. Obviously, if you mention tariffs and you're not even mentioning a specific policy, I'll still engage with that. And I did engage with that, and I asked you specifically like what your idea of a tariff is in order to be able to ask you a very specific question based upon your understanding. Are you okay with higher taxes on consumers?
No, and you know, there's an argument for tariffs, but I think it's kind of too late for us to go down that road. So this is actually a disagreement that I've had with other people that support Trump, because it's something that wouldn't the effect that they're talking about would that would actually improve the country wouldn't come for a very long time. So I just but so that's something that we might agree on, but I stand with Palestine, so that's another thing. But
So what is redeemable about Donald Trump?
I don't know. There's just a lot of I think the issue here is not the specific candidate. I think that there's just a lot of division, and politics has gotten so messy that you can agree with different things, but when it comes down to it, you have to pick a certain side, and it's so black and white. Like there's no middle ground. Do you know what I mean?
We can acknowledge middle grounds, but then we also have to acknowledge how destructive Donald Trump's positions are, and extreme they are, and how incompatible they are with there even being that type of respectful dialogue and in between and disagreement in the very first place. He's so destructive to the political landscape and divisive to the political landscape where it destroys that in its very core because of how horrible he is as a person, right? These are basic core fundamental like moral things that you should be against, right? I mean, his policy is horrible. His character is horrible. We can mention and go through every single part of it. I don't think there's a single attribute you'd be able to point to specifically of Donald Trump that would be better than Kamala Harris. Like, seriously, a single attribute. Right? Let alone any other Democrat.
All right. I'm clearly underqualified to be like properly debating with you. I'm a normal guy, you know. I was just out drinking. I just got home for my birthday dinner.
I'm a normal guy. I'm not like some not normal person. I don't know what you're talking about.
But it's just like
yes, I do. Yes, I do.
On me and
listen to this. Listen.
They all think I'm a piece of shit.
Listen. Think about it this way. I'm a normal guy that literally just does this every single day as his job. That's it. So I understand. I'm a normal person, right? I'm not. It's not like I'm not a normal person.
I'm not saying that you're not, but obviously you're more equipped because, as you just said, it's your job.
Of course, I'm more equipped. I understand. That's the point of me engaging these conversations. I'm here to educate as well, right? And that's the point of this. Not only am I here to question and self-reflect on my own beliefs as I've grown a hell of a lot in terms of my ideological beliefs as I've done these lives myself, right? I've learned a lot as well.
All right. I'm gonna let you go, but
Okay,
I
all right.
appreciate
you coming up.
You for keeping it civil and all that.
All right,
So
appreciate you.
see ya.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. As well as, again, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's get on the next person real quick. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 49.
Do you support Trump?
I do. Yeah,
What?
we're a MAGA family. Very successful. You know, my 23-year-old daughter, graduated college, works for the Mayo Clinic, doesn't yap and babble online, just saves lives, So she's actually doing productive things in life and for the world comparably than I look at you. And it's embarrassing, that you're online, probably haven't finished college, getting behind, And so that's a different values that you'll never understand, because
I
you'll
have a
never
question. Do you have a
really
college?
gain the wisdom.
Do you have a college degree?
I do. I have 4 of them.
Okay. Well, I have a college degree as well. I have a economics degree.
Yeah. And how is that working out for you?
Great. It's working out incredible.
Yeah. And who do you work for?
Myself.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
wrong? What's wrong with that?
That you're just
a yapaholic that just likes to babble online. You never really like are really trying to convince people. People are already set in their ways. You just
No,
want to
that's just totally
argue,
wrong.
argue.
I, it's totally wrong. I've changed my views. Other people, I've seen thousands of people change their minds. I think people can change their views, and I think people will change their views probably from this conversation that we have right now. There'll be at least some people that do, because there's thousands and thousands of people watching. There's 7,500 people watching this stream on YouTube and TikTok. Okay, that's an I am incredibly blessed to have so many people that are here listening to this conversation, right? Genuinely. And it does influence people. And that's an incredibly important thing to acknowledge. Now, let's address this. Let's have a conversation. If you genuinely want to have a productive dialogue, let's do it. I understand you probably don't like me. Let's just have a productive dialogue. Are you willing to do that?
Yeah, I'm willing to do that. I'm just saying, like comparably, what you're accomplishing in life, of just, using like hate, and then saying, well, we, this or that, orange man bad, all those like talking points that you just regurgitate over and over, and the same dialogue that you really do that. Have you published a book? Have you done anything in life, that's gained experience that warrants you for being able to consider yourself an expert? Have you ever even held office? Have you read all the intelligence briefings? Have you?
I'm
do you
sorry.
have
Did you ask any of these questions to Donald Trump? But that's one thing. But secondly, as it relates to this, like, I just want to address this. I don't have any of those set of qualifications that are necessary, right? Specifically, I don't need any of those qualifications of going to political office or doing anything like that. That's not necessary for me to be in this position. I'm a typical person like you. I'm having a conversation with you, and you can go through these issues as they are. I don't need any other sets of qualifications in order to be able to have this dialogue. We're two Americans that have different opinions, specifically on politics, and we're engaging in a critical dialogue specifically about those positions.
But what you come across is like you don't have to have like a cardiology degree to do heart surgery. That you come across like that. I don't know that you know that. Or you don't have to have a degree in rocket science or experience in it, and then you make yourself the subject matter expert with no education, no experience.
I have a question.
And then try to talk down to people that perhaps are educated in their fields.
Really? Okay. So can you tell me what the experts in economics say specifically about Donald Trump's economic policy?
No, because I don't have a degree in economics.
I do. I have a degree in economics, and I can tell you specifically what they do say. They indicate that Donald Trump's economic policy is disastrous for this country, especially comparative to Kamala Harris. So if you want to address what the specialists say, we can address that. Or we could address the fact that Donald Trump says the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet, disputing, right, 97% of climate scientists that indicate that the climate change is caused by humans, specifically increasing the global temperatures, right? And that's established by, and that's caused by humans. Right, that's happening and going to continue to occur, and Donald Trump disputes that science. Paisley, thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars.
So
thank you so much.
You don't think during Trump's term that we're gonna hit like a high in the stock market, and we'll still have growth and things like that? All that fear mongering, and that there's the only economic advice that I would give is buy low and sell high. It's a buying and selling market. When stocks are low and that, when interest rates are low, refinance, do things in your best interest. Then when they're high, don't sell high and buy low. There's and economics, it's a buying selling market. And sometimes there's winners and losers in economics. 100 days is not enough time, or 130 days or 50 days is not enough time for a strategic economic plan to be assessed by an economist. I know that, that you want to just fearmonger instead of actually letting the results of the economic plan. Because if you're doing assessment of 150 days from a strategic presidential plan and saying, well, the economists, saw this or that, they haven't. It's a speculative market, it's just fear mongering that you're doing, and instead of like encouraging the president of the United States, you just disparage him all over and you fear monger, and then you I would rather have a president that I support and a country that I support and that's successful and encourage him for success and pray for success than coming online speaking and just babbling and yapping about and calling him Orange Man bad or just degrading myself to that point where I'm just doing ad hominem attacks. That's what's weak-minded people do. They resort to ad hominem attacks instead of the logical attacks. And I see you have potential. You talk a good game sometimes, but then you also go into these ad hominem juvenile attacks, which just undermine your intellect. It's just becomes like an embarrassment listening to it. And then you like, let's look at this LA riots going on. They say it's
All right,
supposed
can
to
I respond before you do?
go ahead.
Yeah, let me say thank you to a few people real quick. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know it's actually really interesting. Tyler, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know, right? Tyler, thank you for the $10 again. Thank you so much. Christy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Maybe that would actually, I think that would actually be a cool thing to add. Devin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Samantha, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll definitely try to make sure to look into that right now. Mahdi, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. That's based. I saw that. I wasn't sure if it was you or not. And then Samantha, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Christian, thank you for the $1. I appreciate it. All right. Zach, thank you so much for the $5. And then Mike, thank you for the $5. Edward, thank you so much. I really appreciate hold up. Oh my gosh, it won't let me click on him. Edward, thank you so much for the 28 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much, Edward. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Edward. Give me some W's for Edward in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Edward. All right, so I did want to respond to what you had to say. So we had several quarters of economic growth, multiple percentage points in real GDP growth. Real GDP is essentially just GDP growth minus inflation. So we saw multiple percentage points in real GDP growth each quarter, set for several quarters. And then until the point that Donald Trump got in office, where in quarter 1, 2025, we saw a 0.3% decrease, right, in real GDP. So several quarters of multiple percentage points increases in real GDP. And then now we've seen a decrease in real GDP when practically it hasn't been seen by almost any other developed country around the world. So that's clearly related to Donald Trump's policy. And if we're going to be looking at like the effect of the president on the economy, I think that'd be an important thing to look at specifically, that even just the slight points in which the tariffs were implemented have caused such disastrous impacts that it's caused it to decrease by multiple percentage points of expected growth otherwise.
Okay, now that was an earful. Now let's look at, so when Trump first got into office, his first term, then people were like, well, he's riding the coattails of Obama, and therefore he doesn't control the economy, and when it was successful, this or that. Or, when Trump controls gas prices during his first term, but then Biden doesn't control gas prices, and now Trump, pseudo controls gas prices. All those talking points are just talking points. They're not really controlled. Although you might have like Trump being the one who has the most influence over gas prices and groceries than any other president prior to that, and that's a testament to his politics and his influence. Not like whether the president controls or things like that. So those talking points go back and forth, and I've seen them reiterated by Schumer and Pelosi and things like that. There's those Democratic talking points of as gas prices go up, and who's ever president, can control them or not control them, based off of that. It's kind of just, explain that. Did you learn that in economics? Because I took basic economics. I never learned that, a Democratic president doesn't control gas prices, but a Republican president does control gas prices. I never heard an economics professor say that. I heard Pelosi say it. I heard Schumer say it, and it just gets ridiculous.
Yeah, so the reason why people would bring up that the economy was already doing good with Obama and that Donald Trump just inherited the economy that was already doing good is because he didn't do specific things to cause the economy to do good. Whereas here, specifically in this example where the economy has done worse recently, we can point to specific things that he did that caused the economy to do this bad. Secondly, the president doesn't control gas prices, but can do things that can influence the gas price, of course. But you couldn't point towards anything that the Biden-Harris administration did specifically for gas prices that would have caused the gas prices to massively spike under their administration. That was a global phenomena that would have occurred otherwise, even if Trump was president. So the idea that it was specifically caused by the Biden-Harris administration, I think is ridiculous in of itself.
Right, but you see, diplomacy with Saudi Arabia. You see, Saudi Arabia roll out the red carpet for Trump and just pretty much just ignore Biden. There's influence and politics
because Donald Trump gives Saudi Arabia what they want specifically, so that they could continue to commit a genocide in Yemen. Right? They had an embargo over Yemen specifically, where they were starving and bombing Yemeni children. That specifically Donald Trump helped with. That Joe Biden was particularly against. Now, obviously, Joe Biden isn't perfect when it comes to the policy in terms of foreign policy, but this is destructive foreign policy that Donald Trump supported explicitly with Saudi Arabia that I don't think that you should support. Plus, Donald Trump explicitly, being in support of the meme coin, right, allows for foreign governments to specifically funnel him money, specifically in terms of the valuation, particularly of the meme coin. Secondly, we can point to the $400 million jet from Qatar that Donald Trump got as a favor, particularly as engaging in terms of this particular trade. Now, any of the trade agreements that Donald Trump did get, we can't specifically analyze any of the specific things that he would have just got just because of the fact that, it's because it's Trump, right? Comparative to what would have happened otherwise. And Donald Trump's going to take credit for everything that just happens under administration that's good, and he's not going to take credit for everything that happens under administration that's bad. You don't hear him taking credit for the 0.3% decline in real GDP after several quarters of multiple percentage points real GDP growth. You don't hear him talking about that, but he'll take anything that happens in terms of a trade deal and give it to himself, even though oftentimes in terms of the tariffs that he's implicating or putting in place, that they're going back on specific trade deals that he put in place in the past, like through the USMCA, which were mitigated tariffs, but now he wants to increase tariffs on Canada and Mexico. He doesn't really know what his policy is, it seems.
Okay, so you seem to have one an instant results, which is indicative of your generation. We want immediate results. So when Biden gave the same State of the Union speech 4 times that we're gonna grow the economy through the middle class upwards and things like that, and that he didn't accomplish that his first year, didn't really accomplish it his second year, and then the third year and fourth year, and then all those years while we're getting insulin to $35 a vial, Well, you did it the first year. Why is it the same achievement in the State of the Union for the second year, third year, and fourth year? Go focus on a different problem. It was the same speech over and over because they're not making progress because he didn't really have the influence, which is why the Democrats were kind of voted to the sidelines. They're cheerleaders now, because you have Trump in the presidency. You have Trump, influence over the Supreme Court, with the amount of justices he's appointed. You have Trump's Congress right now, and the Democrats don't seem to understand that it's not money that's buying like votes. They outspent the Republicans. Some accounts they spent like 1.8 billion on the election, and Republicans spent 1.4 billion on the election. So it's not the fact that they're not getting their message across; it's their messaging in general. People aren't buying it. But you guys recite it and think like, oh, this is a successful talking point. Calling them orange, calling them a felon, doing all this other stuff is when people are really interested in the policies and what's happening, and are you enforcing like the rule of law, just like in the LA riots? Would you have deployed the National Guard, and the LA riots right now? Would you have done it in 1992?
I don't. I'm not as familiar. Probably not.
Okay, because the talking point right now is that this is unprecedented, never happened. It was done under George Bush in 1992.
Here, can I respond to any of this? So you said that like my generation just wants instant results, and then you just gave like an example of you specifically wanting instant results with the Biden-Harris administration because they mentioned the same progress point in the first year, in the second year, in the third year, and had similar speeches, which every politician does. Seems like you wanted instant results there, and then you said money not buying election, but then like failed to factor in the $44 billion that Elon Musk put into like helping Donald Trump get elected. And then let me say thank you to some people, and then I'll let you continue and respond to those points. Jay, thank you so much for the $103 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jay. I came in again because it hit me by watching and listening to you debate the normal guy and everyone else, that it's how of listening to someone, how you genuinely listen to each other, that makes a debate real productive and effective for everyone involved. Yo, WJ in the comment section right now. That's so fucking true. W's for Jay in the comment section. We love that. Thank you so much, Jay. That's what we want to inspire here. Thank you so much, Jay. Put some W's for Jay in the comment section right now. Laura, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it, Laura. Thank you. Thank you. And then Sid with the $200 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for whoops. Ben's so busy. I haven't checked updates, but here's the most recent one from Live Updates. We have just received information that all 11 volunteers and one Al Jazeera reporter from the Medellin are currently at Ashdod port, and they are being processed and transferred to detention. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. That's fucking insane. Holy shit. That's so fucking crazy. It's actually nuts. Emily, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. Tyler, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it. Yes, make sure to bring attention to that. It's like so fucking crazy. Thank you, Sid, for sharing that. W's for Sid in the comment section. Seriously, W's for Sid. That's actually crazy. All right, go ahead. You were saying?
Yeah, so on instant results, let me counter that one. So take the instant.
Wait, 1 second. For the people who missed, I just want to say one more time. I'll read Sid's comment one more time for anyone who did miss. They said that we have just received confirmation that all 11 volunteers and one Al Jazeera reporter from the Medellin are currently at Ashdod port and are being processed and transferred to detention. That's crazy. That's crazy. By the way, my dude, for the raid. Thank you so much, my dude. I appreciate it. Tommy raid. Thank you so much, my dude. I really appreciate it. Tommy for the raid. Thank you so much, my dude. I appreciate it. Go ahead, continue.
Yeah. Well, let's just go back to the riots. So the talking point is that it's a mostly peaceful protest. So then I can be equally as stupid and generalization and say, well, we'll deploy the mostly peaceful National Guard to squash the mostly peaceful protest. So we can just politicize by using like language that doesn't accurately describe the criminal actions of throwing rocks or burning police cruisers or going into that level of violence or looting or things of that nature.
How
You
about
know,
how about this? I disagree with any violence that happened. I think it's incredibly bad to engage in that violence, and I would hope that you disagree with that violence too. Donald Trump explicitly pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. Is that something that you disagree with?
no, because I believe they served their time. Actually,
No, they
I
didn't. He
believe they were
pardoned them.
over prosecuted. Many of them had lengthy sentences that were beyond the crimes that were committed of trespassing and things like that. You know, so normally trespassing doesn't warrant a 4-year sentence and jail. Those that
Hold on one second. One second. I wanted to ask someone a question. Corey, thank you for the $5. Is that something on YouTube? Because I would definitely do that. I definitely would do that. I gotta talk to him about that. But yeah, appreciate everyone coming in from my dude stream. W my dude. W my dude. Go ahead.
Do you think criminal trespassing warrants a 4-year sentence?
Criminal trespassing warrants a 4-year sentence. No, I'm referencing the people who violently assaulted police officers.
Right now, no, those that were charged with the insurrection weren't actually like pardoned. Are you aware of that?
Those charged with insurrection weren't actually part. No, I'm referencing people. I specifically reference like specific people. So like, let's talk about this. We can talk about all the rest of it, but I'm specifically just mentioning this because it's relevant to what you brought up. People who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. Those people, Donald Trump pardoned. Okay? Do you agree with Donald Trump pardoning people who violently assaulted police officers on January 6th?
He has the power to pardon. It's his authority to be able to pardon. If he felt that they're rehabbed and that, how many of them went and assaulted a police officer after getting their pardon?
What? Whether or not they went and reassaulted a police officer after doesn't change
Oh, so
whether or
you
not
think
they
the
should be
criminal justice
pardoned for
system?
violently assaulting a police officer. You're literally giving excuses and justifications for literally people who violently assaulted police
so the
officers
justice
after
system
you
is
just
lifetime in
after you
prison
just tried to
without
make
the
an issue.
possibility of
Wait,
parole.
after you just tried to make an issue.
Regardless of
Wait,
that.
wait. After you just tried to make an issue over the violent things that happened, specifically, right, in terms of the protests here at LA, which were predominantly, right, overwhelmingly peaceful.
Yeah. You remind me of this Star Trek episode where they go to this planet and any crime committed, they actually just unalive them, regardless of what crime it
What are you
was.
talking about?
Wesley Crusher was,
What are you
set for
talking about?
execution.
I disagree with the death
Yeah.
penalty, actually.
Yeah. Well, what is a penalty? Lifetime in prison without the possibility of parole? Or are you trying to put these people back in society in a productive manner? Which is it? What are you trying to accomplish? Other than you want to politicize the justice system and maximize penalties for J6ers because you disagreed with what they were protesting, and you have a whole different narrative where you say like, oh, Trump said 30,000 lies. Was one of those lies that Joe Biden was healthy, and
He didn't say
potentially
that.
didn't have cancer. So now we're down to 29,999
No one knew that Joe Biden had
just
cancer.
actually go back and wait for time, because time does tell the truth, eventually. Do you think Joe Biden's healthy now? Or do you think he was healthy during his presidency?
I don't think that Joe Biden is healthy right now because he has cancer, and the fact that you're going to bring that up is kind of really weird for you to do. Yes, he does have cancer. Yes, he's not healthy right now. Right? I just want to. Yeah. I have a grandfather that died due to cancer, right? And I don't think that you should bring that up in that type of way. I think that's genuinely kind of weird. Like
Right,
I
because I
genuinely do.
also just lost my mother
Like
to cancer.
yeah, and you
You
should know
know.
that like to say that to someone, especially because there could be family
So
members that
yeah,
hear
I
this,
know there's
that
like
is incredibly fucked up to
testing
say.
that's done and metastasizing and that requirement for the office of the president of the United States is to go through a physical, exam.
Wait,
Just same
I
like
just want to let
with
you know, Donald Trump
going
wouldn't pass
through
that.
like an active duty military service. You go through physicals and things of that nature.
Technically, they both did go through physicals, right? Like Joe Biden still had physicals. I don't know what you're talking about. Joe Biden was still evaluated by like the doctors specifically at the White House. Like I don't know what you're talking about. Of course, right? Like the fact that he had cancer was something that he didn't know prior, right? And like for you to even question otherwise, I think is incredibly weird.
Oh, really? Because it doesn't
Carrie,
take
thank you for the $5.
years and
Thank you
years
so
worth
much. I
of
appreciate it.
metastasized.
You probably shouldn't for that. I would have to see. I'd have to see. Sid, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For most
Yeah.
recent update, they are
Why
expected
do
to
you
be.
defend that lie so much?
They are expected to be moved to the Ramleh detention facility unless they agree to leave immediately. In case they may be permitted to fly out of Tel Aviv as early as tonight. That's crazy. That's crazy. You may go now, Jessica. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
So why do you try to then victimize Joe Biden for?
Hold up, I want to say thank you to one more person. Laura, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Can we some W's for Laura in the comment section right now for the $50 on PayPal? Thank you so much, Laura. That is incredibly nice of you. Can we some W's for Laura in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Becca, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give more. I mean, I just wanted to share an NYT article that was from September about a study showing Gen Z women are less religious than men. For the first time, thought it was worth sharing. Thank you so much, Becca. I appreciate it. Thank you. All right, you can continue. Go ahead.
Okay, so why do you just play Joe Biden as the victim, and then you attack me for bringing it up, but you're not really concerned about the truth?
We were talking about Joe Biden having cancer. Yeah, Joe Biden has cancer.
Right. So why aren't you that concerned about the truth?
What truth am I not concerned about?
Like that he had cancer as a president of the United States, and that wasn't revealed to the American people.
Wait, they didn't know.
And how could they not know?
Do you have evidence that they knew he had cancer?
Metastasize.
Do you have evidence that they knew he had cancer?
Yes, I do actually.
Provide me a source. Andrew, thank you so much for the $10 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much.
It takes
That's true.
prostate cancer and the physicians that have reviewed this to metastasize, and that it was not probable
No,
at all.
I'm asking, what's your source?
Know.
What's your source that it is the case that they knew Joe Biden had cancer when he was president?
Every medical doctor that deals with prostate cancer is my source.
Every medical doctor. No.
100%.
Not every medical doctor thinks that.
100% thinks, that
no,
100%
you just absolutely made that up.
It takes years to metastasize, and that
I'm
there's
sorry.
no
you don't have a single source into getting 100% of doctors.
This is why I voted Trump. Because you
you believe in something that's misinformation. You're literally lying right now.
Affirming that we know how long it takes for cancer to metastasize. We know that he had it as a president of the United States. Just like the.
Wait, I'm sorry. I just want to let you know.
Documents as a vice president of the United States, and we can.
My mom has leukemia. Right, and it is the case that it went undetected within her system for 7 years. For 7 years, okay? It went undetected within her system for 7 years. Thankfully, my mom is in a place where it is the case that it is likely to not impact her to the degree prior to the point which she naturally dies. But it is the case that she has it, and it went undetected for years upon years upon years. The idea that you don't understand that cancer can go undetected is diabolically insane. Brew, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Sounds like Obamacare, sounds like that they really, need to change the level of care. And since we've now gone to, Obamacare and the Affordable Care Act, it seems like, medical care isn't that all that great. If we can't even detect cancer and the President of the United States on routine physicals
You think the
over
president
like
is?
7 years
I'm sorry. You think the
times frame, now what are you gonna advocate?
the White House has their own doctors? Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. You think the president of the United States was on Obamacare? What is this guy saying, bro?
I think he was seen at Walter
Jessica,
Reed
thank you for the
president
$5. Thank
physical
you.
that's done by a Walter Reed medical specialist.
Okay. What about it?
Yeah. So is that the level of care we're giving our troops now too?
I'm sorry.
That we can't even detect a cancer in them. We just conceal it. What's going on?
So again, you said they couldn't detect it, but then they concealed it. In order to conceal it, they would have had to been able to detect it.
Right.
Scott, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. You just contradicted yourself.
So you tell me what it is. It takes 7 years to metastasize, and was metastasized right after his presidency.
Hipatia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
Which is convenient.
Rudy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Rue. What's up?
Was it because of this diagnosis? Was it not because of this diagnosis?
Hello, thank you for the $5. It related specifically his performance and his cognitive decline. Donald Trump also had cognitive decline. If you cared about cognitive decline, well, then you would have voted for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sarah said, my dad died from prostate cancer, and it was already everywhere by the time they found it. He didn't even show signs until it was everywhere. I'm so sorry to hear that.
Yeah, I feel bad for that too. Why isn't this being detected?
Yeah, of course we would like to be. Well, actually, for a lot of Americans, it's because they can't get access to healthcare as much as they should be able to get access to healthcare because of how unaffordable it is in America. Because Donald Trump wants to privatize it even more. Because Donald Trump wants to cut Medicaid. And Donald Trump wants to literally not expand the ACA. Donald Trump actually originally ran on repealing and replacing the ACA, which he had concepts of a plan to replace it with, which essentially just means nothing.
And let me tell you what I hear. I hear the politician that, ran for office at the first time that he was president of the United States in 2016 against all those other politicians that were in power for 50 years or more, 40 years or whatever it is. It's Donald Trump's problem, and that why he didn't solve it than any of these other Democratic politicians' problems that's been in government for many, many decades. That's the talking point that just doesn't buy. I don't buy it, and I don't understand why it's regurgitated over and over and over.
Repeat what you don't buy again. Do it one more time.
Yeah. So why Trump, who ran for office, potentially, as a major candidate, because he did run under Reform Party earlier and things like that. But he's elected in 2016, the first time he ran under the Republican Party, and now everything like illegal immigration, healthcare, things like this is all Trump's problem, but what's not is the Democrats that he ran against, who was 40 or 50 years into politics, who's passed like the Affordable Care Act, even though Trump didn't support that, in fact, he railed against John McCain, who was the one decisive vote that went over party lines to pass the Affordable Care Act. And then,
to keep the Affordable Care Act in place. and to retain the
Well,
benefits.
I mean to pass it for the first time. Not keep it in place, but McCain under Obama crossed party lines and was a decisive vote. Otherwise, they would have squashed it. Now, explain to me how the Affordable Care Act made America more healthy.
It provided people more access to healthcare in this country, right? So increasing access to healthcare in this country increases the health of Americans. Obviously, it doesn't go as far as I would like it to have gone. I advocate for everyone to have access to healthcare. I think it should have been provided for everyone in this country. And the Affordable Care Act doesn't provide to every single person, but it provides for overwhelmingly majority of this country, right? To ensure a baseline for an overwhelming majority of this country, I meant to say.
And here's where I would disagree with that. Increasing the population of the insured doesn't necessarily increase the health of the insured. Increasing doctors, nurses, improving innovation in medicine, having being able to get checked up, being able to detect prostate cancer earlier before it becomes lethal in people, and being able to be treated and things like that is what makes America healthier.
Yeah. So, again, what policy did Donald Trump have for healthcare? Elijah, thank you for the $20 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And he said, "I'm a
That he
yapper."
wanted to squash the practice of just expanding healthcare insurance. That's not the comprehensive solution we want. Hey, just let's now insure 60, 80 million more.
Wait,
more people.
so you're advocating to expand access to insurance?
No, I think increasing doctors and nurses and things like that increase the health
by
of,
using government funds?
Sure. Use
That's not what
government
Donald Trump
funds.
advocates for. Donald Trump explicitly advocates against that. Moira, thank you so much for the subscription. Adam, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Adam said my cancer should have been detected earlier, but a team of doctors missed it. If mine and Biden had been diagnosed earlier, maybe our prognosis would be better.
Yeah. And maybe that doctor.
Thank you so much, Adam. I appreciate it.
is
Scott, thank
having
you for the
so
$5.
many,
Thank you so much. I really
patients
appreciate it, Scott. Thank you.
that they're not able to treat the ones that to the full potential. And you have to look at that aspect. That's going on in the VA right now, too. I see my doctor works from midnight to 9 p.m. Sometimes, and has hundreds and hundreds of patients as we increase and tout the PACT
So then,
Act.
if you want to increase, you need government funds to do that. Donald Trump didn't advocate for that. He advocates against that. Beauty, thank you for the
Yeah.
$5. He
But
advocates
the
against
Democrats aren't providing
socialized
comprehensive
medicine.
solutions either.
What's that?
The Democrats aren't providing comprehensive. They will.
They are. They wanted to
tout
expand
the-
access to the ACA. They wanted to cap pharmaceutical costs, specifically in terms of $2,000 cap out of pharmaceuticals out of pocket, a $35 cap on insulin for everyone, not just for people who are on Medicare. Right? They're advocating to get rid of the effect of medical debt on your credit. Right? Actually expanding the ACA specifically to insure people across the board. That's what Democrats were talking about. In the primaries of 2020, Democrats were talking about single payer versus single payer plus. That's what the distinction was. That's what the conversation was. It was multi-payer, single payer, and a single payer plus. That's what the conversation was. So if you want to leave it up to Democrats, Democrats will bring us public health care. The reason why public health care hasn't happened is because Republicans won't vote for it.
And all of that rhetoric is that we're increasing doctors because we've increased the patient load, we've increased the insured amount, and that we want people to be healthy. We want them to achieve their maximum health. We want to catch the cancers and not have doctors overworked, and we want these people educated, and potentially how much did we increase the insured load by 20, 10, 30%? I don't know.
When Donald Trump was asked for what his healthcare policy was, healthcare plan was, for 9 years, all he said was, "I have concepts of a plan," for 9 years. That's what he said for 9 years. He never developed a plan throughout the 3 different times that he ran for president for healthcare. He just had concepts of a plan.
How many more doctors did Joe Biden create?
What?
How many more doctors?
Neither
or
side had
Obama,
policy for that.
like so
Obama
we've
a
increased
lot
the
because of
patient
the
load.
ACA.
On the other side of the equation, how many doctors? Because we've
How many more doctors did Trump create?
Shirt.
How many more doctors did Trump create?
That's not. See, you're answering with the question. You don't know because you didn't care enough to ask the tough questions.
Did you ask that
You know,
question to
it's
yourself?
touting like,
can you
oh,
even
great,
answer
you
that
have
question?
20
Wait. Can
20
you
more million insured.
can you even answer
Great.
that question
Now
yourself?
Who's treating them?
Can you even answer that question yourself, sir?
No, I can't. I
Then
don't
why
know.
the hell are you holding me to that standard? What?
Right, because you're the one who goes around and acts like an expert on everything.
I'm not
and,
I'm not
you
an
know,
expert
I would
on
say,
everything.
let's go to like the doctors. Let's go to the lead VA and okay, we're doing the PACT Act. You know, how many more veterans is this
Dude,
going to
hey,
include?
I'm sorry. I
in
just want
healthcare
to
for
let
VA
you know.
system?
I just
How
want
many more doctors are required
the
to
experts
create,
don't agree with Donald Trump.
that load?
The
It's an equation, you know, that's political. The way you're doing it's half-assed is the same reason I didn't vote for Obama or Harris.
Hey, you know that Donald Trump. Wait, are you listening to me at all? Like, are we even
Yeah,
having a
I'm
conversation?
listening. I'm having a dialogue with you.
Yeah. Did you hear what I just said though?
No, if I was speaking and you were speaking, no, I didn't hear you.
Sure. Okay. What is your biggest issue that you're not understanding? Because I think I've explained the same thing over and over again, and I think that we're just getting caught in a circular dialogue.
That's not a whole policy if you're increasing like the insurance, the amount of insured, and you're not increasing the doctors and nurses and facilities and equipment that go with having to treat those people, you know. So now a doctor's load might go from treating 50 patients to treating 60, 70 patients, but you know, do you really think you're going to get the same care from that same doctor if you're increasing the insured load and you're not even asking the questions? You know, how are we supporting that? And that goes with the Affordable Care Act in general, with those that are insured, and with the PACT Act, with those in the VA that we increased through the VA system and things like that. You know, those are the questions that I become more concerned about. Those are the talking points that Donald Trump will probably be receptive to, you know.
Can you name a single Donald Trump policy?
What, you know, employing the National Guard against violent protesters. That's a policy, you know,
so one, that's not a policy that he influenced get passed. Two, as it relates to this, that's a
It is
horrible.
because you have Newsom
That
that's disagreeing with it.
that is a horrible example because one, that's a horrible thing, right? That's not a good thing. And two, as it relates to this, if you actually believed that, you wouldn't have voted for a guy who pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. Is that clear? Like, you support the guy who pardoned
Do you still
people.
live like it's January 6th? Like, do you have PTSD where you wake up in the morning and it's January 6th and you have to relive it every day? You know, because you realize that was like, you know, over 4 years ago now. And you realize there's been other investigations where now there's been...
wow, it was
people
4 years
embedded
ago.
into the,
You act like you literally, dude. We're talking about violent protests, right? Why can't you talk about a violent protest from 4 years ago?
Well, okay.
Especially one where Donald Trump. And by the way, Donald Trump pardoned these people literally like less than 6 months ago.
How many undercover informants were there in January 6th?
What do you mean undercover informants? What are you talking? That's not even relevant to Donald Trump pardoning people who pled guilty and
How
admitted to
many were
violently
at
assaulting
January
police
6th?
officers. Taka, thank you so much for the
Can you talk
$5.
about
I
it?
don't know. Gradients, thank you for the
Like,
$10.
you
Thank you
don't
so
know
much.
because
And then
they
Annie,
wouldn't
thank you so much
release
for the $10. Thank you so much, Annie. What's up?
We know there were, but they wouldn't release the amounts that there were. They wouldn't even say that if they went into the Capitol building or not. And we know that they did.
Okay, so then you don't know how many people
So
there
let's
are.
tell
You
the
have no
rest
clue.
of the story. Let's
Wait.
give the Paul Harvey, which
I'm about to take off the gloves shot. Jeremy, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm about to ask about that. Rebel, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. John, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. And Miranda, thank you so much for the dollar. You said you have 4 degrees. What degrees were they? Seriously, I'm genuinely concerned. What degrees? You want to unmute your mic real quick? I want to know what 4 degrees. Hello? You got to unmute your mic. In the bottom right, there's a microphone. You got to click it. I know you're screaming into your mic right now, and there's a vein popping out of your neck, but you need to click the microphone to unmute yourself so that you can respond. What 4 degrees?
My first degree is in psychology, which I used to get my commission in the United States military, which I went into rocket science after that in Patriot missiles. My second degree used, which related to both captain's career course and management, and I got a Master of Arts degrees. I then went to University of Texas El Paso, and I got a degree in leadership studies. And then I got selected for the Command General and Staff College, where then went on to the School of Advanced Military Studies, which you get an MA, MS, and theater operations. And then I went on to become a strategic planner for the U.S. military till I retired. And I retired under medical conditions.
Okay. Yeah, so, geez. Okay, can you tell me specifically, then why can't you give me policies? If you actually genuinely have 4 degrees, you should be able to critically think enough to be able to give me, like, multiple policies you supported Trump. I would expect that, right? We thank you so much for the $5, and then Desi, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much.
Policies is like plans that are like, when our military, we like throw out at first contact. So you have to actually be able to, policies don't govern, constitutions don't govern, elected officials govern. And they can do what's in the best interest with the information that they have at the time. I know you guys like to refer to constitutions
I'm
and
asking,
judges
do you know any
block
policies?
certain actions.
Do you know any
And
policies?
then say, well, we can govern from the bench of a subordinate judge at some trial court to try to block the strategic leader, the only elected official nationally in the United States of America, who solely has the vested executive branch, which is an equal part of government. So now we play this lawfare game where we'll cite, oh, well, he's not following the Constitution and this or that, and technically he is, and he's authorized to govern, and he's probably one of the most legitimate.
Didn't he, when he first came on the live, talk about how I yap? Sir, I think you need a mirror. Maybe just you need a mirror.
A mirror?
Yeah, could you look for one time in the mirror?
What are you talking about?
You are yapping, brother. I asked you for a policy you support of Trump's, and you're not giving me a policy. You're not giving me anything.
What policies don't you like?
You're quite literally yapping.
Okay, what policies don't you like of Trump?
What policies don't I like? The Tax Cuts and
Right.
Jobs Act that added $1.9 trillion to the debt over 10 years specifically, and only added $8 to $16 billion to the GDP each year, which accounts for $1 to $7 billion in GDP, or I mean revenue, which is absolutely nothing comparative to the $190 billion of debt-related spending per year imposed specifically by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Secondly, most of the tax cuts went to rich people. Thirdly, we can look at the big beautiful bill that will add trillions of dollars to the debt. It specifically increases taxes for the bottom 80% of the country, decreases taxes for the top 20%, right? And decreases disproportionately for the top 1%, right? Along with the fact that it cuts Medicaid by 880 billion, right? And food stamps by over 300 billion.
You know, Biden doubled like the homeless budget, and it went up like 5.6%. Biden
What is this guy
created
saying?
this like
Doubled
infrastructure
what?
bill. Half
Okay, I'm kicking him. That was ridiculous. We're going to the next person. I can't do it anymore either. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it anymore. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Today has been a wild chat. Today's been a wild day. Today has been a wild day. I can't believe it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm sorry. First time I'm doing this.
When do you think the court?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm too old.
Okay. Do you
I'm
support Trump?
50. Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I do know that. I do know that. I was just trying to let it speak for itself. Yeah. Did you already have a conversation with Dean? People seemingly don't like you.
Yeah, I did. I was this is my first week, I guess, just browsing TikTok and stuff like that. And the first time I saw Dean, and I was like, oh man, this guy talks so fast. He's like 3 times faster than Ben Shapiro. And I saw these people like clicking in, and I've never seen a format like this before. I just thought it would be interesting. I said, you know what, I'll give it a shot. I've never been in front of the mic before.
Okay. All right. Here, what are your main motivations for supporting Donald Trump?
I would say it's basically cultural. I grew up in the 80s. Things were a lot different. I don't mind things being socially progressive, but I just feel like the culture's gone off the rails, and I just think that the country's in trouble. I do agree with like a lot of the America First doctrine, and I do agree with a lot of the common sense stuff. That's
Okay.
basically
What
it.
what about the culture and what common sense?
Like the boys and girls sports and girls spaces,
Wait. So then
gender this, pronouns
so to
that,
clarify,
just stuff like that.
do you have pronouns?
Yeah, the obvious ones.
What are your pronouns?
Dude, I don't even want to go there. I just think talking about it is stupid.
I
I think people are having to put their pronouns on their
shouldn't even-
emails are dumb.
I just want to know, like, what are your pronouns?
Handsome and brilliant.
Those aren't pronouns.
I know, but I'm just saying. So why are we even going there?
I'm just asking you what your pronouns are. Everyone has pronouns.
Yeah, and we all identify each other not by what somebody wants their pronouns to be. It just is what it is. Sometimes people make a mistake. Like,
So do you not have pronouns?
I guess if somebody were to misgender me, I could correct them. If they called me she, I'd be like, I'm not a she.
So you do have pronouns.
Everybody's got them.
And what are yours?
I guess you would say that they're he, him.
Okay, well, everyone's got pronouns. There you go. So what's the issue with people having pronouns? You brought up like
I
people
don't have
who
an
talks
issue
about
with people having
pronouns.
pronouns, just like people have colors, people have heights, people have weights. What I guess I have a problem with is people forcing
Wait,
the rest of
did you refer to people having different race as different colors?
yeah, like everyone has a race, everyone has a height,
You
everyone has a hair
you
color.
definitely shouldn't use that terminology. It's definitely incredibly outdated.
Is that what I said?
Yeah, yeah.
I, I think you're misappropriating what I meant by that. I'm just using traits of objects. You understand where I'm coming from? People have a height, people have a weight, whatever. So all I'm saying is if somebody goes and I guess is going to call me a she, I guess I would correct them. All right, but my gripe with the pronoun thing is one person shouldn't be able to force on the rest of society, to use an incorrect pronoun just because that one person identifies as.
Are you Christian?
No, I'm not.
You're not? Do you think it's genuine, or do you think people who are Christian have the right to ask you to call God the Father like a he, him, or a father? To respect his pronouns?
I don't know. I don't even think about it, but no.
You don't respect his pronouns?
Some people would say it's a she, not a he.
No, I'm specifically referencing like you wouldn't respect God the Father, the Christian God's pronouns.
I think I would respect. I don't think.
But he doesn't have any
get into
biology.
it.
He doesn't have any biology, so that doesn't establish that he's male. So obviously his pronouns aren't predicated off of his biological sex characteristics because he has none.
Is that where you want to go with the conversation about?
Well, I'm just saying if you think it's
God
totally
and Christianity?
if you think it's totally okay to do it in that context, why is it wrong in this context?
I didn't say I thought it was totally okay.
Scott, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So, is there an issue? So, do you have an issue with Christians, God the Father, using he/him pronouns to refer to God the Father?
If they want to use it, they can use it.
Do you?
What?
Do you use it?
When talking about God, yeah, I guess if I'm talking about God to somebody else and we were having a discussion, I probably would associate it with a he.
Why?
But
but he doesn't have any biological sex characteristics. Are you telling me that gender and pronouns is something that's not biological? Are you woke?
No. I think you're barking up the wrong tree. It's not where the conversation should go.
This guy's a woke liberal.
Well, hold on. I think basically where I was saying is I don't think that it's right for one person to force on the rest of society something that's not true. It's not to say that I would go out of my way to call somebody or misgender somebody the way they didn't want to be, called, or use the wrong pronouns on purpose that, would trigger them. I would just call them by their name.
Okay. So I have a question then. So what specific things motivated you to support Donald Trump? Were you saying it was like
I was saying, more the
you
culture.
said common first, the culture being that
I-
like you
I
don't
said
want
American
wait
fir-
what about the culture? Like, are you saying that you want people to act a certain way?
I just want people to be left alone. I don't like seeing like these.
So then why don't you leave trans people alone?
I do. I think it's the trans people that have really injected themselves into society.
It's
forcing
not.
other
It's
people-
not. Trans people have a right to be in society as everyone else does. They're not injecting themselves in society
I'm
in
not
any
saying
way
that they
in which
don't have a
anyone
right.
else does not. Right now, in
I'm
terms
not saying that they don't have a right.
Wait, by the way,
Parker.
if you care about women in women's spaces, would you vote
Oh,
for
yeah.
would you vote for a candidate ever that say bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent? You laugh at that, but that's actually
Did he do that?
That's actually your president.
Did he do that?
Yes, he did do that, and you still support him.
I've seen him walk through the was it Teen USA? I thought it was Miss USA. Isn't that the pageant that he owned?
Miss Teen USA, because there was actually an 18-year-old who was 18 at the time that came out and said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old there, and he
I didn't see.
bragged about this on Howard Stern's show.
I remember seeing videotape of him walking through. I didn't see any nudes or anything like that. I don't know about any of that stuff.
You don't
I
need
wouldn't
to. He
support.
bragged about it himself, and there were victims that came out and talked about it.
There were victims that came out and talked about Joe
Yeah.
Biden also. A lot of this
Wait,
sensationalism in the news doesn't necessarily
and
make it
even
true.
wait. Tell me which specifically you're referencing.
I don't have the names in front of me, but it's not like they didn't come out there.
Okay, well,
They
I'm not disputing.
they
Are
came
things
out.
there are things that have came out about Joe Biden. They're absolutely true, but that doesn't distract away from anything specifically about Donald Trump. Let alone the fact that this last election, it was Kamala Harris versus Donald
I,
Trump. I know you're obsessed with Joe Biden and you really love Joe Biden, but like you
no,
don't
that's
have to
not where I
bring
was coming
you don't
from.
have to bring him up to distract away from the bad things that Donald Trump has done.
I wasn't, but I'm not voting for the Pope. I was voting for the president.
Well, the Pope did say we should have open borders.
And in the meantime, he has a wall around the Vatican.
Okay, wait. So do you think that the Pope is hypocritical?
Yeah.
Okay, well then why'd you bring up the Pope as like someone to look up to, bro?
No, because you're demonizing Trump for the stuff with the women in the
Yeah,
Team
and
USA locker room.
I
Hold on, at least let me finish. At least let me finish.
okay.
You're demonizing him for that, and I'm not even going to disagree with you on it. Okay, so what I was saying is I'm not voting for the Pope. I was voting for somebody for president. That's all.
The way I interpret your statement is that you don't care about character at all, right? You just care
No,
about
I care
policy.
about character, but I don't. Hey, look.
Can I
If
ask you a
those were the
specific
only
question?
two
real quick?
options,
Would you vote for like Hitler with Donald Trump's policies over Kamala Harris?
no, I'm not going to vote for Hitler, but I'm not going to vote for.
Okay. So then, obviously, you do care about character, things they've done in their life, right? It's not just
A lot of
policy.
people had a lot to say about Kamala's character and the
Kamala.
way she rose.
What about her character?
The way she rose in the ranks and.
Oh, tell me specifically. How do you think she rose in the ranks?
I'm not saying how I think. I was saying how like what was out there and what people said.
Do you believe that?
I don't care to believe that. Just like I don't care.
Then
to
what's the
believe
point of
stuff
bringing it
about-
up?
Hold on one sec. I don't care to believe the stuff about Trump or Biden or whoever. Like if something's going to come out there,
You don't believe
and
anything said.
and it's really bad, then let it come out and let that guy.
But
have to
you
deal with it
won't
or-
won't even believe it, even if it does come out. Like things
Well,
have
that's
come
not
out.
necessarily
Donald Trump
true.
has been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. There's an audio recording and video recording specifically, right, showing or audio recording specifically of him saying he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Right? He literally
Excuse me?
there's an audio recording saying where he went up to a 10-year-old girl as a 50-year-old man and said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. I'm serious. You laugh.
Well, hold on,
Why do you
hold on.
laugh at
Meaning
all of his
that the
disgusting behavior?
10-year-old girl, like once she was 20, he
Does
would
that
date
ch-
her.
They're a fucking 5th grader. And do you think? Wait, do you think that I'm young?
I don't know how old you are. You
I'm
look much
23.
younger than I do. You're how old? 23?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. So
Would you?
I think we're getting into the weeds
How old are
here.
you?
I
How
don't-
old are
I
you?
don't think that
How old are you?
I told you in the beginning. I'm 50.
Do you think it's acceptable for someone your age to date someone my age?
I think if someone's 18, whatever, 21 or older, and they can make the decision for themselves.
They're
What do I
20. How about Dean's age? 20 years old.
Well, what do I care? He's 20. He can do whatever he wants.
So you'd have no issue with 50-year-olds going after
I'm
a
not saying that.
20-year-old?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't care. I'm saying
Okay,
if it was my
how about you
daughter
go
as
to
a
how about you
father,
go to your
obviously,
local elementary school and you go up to one of the 5th graders and you say you're going to be dating them in 10 years. Do you think that's acceptable?
It's probably inappropriate. It's not illegal.
What do you mean by probably inappropriate?
I'm
Could you just
saying if
clarify?
I was a father and somebody was talking to my daughter like that, I probably wouldn't like it, of course.
Well, how would you respond?
I don't know. What am I going to say? What do I care? It's not going to happen. You know, some guys just trash and whatever.
You wouldn't say anything? You just sit there and be quiet.
If somebody said that to my daughter, honestly, maybe knowing Trump the way he would say it, he's probably just saying that, you know, like she's cute or something like that. I don't
Yeah.
like you
Okay,
take
by the way. So you think it's acceptable for a 50-year-old man to say to a 10-year-old that they're cute?
Oh, to actually say to the 10-year-old?
Yeah, that's
Why
what he,
not?
yeah.
Is it not a term of endearment? It's
Say,
a
okay, wait.
compliment.
Okay, well, you see it as so a compliment to say that you're going to be dating them in 10 years. He, thank you
Oh
so much for the
no,
$5.
no,
Thank you so
not
much,
that.
Randeffa. Thank you so much for the $5. That's what he said. He said he was going to be dating a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
If he's saying that to somebody else, if he's saying it to the person, I would say it's kind of it's definitely inappropriate.
Okay, and is that like a pedophilic comment?
I don't even know why we're talking about this. I haven't heard any of this. Is this really out there?
Yes. Is that a pedophilic comment?
Is it? I guess you could characterize it as that. Yeah.
You could, or do you?
You could, but you could also not.
Well,
Because
yeah,
because it's not saying I'm going to date you now at 10 years old.
I'm
He's
asking,
saying
I'm
gonna date you
asking,
at 20 years old.
hey, I'm asking, do you?
No, it's on the
You
fence.
don't? What is what is
No.
what is a pedophilic comment then? Could you tell me?
Yeah, it would be, oh, you're 10 years old and I'd like to date you now. That would be pedophilic.
Okay, so I have a question. If Donald Trump went up to a 5-year-old and said that he was going to be dating them in 15 years, would that be acceptable?
I honestly, God, Parker, I don't even know why we're talking about this. I think
I
it's
want you to
stupid. I think
respond to
there's
that.
a lot more things that we
I
could
promise
talk
you.
about
I
that would be
promise you
much
this
more
is. I
productive.
promise you this is a relevant point. This is incredibly productive for you to address here. I want you to respond to this point. If he went up to a 5-year-old and he said he would be dating them in 15 years, would you think there's an issue with that enough so that you would support him?
This is all
Just a hiccup.
hypothetical, and I would agree with you. It's disgusting. I haven't heard any of this.
Wait, by the way, based upon your logic, they're going to be 20 anyway. What's the difference?
You know, you can condescend me like that, I guess, but I'm agreeing with you.
You deserve
So
it.
I don't know for what.
Respond to it. Respond
I
to that
just
point.
did.
You didn't. You didn't
I just
respond to
did.
that. You didn't respond to that. A 5-year-old. You go up to a 5-year-old, a kindergartner.
I just said
And
this is
Donald
all
Trump says,
hypothetical,
as a
and I can
50-year-old man,
concede.
that he's going to be dating them in 15 years, based upon your reasoning, because they're going to be 20, right? You think that's acceptable enough to support him still?
Like I said, if this is all hypothetical, because I haven't heard any of this, it really sounds very weird. I haven't heard any of this. Nothing has come to light in anything that I've heard. And I listen.
You want to hear this right now?
Go ahead.
Wait, but what would be your response after that? Say what you're going to say.
I wasn't saying anything. I was waiting for you to play it for me.
No, you were going to say something before I cut you off.
No, I was saying just for the sake of argument, let me concede to you. You know, because I just don't think
Entertainment
anything.
Tonight, which is owned by CBS Television. In it, Donald Trump is heard making questionable comments about a young girl. Let's listen to that.
Soon. Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
You laugh at that.
When was this?
You laugh at that in 1992. You laugh at that? What
This
the
was
fuck?
when, 1992?
You laugh? Why did you laugh at that?
Hold on.
Why did you laugh at that?
This was 1992?
Yes, why did you laugh at that?
I'm asking, is it?
Why did you laugh at that?
I don't know. I think it's ridiculous.
What's ridiculous
'cause
about
I
it?
think it's a ridiculous comment. That he would even say it.
So why are you laughing at that?
I
That's
think
clearly a
it's
fucked up comment. It's clearly incredibly fucked up.
I would agree with you. I think it's a very strange sense of humor.
Do you think it's pedophilic?
I don't think it's pedophilic. I don't think he has any intention.
Okay, so
of
I have a
that.
question.
I think it was.
I have a
I think
question.
it was a
If
stupid
Donald
comment.
Trump at that same age went up to a 5-year-old and said he'd be dating them in 15 years, would that be pedophilic?
Man, I really think you're like you're really coming down on this. Where for me,
Would
it's
that
just
be
not that important.
would
It's
that
just
be
as important
pedophilic?
as
Would
It's
that be
just as
pedophilic?
important
I just want you to answer that question. Would that be pedophilic?
if he meant it literally. I don't think he means anything like that. I just don't listening to
Is
him.
it is it
Just
is
the
that
same
is
as
that
hold
is
on,
it pedophilic?
Parker, give me 1 second. I'm begging you, give me 1 second. It's the same thing to me as when I see the MAGA people going and calling Joe like Sniffy Joe and like creep because of the way he's touching like the kids on camera. All of this stuff is nonsense. We're getting into the weeds for nothing here. There are a lot better things that we could be talking about.
But do you agree that Donald Trump explicitly saying that he wants to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years is a pedophilic comment?
When I listen to that, I don't hear pedophile. I hear somebody making a joke that is
Is it a
after he
is it a
said it's
pedophilic
probably
joke? Is it a
classless. That's what I
pedophilic
hear.
is it a pedophilic joke?
When I listen to it, I don't hear a pedophilic joke. If you want to hear something pedophilic,
Okay, well then I'll
that's
ask you
fine.
this
When I
question.
listen to Donald Trump say that,
Again,
I don't
same
hear it.
question about what I said earlier. If Donald Trump went up to a 5-year-old and said he'd be dating them in 15 years, in that explicit context,
He wasn't saying it to the 5-year-old.
in that explicit context, would that be a pedophilic joke?
If he was saying it to the 5-year-old, I'm going to date you in 15 years. Yeah, you can consider it, but it sounds like he's talking to the camera.
What's the relevant difference between the 5-year-old and 15-year-olds and the 10-year-old in 10 years? That means that in one scenario it's a pedophilic comment, and in the other one it's not.
Parker, it wasn't the age I was referring to. Whether
Scott,
it's
think of the
5,
$5.
10, 15, even 17. Yeah. Okay, it's going to be pedophilic if he was saying it
Okay.
to that person. But when the clip that you played me, he's obviously not saying it to the person. It sounds like he's looking into the camera.
We're gonna play. Well, you want me to play it again?
He's looking into the camera. He says, "I'm going to be dating her."
Oh, well, Major, I want to start with a short video clip.
Soon. Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Her, not you.
Do you
her.
see? Do you
So
see
he's
how?
obviously
Do you see
talking
how?
to the
Hey,
other adults.
wait, hold up. I'm gonna show you how you're so disingenuous. He literally explicitly says, right? Are you going up the escalator? She responds with, "Yeah." He goes, "Can you believe it? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years." Right? And she responds with, like, you don't see that? How are you okay with that? How is that okay in your head? How are you still going to support this guy? Hello? Hello?
Yeah. Okay. So you muted me, right? I was saying if you want to say that he has a sixth sense of humor, that's fine. But he turned to the camera or whoever is holding the camera, and he's making the joke to the adult that he's going to be dating her in whatever many years, just like he had on the what was it, the Billy Bush tape, grab him by the pussy kind of comment.
And you still support him after that. You just write it off as quote unquote locker room trash talk. That's exactly how you like literally portray, and you actually are like complicit, right? In literally the misogyny involved in locker room talk and boys will be boys. That same type of fucking ideology that continually like accepts harmful and toxic male behavior. Like the fact that you sit there and like justify that, I think is disgusting. Right, that's an element of grape culture, explicitly saying that you grab women by the vagina without asking.
It's not what he was saying.
That is literally what he said.
That is not literally what he said. If you listen to the tape,
that is
he
exactly
said to Billy Bush, when you're rich or you're famous or whatever it was like me, you can grab him. He's not saying that he did. Well, and I'm not saying that he said, and I'm not saying that he did not.
Yeah.
But what he was saying,
we all heard what he said.
You have that
we all heard what he said, and it is the case that he said he absolutely was referring to it in that context in terms.
No, not at all.
Wait,
not
no, it's we know we literally can go back and look at the Hollywood tapes.
Right? We can disagree.
He did like a fake apology for this. He did a fake apology for this. It's like literally a meme
conversation.
What do you mean? You're the one who you responded with it. You're
No,
supporting his
you're the one that's
misogyny.
harping on this stuff.
Yeah, because
You're the one that's harping on
because you
this.
like to support his misogyny.
No,
You
I
you
wouldn't
like
support.
to support him even though he
You're saying
literally
that. I'm not
is
saying that.
engaging in pedophilic comments.
I would never. I
Hey,
would
thank you for the
never do
$5.
that.
Thank you. You just wait.
I
You
would
just
never
did.
support
You
misogyny.
just did. We literally just got you to a point to acknowledge that, like, literally going up to a 5-year-old and saying you date them in 15 years is a pedophilic joke, right? Under Donald Trump's position, given that he said that, right? But him going up to a 10-year-old girl and saying you date them in 10 years, that's apparently not a pedophilic joke. So what's the relevant difference between the 5-year-old and the 10-year-old? That means in one scenario it would be a pedophilic joke, but in the other scenario it's not.
I'm snoring here, Parker. You want to talk about anything
You see
else?
how he can't respond to that? You see how he can't acknowledge that?
I already responded a
You
million
didn't. You
times.
didn't respond to that specific point.
Absolutely, I did.
Respond to that
100%.
very specific point.
No, not at all.
Get the fuck off my live. Not at all. Jesus Christ, dude. Today's been horrible. Like, for the people that have come up, like it's just been horrible. Like the wild guest today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
You're good. You're good. Scott, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Shannon, thank you so much for the $1. Yeah, it's crazy what he's defending. Emily, thank you so much for the $10. Chris, thank you for the $3. Ben, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Sid, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it, Sid. Thank you. Thank you, Sid. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on TikTok, make sure to follow me if you haven't already. I'm back on my main account. Happy to be back on the main account. So very happy. If you like my content, make sure to subscribe on YouTube. I've been posting stuff every single day on YouTube. I'm going to start to get to 2 posts every single day. So definitely go make sure to follow me there. Oh, Andre, you agree with me. I didn't actually mean to bring you up. You agree seemingly. So I'm gonna go on to someone who does disagree. Appreciate you though. I appreciate you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, man?
How old are you?
37.
Do you
Bro, why
support
do you
Trump?
duck all the real? Why do you duck all the real debaters? You only debate people who don't know policy.
So are you
You
not a
run
real
from
debater?
everybody, bro.
Are you not a real debater?
No, not really. No, I'm not. I'm not a real debater. But people like Charlie Kirk, who crushed you.
Wait,
fucking-
Charlie Kirk runs away from me. Why'd you give that as an example? That was the worst example you could give. Jack,
I
thank you
said
for the
he-
$5.
I
Thank
said
you
he-
so much.
I said he crushed you.
What
are
he
you
crushed?
talking
Give me 1 point you crushed me on.
Well, when he let you do your whole spiel, right? Oh, Donald Trump this, he that. As soon as he started, you cut him off instantly. Then you try to switch.
Did he lie? Did he lie?
About what? The carbon emissions?
Yeah, he said that it was the lowest in human history, which was wrong.
Human history, he said since the 70s.
No, he
right?
said in human history, and then me.
When did they start recording?
Specifically, and then he responded. And by the way, it wasn't the lowest since then as well.
When did we start recording carbon emissions? What year?
Patricia, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. You're referencing the specific standards from the 70s. That doesn't change anything. He said in human history.
You said human history.
He said in human history.
That we've ever recorded. When did we start recording?
Dude, all I was doing was correcting him when he lied. That's it.
Yeah, no, you didn't. Okay, why didn't you correct him when he was done with this spiel like he did with you?
Because it was such a blatant lie that I thought it was so ridiculous that I had to jump in.
And then veer the whole conversation, just like he did with the.
That's a wait. That's such a
you want to bring religion into it.
Wait, yeah, wait, absolutely, yeah. That's gonna be like the best.
You want to veer. You want to pivot all the way to religion.
Wait,
he wasn't talking about religion.
Wait, he asked me to define specifically what a woman is, right? I'm saying that he doesn't define gender in a solely biological context when it references his religious beliefs, and he thinks it's totally coherent to do that. But then he has an issue with doing that specifically when it references when we're referencing trans people. Patricia, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Hold on. So the carbon emissions was so out of pocket that you had to cut him off. It was that crazy?
Yeah,
really?
it was. Yeah. They're on. Thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you.
You
Catherine,
couldn't
thank you
wait
for the
patient.
$4.44 for time to get your grift on. Thank you.
You couldn't wait patiently and just say, "Hey, this was wrong." Let him go on with his whole spiel. You had to cut him off right there.
Yeah,
Really?
I did feel like that. And going back,
And
thinking back on it,
that's why you're not a good debater. That's
right.
why you that and
Thinking back on it, I can obviously go back and be like, maybe I wouldn't have cut him off there. Obviously, that is incredibly absurd, right? Maybe I wouldn't have cut him cut him off if I went back in time. But I think it's totally makes sense for me to do
bro,
that.
you can't live without your mute button and your kick button. You can't not live.
I know I love it. I will admit, I really do love it.
Yeah, I know. I know you love it. That's why you suck at debating. Because when it comes to a real debate without a mute button, you're scared. What happened with Andrew Wilson when he called you out a whole bunch of times?
I wasn't scared
Rant
at
from him
Jubilee.
too.
I wasn't scared at Jubilee. How do you feel about Jordan Peterson?
I said Andrew Wilson.
I shit on
See,
him,
why are you
on
pivoting?
Pierce.
This is what you do.
Wait.
This is what you do. You pivot like a.
This is what was in my mind. I will address Andrew Wilson. I shit on him on Piers Morgan. You can unmute your mic though. Just go to the bottom right and do that.
Bro, you suck without your mute button, bro. I'm telling you. That's it. What happened?
So are you admitting that I'm better than you right now with the mute button? Are you at least admitting that right now? Was that the concession that I just got?
Are you done? You done?
Will I get a response to what I just said?
What? Are you good with the mute button? Sure, of course.
Am I
It's your
better?
live.
So did you concede that I'm better than you right now while I have
Better
the
than
mute
me
button?
in what? At what? Muting people?
In this
Are you
debate?
better?
Like you just said, I'm better than me.
You're better at me than muting people. Sure.
Thank you
Cool.
very much, Meg. Thank you for
Cool.
the $10.
Good one.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
You got that one. You got that one, Parker.
It's so
You got
crazy
it.
what they do. Thank you so much, though, Meg. All right, go ahead.
So when are we gonna see the debate with you and Andrew Wilson?
It's already out.
Where you guys sat down with no mute button? We're not talking about
Yeah,
TikTok.
no mute button. Yeah,
Where? Where's it at?
Piers Morgan.
Really?
Yeah, Claire, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kristen, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much on the PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I bet you, just like a bunch of other people in the YouTube comment section, are going to think it's totally okay that he was on the side that was arguing that Jesus would say the N-word. And that he thinks it's okay for white people to say the N-word in the context of comedy.
What are you talking about? That's
Tim,
crazy.
take the $2. Yeah, that's what he was saying. And he thought
Did
he
you
was
ever- did-
he thought he was
did you
owning
ever-
me because he thought I was too soy for saying that. That's fucking crazy.
So when somebody says something crazy, that gives you the grounds not to debate them, right?
Typically,
Is that what you do?
I typically, like, someone says something crazy like that, and I would kick them off the live. Yeah, the stuff that Andrew Wilson has said, I would kick him off the live. The only reason I'm debating him is because it's on Piers Morgan, right? He's incredibly insufferable. He doesn't actually engage in productive dialogue. He's not a real debater, by any measure.
Bro, you would literally go to Charlie Kirk just to say what Elon Musk did and thought he was a
Wait,
Nazi.
I'll actually
Like,
give
really?
you. Hold
You had
up.
so
I have
much-
one thing to
you
say.
have so much
I will
other-
actually. I will give Charlie. I think Charlie Kirk is more of a genuine debater than Andrew Wilson. Genuinely.
Yeah, so then why didn't you debate him? Why do you have to
I would
cut him off every?
I would debate Charlie Kirk.
Look at. If Charlie Kirk was on this TikTok debating with you, you would.
If Charlie Kirk was on this TikTok debating with me, I wouldn't cut him off a single time. I would have notes and I would write down the notes and I wouldn't cut him off a single time.
That's the biggest.
I'm actually genuinely serious. In the next debate that I have with Charlie Kirk, I would literally not cut him off a single time. I have told him, and I have literally made this explicitly clear online, I will debate him with a moderator in a hour or 2 hour long podcast type of form where I won't cut him off a single time. A single time. As long as I get a notepad to write down what he says. Like, so that I can remember it. That's it. That's all I need. So that I won't cut him off a single time in that debate. I've said this, and he still won't debate me under those conditions. Casey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I just think you don't debate anybody who knows policies, bro. You don't at all.
Who knows
You
policies?
sit-
Well, because no MAGA knows policies.
Charlie Kirk knows
that's
policies.
that's contradictory. No MAGA knows policies, right? Therefore, if I only debate MAGA,
Lumberjack knows
I
policies.
can't.
Older millennial knows
I've debated
policies.
all of them.
Yeah, and you kick them off soon as they say something that you don't agree with.
Okay, older millennial called for the genocide of mentally disabled people, right? I've debated him multiple times, right, for extensive periods of time. He's fucking insane, right? If you want to reference Lumberjack, I've talked to Lumberjack on multiple occasions for plenty of hours. I don't know why you would say that I like just kicked him off right away, right? I
Yeah,
didn't kick
and I
off
missed that.
Lumberjack right away. I
And I wish
debated Lumberjack for a very long time, actually.
and I wish I would
Coral,
have
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate on the YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's crazy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wish I would have saw that one. I would have recorded it like when he debated Dean and crushed the shit out of Dean.
Who did?
Crushed him. Lumberjack.
No, Lumberjack
I
didn't
recorded the
crush
whole
Dean.
hour. I recorded the whole hour of it.
You're just biased. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, okay. I could send you the video. I could send you the whole hour video.
Go ahead.
And you will
Cindy,
not
thank you for
and
the
you will
$5.
not
Thank you so much,
and
Cindy.
you will not say that Dean won, trust me.
Cindy, I don't think I remember him saying that. If he did, I would kick him.
How did you guys even get to disabled people?
Cindy,
You
I
and
would go
older
back in the
millennial.
Cindy, I would go back and look in the YouTube. If he did, it would be there on the YouTube. Sorry, what'd you say?
How did you guys even get to that disabled people with older millennial? How did you? Because this is what you guys do. This is what I noticed.
It wasn't me debating him. It was
Because
him.
this is what I noticed that you and
It wasn't me debating him. He was debating a vegan, right? And he literally just said it was okay to literally throw mentally disabled people off a mountain because a vegan was giving him a reductio. That is like an incredibly unhinged thing to say.
so he was debating somebody else,
Yes.
not you.
Yes.
So it wasn't a 1v1.
Well, I debated him in a different context, and I learned about this after I debated him.
So then now for him saying that, you won't debate him in a 1v1, right?
No, because he's too insane.
Exactly.
There's no point
That's
to
my
engage with
point.
him. I've engaged with him multiple times. He doesn't engage with like genuine conversation. I joined his live one time and he kicked me off because I said that what influences jobs is more demand side rather than supply side because demand influences the supply to exist in the very first place. If there is no demand, there is no supply,
So,
right? Be
so
able to
there's no,
produce that's profitable.
so it wasn't a
And he kicked
1v1.
me off because of that. No, I debated him 1v1 and he got fucking absolutely destroyed.
When can we
So
see
Cal Smitty, thank you for
you?
the money gun.
When can we see you debate a 1v1 with somebody like a
Cindy,
Charlie
thank you for
Kirk?
$2.
How about that? How about that?
I will debate him anytime, any place, literally anywhere.
And you said you debated Lumberjack a whole bunch of times.
Yeah, I've debated all these people that you referenced.
I wish I would have saw that one.
Every single person that you just referenced, I've
And what
debated
happened?
them.
And what happened? Let me guess. You think you cooked them? You think
Obviously,
you cooked Lumberjack?
I don't think there are any good
Of
MAGA.
course you
I
think
don't
you.
think there are any good MAGA debaters.
Oh. I go back and listen to him and Dean that whole hour over and over and over. Dean says the same talking points you do, same exact shit, because you guys are just an echo
Wait,
chamber.
no,
And he
because
did.
we're good friends and we've had conversations about these topics in the very first place. And yes, Dean has learned a lot of things from me. I've learned a lot of things from Dean, and we have very similar positions because we're good friends and we hang out a lot. We're in each
Bro,
other's
I have
lives
the
all the
whole
time.
I have the whole thing recorded. It's an hour long. Dean did not cook, bro. There was people in this chat saying Dean, L Dean. He had to stop the
Wait,
debate and
of
say
course,
everybody's
wait.
saying L Dean everybody who's saying this is what Dean said. And I have it recorded. I'll send it to you. Dean was saying everybody in the comments saying L Dean just because I don't know about a specific court case. Like, bro, he was getting cooked, bro.
Wait, not knowing about a specific court case doesn't
Yeah,
mean he's a
because he
no.
wanted to bring up the
Lindsay, thank you
Constitution.
for
He wanted to
$5.
bring up
Thank you.
immigration, real topics. Real topics. And then of course this is what you guys do too. You guys will stop and then pivot, right? And then say blah blah blah. And then when he responds to you, you'll say that he pivoted. That's exactly what you guys do. Just like you did with the Charlie Kirk, the exact same thing. Let's talk about trans and let's talk about women. Then the whole debate
Trans people.
trans people. Then the whole debate became about religion. The whole debate. That's why
Wait.
when
You
you
just
came back
pivoted a
up,
bunch of a
that's why.
bunch of different
That's
things.
why.
No,
Hold on. But that's why when
I
he
had multiple conversations with Charlie Kirk about different issues that were very short conversations because of how Jubilee was set up, right? So we had different conversations about different things. I brought up explicitly the religion in the context in which it was very relevant, specifically where he was saying that like he was saying gender was defined from only a biological standpoint, and I was going to give him an example where he uses gender in a social context, not in a biological. Brent, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Right. And then so what is a woman again?
Jesus, thank you so much for the
Go ahead.
$25. Thank you so much, Jesus. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely, I really appreciate it. Adam, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Claire, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. A woman is an adult human that is committed towards the social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex with the express purpose of identity.
You use that
Now,
same definition for what is a man?
yeah,
The same exact one?
yeah, you just
Just reverse?
replace female with male.
Cool, cool. So you're basically saying if there's a tomboy, right? A girl who identifies as a woman, but matter of fact, let me ask you a better question. What do you mean by associates with the sex? What do you mean by that? What do you
Ha-
mean by like associates? Like, can I be a man and then put on a dress and like I'm a woman now? Is
No,
that what you
it's
mean?
a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms with an explicit purpose of identity.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
So not really,
So
because you have to.
if hold up, listen. If you just put on a dress, right, that
Okay.
wouldn't mean that you are committed towards those norms. You just put on a
Oh,
dress.
oh, so you have to be committed. So there has to be
Yeah.
more things than just the dress. Like what else?
Yeah.
Can you give me some examples?
Yeah. You have to have a desire to be in accordance with it as an explicit purpose of identity.
So if I have the desire to be a woman and I put on a dress and a
Wait,
wig, am I a
a
woman?
desire to be in accordance with the set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex with an explicit purpose of identity.
Uh-huh.
In that
Uh-huh.
context, if you meet that set of criteria, right, I would consider you a woman.
Right. So I could desire to be a woman. I could put on a dress and a wig, and I'm a woman to you.
I'm not saying you. I'm talking about a
No, no.
person in
I'm
general.
using it. I'm using me as an example.
No, I'm not talking you. I'm saying a person in general. You are a man because you have the commitments and the desires to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male sex as an explicit purpose of identity. You have that. You already meet that set of criteria.
Okay. Cool. If you saw somebody walking down the street, right, hairy chest, facial hair, big full beard, but has a woman's wig on and a dress on and some heels. What is that, Parker? What would you
Don't say what is that? What the fuck are you
what
talking about?
what would you
None of the things you just said at all reference to me specifically.
what would you
What are
identify?
their desires to be
What
in
would you
accord? What are their
what would you
desires?
identify that person?
What are their desires to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms? What are their desires?
Heels and a dress and a wig.
What are their
I
desires?
just
I'm
gave
not.
it. I just told you.
You're giving me descriptions specifically of the things that they're wearing, not
What else?
not the.
What else are we gonna go by?
Wait, just because someone is wearing something doesn't mean that they're committed to that.
Okay, so what else are we gonna go by? You have to answer that question. What else are we gonna go by if it's not that?
Wait, are you saying that in every circumstance, just by
I'm
looking at,
asking you a question. I just
I
asked you a
understand.
question.
I don't think in every circumstance, just by looking at someone, I'm going to be able to identify what their gender is. Do you think that every single circumstance, just by looking at someone, you're going to be able to identify their gender? No, obviously not, right? Obviously not. You're not going to be able to identify in every single circumstance, right? It could be in the circumstance that you're explaining that someone is engaging in drag, right? And just because someone's engaging in drag doesn't mean that they have the commitments and the desires to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex as an explicit purpose of identity. In that context, it's not for the purpose of identity, and they are not committed towards their social and cultural norms in that context, right? So therefore, it wouldn't meet the set of criteria to be in accordance with a particular gender because it's a particular performance. That's what drag is.
So you're not gonna answer my question, right?
He didn't listen to a single word I said. Can you repeat to
So
me
you're
what I
not gonna
just said?
so you're not gonna answer. You guys say a lot.
You guys say a
A
lot.
whole
Sandy,
paragraph.
thank you for the
Yeah.
$2. Thank you, Tim. Thank you for the
You guys will
$5.
say a
Thank you so
whole
much.
paragraph. You guys will say a whole paragraph that doesn't really answer any of my question.
I addressed every single thing, and you just
No,
didn't
you
listen.
didn't.
You know what you should
No,
do?
you
You
didn't.
should go back into the YouTube stream after this debate, and you should put it on 0.5 times speed, right? And you should listen to our conversation, and maybe you'd be able to like reflect upon this point.
How about you should listen to the debate where Dean got cooked? I'll send it to you. It's a whole hour. And then come back and then tell me that Dean won that debate.
Yeah, but you have
And
to
of
go. Yeah,
course,
but you have
and
to
of course,
you have to go back and watch our conversation at 0.5 times speed. Is that fair?
whose conversation?
This conversation with me and you,
For what?
the conversation we just had. Go back and watch it on my
For
YouTube.
what? For what?
So that you can go back and go through these sorts of ideas that I brought up, and
For
so that you can
what?
listen to what
For
I'm
what?
saying, so you can understand my
You're not
perspective.
answering my question again. You guys don't answer. You only answer
I've
questions.
answered it in like 5 separate ways,
Jesus Christ, bro.
so you can understand where I'm coming from. Is that a good answer for you?
No, because you still didn't answer my question.
What question?
The question about what are the norms? Tell me what are the norms, Parker? What are the norms that I have to go by to be in order to be a woman?
Um,
What are they? It's not a dress. It's not heels.
so
It's not
so
a
so
wig.
so to
Tell
clarify,
me more.
no. You're understanding. It's the commitment to be in accordance with, right, a certain set of social and cultural norms. That's what you're misidentifying.
You just keep repeating your definition. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, because I'm saying not just
That's all you're doing,
yeah,
bro.
because I'm
You're not.
saying yeah, because I'm saying just wearing something isn't a critique to my particular
Okay, give me
definition
more
because
then.
that
Give me
doesn't
more
relate to your
then.
commitments.
I'm asking you to give me
Are
more.
you just asking me for other examples of feminine
Yes.
characteristics?
No, I said give me. You're.
Are you asking me for other characteristics that would be associated with
Yes.
the female
Yes,
sex?
Parker. Yes, Parker. That will qualify me to be a woman. Yeah.
Well,
Is that hard? Is it hard
listen.
for you?
Can you hear it this way? Just because someone is wearing something doesn't mean that they have
You're
commitments to.
just repeating yourself. You're just going to keep repeating yourself.
Yeah, but this is the most important thing for you to understand. Is it okay?
Sir,
Yeah.
what
So
are the characteristics, Parker?
yeah, so it's not the characteristics that would be relevant to the dispute that you're having in terms of your understanding here. It's the understanding that like what the desire is to be in accordance with those set of characteristics. Because just wearing something isn't indicative that you have a commitment to be in accordance with that with an express purpose of identity. So what you're trying to do is give me an example where it is the case that someone is wearing, right, certain clothes that you would associate to be feminine. That doesn't necessarily mean their commitments would be in accordance with that. So I was just clarifying in the example that you're providing, what is the case? And it seems like you didn't want to provide it. And you just wanted to ask me what other feminine characteristics are. I'm sorry, do you not know what feminine characteristics are? I understand that you might not know that as like a straight man, what it is as an incel to be like around women or
Well,
to be around feminine characteristics. So I understand, right? But like I think that you should have a common understanding of what that is, right? We have a shared understanding of what it means to have
sure,
certain feminine characteristics, right?
sir, I see some in you. Does that make you a woman?
No, because I don't have a commitment to be in accordance with those certain set of social and cultural norms with an express purpose of identity. But yes, I do
I
have
like how,
feminine characteristics, and men having feminine characteristics is not a bad thing.
okay. Are you a feminist?
Yes, absolutely, an intersectional feminist. Wait, are you not a feminist? You laughed
Nah,
at that.
I'm not.
No?
I'm not a
Wait,
feminist. No.
so do you believe that men and women should be given equal rights?
Sir,
Sure. Wait?
what's wrong with that?
Actually,
What's wrong with that?
how about this? Can you define feminism?
You want like the definition, or you want my what I believe it is?
Yeah. Like, what do you believe feminism is?
Somebody that fights for women's rights. That's my definition. Do you want the
To clarify,
like actual definition?
you laughed and said no, you aren't someone specifically who is a feminist, but then you defined feminism as fighting for women's rights, so you don't agree with women's rights.
What do you mean? I said that's fine. They should have
Do you
equal.
okay?
What's wrong with that?
So you are a feminist.
No,
Okay, so you don't agree with women having equal rights.
actually, now that I think about it, I don't know. I feel like there was a lot of women that just voted for Kamala
Kamala,
just because she was a woman. Would you agree with that?
is that at all addressing what I just asked you?
Well, I don't know.
There could be, yeah, and there are a hell of a lot more men that voted for Donald Trump just because he's a man. And some of them came up on my live. A lot of them came up on my live and came up on Dean's live, and they explicitly said that they wouldn't vote for women just because she's a woman.
I know, and you flipped your shit, didn't you?
Obviously, I think that's incredibly fucked up.
Yeah, I know.
Do you not think that's fucked up? Well, do you believe in women's rights? Are you a feminist?
What are women's rights, Parker?
No. You said the
What
term.
what are they? No, you did.
And
I didn't say it. You did.
actually,
You brought this whole thing up.
I asked.
See what you guys do? Did you see exactly what you guys do?
I asked you what a feminist is. You said someone who fights for women's rights, right? So I said if you aren't a feminist, then you don't fight for women's rights, right? So then you have a concept of women's rights as it was pertinent specifically to the definition that you provided for feminism. So would you like to provide what you think women's rights are? Because I was using your understanding based upon your definition. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you brought it up, so you have to
No,
define
actually,
what
you
it
brought
is.
it up.
I brought up women's rights.
Yes.
You brought up women's rights, Parker. You want to go look up the whole video again?
You brought up women's rights in your definition of feminism. Does that make sense? Use your brain. Come on. Come on. Multiple steps at a time.
What is
Multiple
a
steps.
feminist then? You tell me what a feminist is.
Well, it's going to be someone specifically that believes that men and women should be treated equally, specifically under the law and within the context of society, on the basis of their gender. Right? They should be treated equally on the basis of that. And then, secondly, right, liberation of women from the patriarchy. So, those are like fundamental conditions I see into the context of feminism.
And if they're not equal to men's, then it's wrong, right?
Yeah, if there's not equal treatment societally and legally of men and women on the basis of the gender, right, then yeah, I think that's not good.
No. So then they should be drafted into the war too, select service. Yes or
I don't
no?
think anyone should be drafted. Juan, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I protested 3 days straight for the people here in LA. I'm literally crying for the injustices happening here. Keep debating you. Bring light and truth over these inconsiderate people. Sending lots of love. Thank you so much, Juan. Can we get some fucking W's for Juan in the chat? I love that. That's incredibly amazing. Great fucking work. Great fucking work.
Yeah, keep debating the people who don't know policy, Parker. Good job.
Are you admitting you don't know policy?
I know a few, yeah.
Okay, so I'm debating you. So then go ahead, provide the policy while you have the time.
How about his executive order with the most favored nation? What's wrong with that one?
Wait, which one specifically?
Pushing back on pharmaceutical drugs.
Wait, no.
For Americans?
Address the first one. What specifically?
What? What do you mean?
The most favored nation specifically. What are you referencing?
You don't know it?
No, I want you to tell me what your understanding is of it.
It's essentially just a pushback on pharmaceutical companies to get the most favored nation, us, the best prices in pharmaceutical drugs.
No, all it does is say please. You fucking idiot.
Are you sure about that?
All it does is say please.
Okay, pull it up right now. Pull it up. Read that.
Again, I can't. Go ahead. Tell me where particularly. Tell me where in the particular executive order it has any enforcement mechanism. It just says please.
Okay, can you pull it up and read it?
You're the one that has to provide.
Or are you going off?
You're the one.
Hold on. Where did you?
Wait, you're the one.
Where did you get that from?
Wait. You're the one that is providing the claim specifically. You have the burden of proof to provide the claim specifically, right? Evidence for the claim that you made. Go ahead, provide it. You're asking me to provide your evidence.
Well, hold on. I brought up the executive order, policy that you asked for, right? And then you specifically said it's not doing anything. It's just asking. And then now I said, okay.
Wait. I asked you specifically what enforcement mechanism exists for it, and you don't know. So go find the enforcement mechanism.
You just pull up the policy. How about you just pull up the executive order?
How about you go find the enforcement mechanism because you have the burden of proof that it even has an enforcement.
You made the claim in the.
Provide evidence that it has an enforcement mechanism in the very first place.
You brought up the claim as soon as I said.
Yeah. You have to provide evidence that there's literally an enforcement mechanism. Go for it.
How does that make sense?
Because you're the one who established the policy is effective, and it specifically has an enforcement mechanism and holding companies around the world specifically to hold particular international standards based on the most favored nation policy. So if you'd like specifically to address that, and you'd like to specifically address the effect of the policy, you'd have to tell me what the enforcement mechanism is of the policy in order for it to actually have an effect in the first place. Otherwise, it's just a trust me, bro, and please. So please go for it.
No, I will. But let me get this straight. Let me get this whole argument straight, right? Is you ask me for a policy, right? I provide you a policy, and your claim was that
you have to provide evidence that the policy that you advocated for that you're referencing operates in the way that you're referencing.
Hold on, let me finish. Just let me finish real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
So you asked me for a policy. I provide you I tell you a policy because there's many policies, right? There's not just one policy. So I give you a policy, right? Instantly, you said it's just asking. So then now I'm asking you, can you show me where you saw that?
Show me where I saw what?
That's just asking. It's just asking pharmaceutical companies to give us the most
I'll
favored
tell you.
nation,
I'll tell
the
you.
best.
The reason why I know that is because it lacks an enforcement mechanism. That's why I know. So
What does that mean?
it means the policy, the executive order that you're referencing, doesn't have an enforcement mechanism that ensures that the prices are actually going to end up going down. Zero enforcement mechanism. So if it doesn't have an enforcement mechanism,
Can you just bring up the policy?
then it simply is just please. Okay, you have to provide evidence that
Okay,
there is.
even hold on.
You have to provide evidence that in the very first place there even is an enforcement mechanism, because you're establishing that the policy does this in the very first place. Which I'm saying that you don't have evidence to say that there is an enforcement mechanism. Therefore, you can't make that claim. Appreciate the hand art.
Can we just pull up the policy? Put it on your screen?
How about you pull up the policy yourself? Appreciate the hand art, and then you tell me where to look at, because I'm not going to do the research right now for you on the stream. I'll let you do it, and I'll talk to someone else in the meantime. Is that okay?
You're just gonna make the claim and run with it. That's all you do, right?
No, I'm going to give you time to go look it up, and then when you find it, you can tell me explicitly where to look so that we maximize our time here. Good luck. Let's go on to the next person. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bios, or also in the description of the YouTube. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. I actually don't even know how many likes we have right now. Let me actually go check. Let me go check. I think we have 1.3 thousand. Everyone, let's try to get to 2,000 likes. I would really appreciate everyone. I'd really appreciate it for the 2,300 people who are on the stream right now. Jay, thank you so much for the $25 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much right now. For it may have been a wild night, but this has been a masterclass for me tonight on so many levels. Thank you, Parker. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Wait, so even if we're gonna go with your claim and say, hey, he is asking these pharmaceutical companies to give us the most favored nation, the best the drug prices, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
Wait, repeat that?
Okay, so you said that basically in this executive order, he's just asking pharmaceutical companies to lower their prices for Americans, right?
I'm saying that it is the case that there's no enforcement mechanism, so it's just asking.
Is there something wrong with that?
I'm just saying it doesn't.
Yes or no?
I'm saying it doesn't get you anything. It's just
Is
asking.
there something wrong with that?
How is just asking doing anything?
Okay.
Like, I can reference specifically Kamala
why?
Harris. Kamala Harris was advocating specifically for policy to change on that so that you can do stuff to then bring down prices. She did influence policy to get passed specifically when she was in office, right? Through the Inflation Reduction Act, the $35 cap on insulin for people on Medicare.
Oh, so she could do things as a vice president.
Yeah.
She can.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's funny because I hear you say a lot. What can she do as a vice president? She can't do anything.
I never
What's her job? You don't need,
I never said she can't do anything. She obviously has certain things that you can do.
like.
Yeah, tie-breaking votes, right? Raising private funds for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. The tie-breaking vote was how she specifically passed the Inflation Reduction Act.
And what about the border? What was her job?
I actually just told you.
On the border. And so she was supposed to raise money for the border.
By the way, I
essentially.
actually told you she raised over $5 billion in private funds to reduce the likelihood of people coming here in the very first place.
And we still got the most people we've ever saw in those 4 years, right? True or false?
Wait, say that one more time. Pure
And
Day,
we
thank
still
you so
got
much.
the
I appreciate
most,
the $10. Thank you so much. Of course, thank you.
and we still got the most immigrants of all time in those 4 years, right?
Sure, in a 4-year time period, there were more encounters. Yes.
So she kind of sucked at that. Then
Wait,
is what you're saying.
Wait, that doesn't. She didn't have specifically authority over that. She had authority specifically.
Oh, right.
Yeah. She didn't have authority over
Makes
that.
sense.
She had authority over raising private funds specifically to reduce the likelihood of people coming here. That's a specific authority that was granted to her by Biden. You know that, right? Vice presidents have certain authorities, but they don't have others. You being like a vice president doesn't have a certain authority is unknown when it's obvious that vice presidents have certain authorities, such as literally tie-breaking vote, right? And specifically whatever's granted to them by the president, specifically, which the idea of a border czar was never even granted to Kamala Harris in the first place. It's a made-up fucking lie.
It's just a made up term, but essentially she was more in charge of the border than anybody. True or false?
No, false.
No. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, make things up. Keep making things up.
I never said borders are. That's just I said that's a made up term.
Okay, at least you agree.
Yeah, but they still suck on the border. If we're choosing like who's better on the border out of your administration and Trump's administration, it's a no brainer. Like, are you gonna argue that
That Kamala Harris is better immigration policy? Yeah.
that your whole administration was worse on the border than Trump's?
Nope. Kamala Harris is better immigration policy.
Oh, immigration policy that she promised, right? Not any that were in effect at the time. But
Yes.
Trump comes in.
So
But Trump comes in with no
because it is the case,
legislation.
because it is the case that Biden and Harris specifically tried to pass a bipartisan infrastructure bill that literally had both sides support that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine.
And then Trump comes in with no piece of legislation. Border is under control now. Border crossings that are all time low.
They're
What do you
not
mean?
it's not an all-time low, but it is the case that if you want to
Pull up
reference,
cpb.org
it's not
right
an
now.
all-time low. But if you want to
I mean,
reference,
.gov, my bad.
yeah, if you want, it's not an all-time low. But if you want to reference specifically, right, the border crossings going down, they were already on a trend down because of the executive order that Biden put in place in the very first place. Yeah, that's true.
Oh my God,
We had
bro.
lower border crossings at the
You
end
guys
of
are fucking delusional.
we had lower border crossings at the end of the Biden administration comparative to Trump's first administration at the very end.
Yeah, probably because he was talking about mass deportations.
He was
What are
talking
you
about mass
talking about?
deportations in 2016. He's just not an
Did we have
effective
a did we
legislator.
did we have a border crisis in 2016? 20,
Under his
20
view. But it got
No,
even
I'm
worse
asking
because
you.
when
I'm asking you. How about under
no,
your
I
view?
don't think so.
Okay, so then that's irrelevant,
Well,
right?
it depends on how you define border crisis. Within certain respects, yes, I do think that we had a border crisis because it takes a hell of a lot too long for people to get into the country. But the idea that you understand a border crisis, no, we did not have a border crisis.
Would you say when Biden got rid of Remain in Mexico, border crossings shot up? Yes or no?
Border crossings,
In
that's a
February of
correlation
21?
causation fallacy. It doesn't really specifically relate to that. Border crossings going up was related to economic insecurity around the world because of global inflation and economic security being higher here in the United States. So people specifically being incentivized to go from other places around the world to the United States because it is the case that they were seeking economic security. If you want to specifically reference the border crossing numbers under the Trump administration, they were increasing, right? By 2019, it was 2 times what it was originally when Trump got in office. And Donald Trump didn't implement Remain in Mexico until 2019.
Right. No, I'm saying when Biden got rid of it.
Trump could have
In
done it day
February
one. It's an
in
executive order.
February.
Trump could have done it day one when he first got in office originally. He didn't do it
Can you
in
pull
his
up
first
a
administration.
Can you pull up a chart with cpb.gov and let's look at a graph real quick?
Graph of what?
A graph of border crossings. So hold on. First, before you do that, what year and month did Biden get rid of Remain in Mexico? February 21, right?
February. Wait, restate that.
What year and month did Biden get rid of Remain in Mexico?
What year and month did Biden get
Yeah.
rid of Remain in Mexico?
Yeah, February 21.
It would be when he just got in office. Andrea, thank you
February-
so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Andrea. Thank you.
Cool. So in the graph, let's look at February of 21 real quick.
Wait, can I just send you a Politico article that references the difference of time specifically based upon CBP
Why
data?
are we going off an article? Why can't we just go to the main source?
Be-
Don't you like to do that?
Well, because I don't care to like literally get everything and then bring it up seriously.
So
on
you
the
would
screen
rather
right
go
now.
to an article than the actual border crossings, right?
It cites the border crossings. It just gives you the information so that you can read through on it.
You can't
Because
just pull up
it's
the graph?
it's a comparison of those specific times. Because the graphs that typically come up through CBP data, like originally first that comes up, are the ones that just specifically look at like 2023 to 2024. They don't specifically pull up like the data from prior. So if you want specifically that information that cites it directly, right, I can just send you a Political article that compares the border crossings at the end of Biden compared to the end of Trump originally. Is that fine? It cites the same data. It just
How about
tells you.
just
It
pull
just
up?
cites you where you can specifically find it.
How about just pull up 2021 February border crossings? Is that fair?
It doesn't. I just told you. Did you hear what I just said? It specifically only shows 2023, 2024, and things like that. It doesn't show a comparison of what it was under Trump comparative to what it was under Biden, unless you reference specifically, right, like something that compares both of the data that you can easily just reference, which would be the Politico article.
Right. You'd rather go off the article.
Yeah, it's guess how much
What?
border
What?
crossings plummeted since Biden put in an executive order.
So you'd rather go off like an article of what somebody says rather than the actual website that you refer to sometimes, right?
Again, I can tell you where the original data is from, but it's easier if you're making a comparison, right, to specifically reference, right, something that has a basis. If I'm giving it to you, a basis where it references both of them, that you can easily look at both. So if I have a
Cool. So
specific, so if I
cool.
have
So
a,
you'd rather go off article. Cool. All right. Anyways,
it's easier for you to get the information if it goes through an article because it links you to both sets of data points and allows for you to make an easy comparison.
okay, cool. Got you. Anyways, um, how do you feel about your UNF America tour and all
Uh,
the criminals that were involved in that?
um, uh, okay,
Specifically, Mr. Jones. Um,
so, okay.
but
Wait, so I mean, I've already given a bunch of my thoughts on this. Do you want to go to like my Discord and look over my thoughts? I want to
no.
address specifically the claims you're making about border crossings before you pivot to something else.
You want me to go? You want me to look it up? I'm not gonna
Well,
go off an article
I
though.
already told you the title. It's guess how much border crossing numbers plummeted after Biden put in a new policy, right? And that specifically cites both of the sets of data points, specifically from CBP information. So I'm just telling you where you can specifically find the information, and
Why
even
not just
cited
go
by
to the
people from the
actual
DHS.
website that they're referring to?
Because we're
Why
making.
can't you do that?
I just told you multiple times. If you make me explain it one more time, I'm going to kick you from the live because it's
Of
very
course you are,
clear. Listen,
because that's what you love to do.
I
You
understand.
guys love to do
I
that. I
understand
know.
because it makes it easier for you to make a comparison. Does it make sense?
No, it doesn't, Parker. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about before I go on to the next person?
Sure. Let's talk about him trying to end wars,
Okay.
attempting to end wars.
You think
You
Donald
want to talk
Trump?
about the Pakistan?
You think
Yeah, go
Donald
ahead.
Trump is ending wars?
Yeah, he's already ended one, and he's working on another, and I believe we will see the end of that. The Ukrainian war. I believe that we'll see the end of that.
How come? Oh, I thought he was going to do. I thought he was going to do that day one.
Only lunatics like you guys believe that.
What
We
do you
didn't
mean?
actually believe that.
Oh, you mean what he said? So only
Yeah.
lunatics believe what Donald Trump says.
Yeah, only a lunatic will believe that any president in the history will get rid of will end.
I'm just gonna go on to the next person. I can't do it anymore. Only a lunatic would believe what Donald Trump says. I think that's a good point to end on for him. Jeez, dude, my brain is starting to hurt, chat. Oh gosh. I was gonna ask chat. Has there been any updates on Greta? Everyone, has there been any updates on what has happened? Last time I knew that there was a point where either they were able to get out tonight, or it was the case that they were going to be like going through processing through detainment. Do we have any updates? Anyone? Haven't seen anything. That's oh gosh, that's kind of scary. Not kind of. That is really scary. They're being held at the airport still. They're bringing her to the airport. So they're taking her to Tel Aviv. Is that what it is?
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month? Oh, you're 18?
August 30.
Really? You're 18.
August.
Yeah, really nice math. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That is true. That is true. That was the Title 40, Title 42. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Chat, we have less than an hour left on the live, everyone. I don't know how much more time I got, everyone. We got about an hour or so left on the live. A little bit less. Actually, not an hour or so. We have like less than 50 minutes for sure. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. Jenna, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And Andrea, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $15 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I was just coming here, like, ask, like, what are...
I'm sorry. You are definitely a fetus. That was definitely a fetus, chat. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
No, but Parker, I sent you.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I am just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Just looking for some debates. I only have, I think, like 45 minutes or so left on the live. It's actually 45 minutes. We're about 5 hours, 14 minutes in. And 6 hours is always my max. I might not even make it to 6 hours though. But today's been actually a pretty good stream. I mean, we had 104. I mean, for algorithm. I mean, it's been a bad stream for like the actual like people I've been talking to. Like it's been unhinged for the people I'm talking to. I meant like good for specifically just the algorithm. Because I was gonna say we have 140,000 overall views specifically on the stream. And that's not just impressions, just views, people clicking into it. So that's good to see. That's good to see. It looks like it's starting to get a little bit better. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 16, but you...
Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Make sure to like the stream. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream as well. I might just do one more conversation maybe because my girlfriend might be here soon. So I might just get there because I don't know if I'll be able to go any longer. So maybe one more conversation, everyone. Make sure to follow me here if you haven't on YouTube, on TikTok and on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe if you haven't already and like the stream. I'd really appreciate that. If we can get to 2 million likes, seriously, 2 million likes and 2,000 likes on YouTube, I'd really appreciate it. That'd be based. That'd be so based, so based. I think actually. I think YouTube and TikTok sometimes do this all the time. We have 1.3 thousand likes on YouTube, and we have 1.3 million likes on, or we have 1.4 thousand likes on YouTube and 1.3 million likes on TikTok. TikTok's got to catch up for the comparison. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump.
Lose to Cape in the final
What's up? How old are you?
and you beat Cape in the final 1 year. No, I swear.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. By the way, everyone, if you missed any of today's live, you can go to my YouTube and you can watch the whole streams, everyone. Seriously, all of these streams, if you miss any of them, are on YouTube. That's the great thing about me multi-streaming now and being able to stream both of these is that I can stream and get all of them on YouTube, you know?
Yeah, everyone screen record this. He's about to get dog walked.
How old are you?
24.
What's your birth year?
2000.
2000? What
Yeah,
month?
December 3rd.
Okay. So you support Trump?
Yeah, but I want to dog walk you real quick.
Okay. Try it. Go for it.
Yeah, so I just want to tell you, like, I always see this stuff, like, why do MAGA, whatever, Republicans don't like the LGBTQIA plus community? This is why. Two things it boils down to is delusion and victimhood. If I go to school and I put a clown mask on and I expect people not to laugh at me, I'm delusional. And then I get mad at the kids for laughing at me. That's basically what the LGBTQ plus is.
Okay. What are you talking about? How is being gay a joke to you?
So when you're gay, you're gonna raise your voice to sound like a female. Everything's an act. When you're trans, you're gonna dress up.
Wait, okay, wait, hold up,
You're gonna
hold
get
up,
made
hold up, hold
fun
up,
of,
hold up, hold up.
and then you're gonna
I'm
blame
so,
people.
I'm sorry. Are you really playing into the stereotype that like all gay men have feminine voices?
Yeah, all the ones that get made fun of
I have
do.
a question.
And then they act like
I
victims.
have a question. Do you think I have a feminine voice?
Are you gay?
Do you think I have a feminine voice?
Most gay men have feminine voice, whether you like it or
Do
not.
you think I have a feminine voice?
I don't think you're outwardly gay. Are you?
Do you think I have a feminine voice? Why would it matter what my sexuality is? I'm asking you.
Yeah, because when you wear
Do
a
you
crock
think
top to school
do
and
you
you
think
sound
do you
like this.
I have a question. Do you think that I have a feminine voice?
No, I wouldn't say it's a gay voice now.
Okay, he just makes association. I just don't think he has brain cells that are functioning. I don't want to engage in a conversation with that guy. I'm not gonna let that be the last conversation of today. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Sid, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sid. Ashley, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. For most recent update is hold up. Let me make sure I open it. Most recent update is they're being held at a detention facility, Ben Gurion Airport. They are expected to face hearings before being deported to their home countries. Follow Gaza Freedom Flotilla on IG. They have channel with updates. This update was 30 a.m. Jerusalem time. Thank you so much, Ashley. I really appreciate that. Of course, Sid. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. By the way, everyone, also, I would recommend anyone who's in the live right now to go check out my YouTube channel, the whole live from today. If you need any resources specifically, we talked about a bunch of different things today, a lot of the current events that are happening, right? All of that is on my YouTube, right? If you go back to the lives, we have talked about it multiple times on the stream today. If you want to make sure to look at the information associated with that, anything that we have brought up on the stream, along with make sure to look into it yourself as well, to make sure to keep yourself up to date as well. Hypatia, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Oh my gosh, I didn't even see that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shit, is this me?
Wait, I think that's from earlier. The person who just sent that. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I ain't seen you, but I did not want to get in this. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Thank you, everyone, for coming through today. I really appreciate it. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I'm sorry I ask a million times. I just want to keep the YouTube moving all the time. Also, has anyone heard any updates on TikTok ban? I don't know. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't believe it's going to happen at this point. And if it does, I mean, it will be on YouTube, but that's just any updates? No updates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes. Everyone, we have 1.4 million right now. 1.5 million would definitely be incredible, I tell you. Kind of forgot about that, not gonna lie. Yeah, there's so much going on that yeah, I forgot about the TikTok ban too. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hey, Robert, you there? Robert, you there? Hello? I think Robert fell asleep. go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, everybody. Christina, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Oh my gosh, I don't know why I just kicked you. I thought they weren't responding. Oops. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, everyone. I don't know why I just muscle memory kicked that person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, man? I'm 20, but my friend Hayden's on the live. Could you add him? He really wants to debate you. His name's like his user's Hayden Edmondson.
I got you. I don't. Oh wait, there we go. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20. What's up?
You support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
I'm a Christian. That's the main reason. Just goes to my beliefs, and the Democratic Party has gone way too far left, in my opinion.
Okay.
You can ask.
Did you know that Kamala Harris is a Christian?
I don't think Christians support abortion, but
Okay. Do you think in order to be Christian you have to repent?
I mean, everyone repents their sins.
So do you think in order to be Christian you have to repent?
I just answered.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Donald Trump, in order for him to be able to repent, he has to be able to ask God for forgiveness, correct?
Yes.
He admitted he never has asked God for forgiveness.
Where'd you read that off of? CNN?
No, he said it himself in an interview in Ames, Iowa.
Who reported that?
I watched it myself. I saw him say it. You can watch it on C-SPAN.
What is that?
It's like just look it up. It's essentially just a place where you can see a clip.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
How much does the Democratic Party pay auditors?
$1 trillion a year.
Hey, good for you, bro.
Do you actually think I'm paid by the Democratic Party?
I mean, I saw it come out that Harry was paid. I saw the receipts.
Well, one, I'm not friends with Harry anymore. Two, does that make you think that I'm paid by the Democratic Party?
I mean, I just assume y'all are all paid by the Democratic Party.
Okay, so what makes you think that I'm paid by the Democratic Party?
Because a while back I saw some receipts online that
there's no receipts that indicate that I'm paid by the Democratic Party.
All right, bro.
Try, go for it. Tell me.
I mean, dude, you're doing what your whole party does, just lie all the time.
I'm not lying at all. Tell me one time I lied, and indicate to me any good reason to believe that I'm paid by the Democratic Party, bro.
I mean, literally every single one of your videos is a lie.
Every single one of my videos is a lie. What lies?
I mean, that's just what the Democratic Party's about. Just straight lies.
So Sid must be the Democratic Party, right?
What?
Is Sid the Democratic Party?
Sid?
You don't know who Sid is?
Who's Sid?
You don't know who Sid is?
No.
That's diabolical.
Tell me who he is.
She. You don't know who she is. Sid Sid is incredible. She's amazing. She's always here in the lives. Incredibly supportive. She's cool as fuck. I met her in real life. She's really cool.
How am I supposed to know who she is?
Because she's always in the lives, right? And she's like all part of the community.
Oh, I'm never in the lives really, so I don't really know. But
So like, do you think that she's the DNC or the Democratic Party? Do you think that Christina, who sent me $10 on Venmo, is the Democratic Party, or Nathaniel, who just sent me $5 saying thoughts on Alex O'Connor's response to your Jordan Peterson Jubilee debate? Thank you for the $5. I actually thought he mischaracterized something just a little bit slightly because he was trying to be a little bit too nice to Peterson, because it is the case that like it really, like what Peterson was saying is that like you don't really believe something unless you stand on it to the point in which you would die for it. So it's about standing on the belief, not whether or not you could believe something differently, right? So like the point he brought up is a good thing to think about, but I don't think it's necessarily relevant critique of what I was debating on. But everything else he said was totally on point.
yo, why did Hoppy Sparkles just say never met a smart Hayden?
Do you think that was the Democrat? Do you think that they're the Democratic Party? Nathaniel?
Let's talk about the ICE protests.
Okay, go ahead. They left. They left themselves. Wow. The Democratic Party must have taken them down. Sid, thank you for the $10 for I can't beat the bot and DNC allegations. Thank you, Sid. Thank you, Sid. You are the Democratic Party. Thank you, Democratic Party. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Trump?
I don't, but I wanted to make a suggestion for you on your live.
Actually, go for it real quick, actually.
So, sometime last month, I don't remember exactly when it was, but I saw somebody, they were debating, and they had like a side like panel thing, if you will, and like right above it said rules, and it pretty much stated each rule that person had. I thought maybe I'd bring that up to you and see what you thought.
Yes, a lot of words on the screen reduces people going in the live. So I could have rules. I think it'd probably be better to put my rules like in my link tree in my bio or something like that if I had rules like that. But typically I can just tell people because like even if I did have rules specifically on the background, people just like will still ignore it.
Right.
Because I've actually done that in the past. Did you know? Like I've been doing this for so many years that like when I first started, I used to have like a background where I had like a bunch of different topics behind me. There are times where I had like all the rules behind me and stuff like that too. So I've done a bunch of different things.
Oh, okay. Well, I just started following you like last month, so I also wanted to say that
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm a huge fan of yours, and I appreciate what you do, bro.
Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Joe. Have a great night. Have a great night,
You
Joe.
too.
Juan, thank you so much for the $5 for not the DNC. Thank you for what you do, bro. Much love. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Always good to see everyone. Everyone's been so nice today. Everyone's been so nice. Adam, thank you for the $10 for sincerely the Democratic Party. Thank you. Thank you, Democratic Party. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, the Democratic Party. Thank you very much. I tell you, thank you very much. We could probably get one more person otherwise I might just get off here. I would really recommend everyone to follow this stream if you haven't already. We have if we get 120 more people to follow the TikTok stream, we will get to 1,500 followers for today. That random girl, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Ashley, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. Andrew, thank you for the $1. I would go back and check. There's stuff in the Discord. Sid, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Someone just commented saying they would pay you $400 to bring me up to prove I'm real. That's diabolical. Wait, really? That's crazy. I doubt that person would actually give me $400. Like, I really doubt it. Like, I know Sid is a real person. Like, I've literally met Sid. Do they think Sid is not real? That's like crazy. Money up front, for real. Actually, you know what? I'll answer a few questions and then I'm probably gonna get off for today. I think I'm done with debates for today. I seriously, I appreciate everyone so much. Thank you everyone for coming on today. Tonight was a good live. You know, I'm happy to see, you know, the algorithm will, like, you know, push on stuff. Today was crazy. There was a lot of people that said some crazy stuff. A lot of people said some crazy stuff. So that was definitely one thing. Literally all meshing into each other. But yeah, if you have any questions, you could ask me right now. Otherwise, I am about to get off right now. For the people who are going to stay on TikTok no matter what, I would I have someone for you to raid. Don't worry, I have a stream for you to raid. But for the people who are, you know, going to go to YouTube, I would really recommend to go to my YouTube, like the stream on YouTube, and also check out the videos that I posted. I've been putting effort into the videos and stuff. And we've been getting them out there, I tell you. And I'd really appreciate if you, you know, go check them out. Go check them out. It would be really nice. I'd really appreciate it. So I love y'all so much, everyone. If you have any last questions, go for it. Otherwise, I'll let everyone know. Make sure to, you know, keep updated. Check on what's going on with Greta and everything, and also make sure to keep updated with if you're going to be involving yourself with the media and stuff, with what's happening in LA with the ICE raids and around the country. Christina, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. It's crazy, I know, right, Christina? And if you're going to protests, you know, make sure to stay safe. Go with friends, people you know. Maudie, thank you so much for the $4.20. Thank you so much. W Day. Appreciate it. Thank you. And I'm gonna put in the chat. I'm a live. Everyone can go to Erica's live. Santana is there as well. So everyone go to Erica's live. Erica_Shante. I'll type it in the chat, everyone. On TikTok. Everyone spam Parker Raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Parker Raid, love from Parker, everyone. I love y'all so much. Danielle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Maybe I will. I think Danielle, I was thinking about doing like a podcast type thing. And I might get Matt involved with it. Me and Matt do like a podcast sort of thing. So I might do something like that. Like that is kind of related to talking about those types of things. And I think I might do something like that. But yeah, everyone go look up Erica_Shante and make sure to go say Parker Raid, love from Parker. Or if you want to go check out my YouTube content, I would really appreciate it. Like the stream on YouTube. I'd really appreciate it. Have a great night, everyone. Peace out, y'all. I love y'all so much.